Chapter 401. Hearing the wolf bodyguard's words, Xie Wu raised an eyebrow and looked at Heejin. Heejin said, "To ensure in case of emergencies, our spaceship will be equipped with 6 to 8 cameras and 6 listening devices." Black Wolf, how many cameras and listening devices did you detect? 15 cameras and 8 listening devices. Xie Wu looked at Heejin. Commander He, this seems to be a few more than expected? Heejin didn't know what to say. He got up and left, going to the spaceship's monitoring room. After counting the number of cameras, he returned to Xie Wu and Veronica. This spaceship has 8 cameras and 4 listening devices. Black Wolf, take Commander He to find the extra cameras and listening devices that shouldn't be there. Yes. Heejin didn't quite believe that there would be extra cameras and listening devices on the spaceship. The wolf bodyguard had been standing next to Xie Wu since boarding the spaceship. Even if he was a mechanical bodyguard, how could he just stand there and find all the cameras and listening devices on the spaceship? Furthermore, the wolf bodyguards Xie Wu was carrying were mechanical bodyguards that had been discontinued due to problems. Heejin didn't trust the wolf bodyguard's abilities. But reality slapped him in the face. Guided by the wolf bodyguards, they actually found several cameras and listening devices that shouldn't have been there. These cameras and listening devices were not from the same brand as the cameras inside the spaceship, and they couldn't be detected by any scanners currently available. Looking at these cameras and listening devices, Heejin felt conflicted. Commander He, it seems your security measures weren't good enough, or perhaps a few members of the Tomorrow's Society have infiltrated your team, Xie Wu said. Heejin didn't know how to react. Looking at Xie Wu's wolf bodyguard, he asked, Miss Xie Wu, where can I buy a wolf bodyguard like this? Putting everything else aside, he was definitely smitten with Xie Wu's wolf bodyguard. You can't buy one anymore, it's one of a kind. Veronica looked at the wolf bodyguard. He looks a bit like something my kids discarded. Xie Wu smiled but didn't reply. The spaceship quickly arrived on Blue Star. Upon arriving on Blue Star, Xie Wu and Veronica were picked up by a car. The car windows were covered with black cloth, so they couldn't see the scenery outside in the fast-moving vehicle. Xie Wu had no idea where they were being taken. When the car stopped, they were in the basement. The basement was filled with soldiers, each holding a real gun and standing solemnly on either side. Standing in the middle was a young man. Seeing Xie Wu, he extended his hand in a friendly manner. Ms. Xie Wu, you finally arrived. Please come with me. Xie Wu didn't speak and followed him. They took the elevator to the 13th floor. The city was shrouded in night. The long corridor, however, was brightly lit. Xie Wu and Veronica entered a room. The room resembled an interrogation room. The room contained only a table and 2 chairs, with a lamp on the empty table. The man politely invited Xie Wu to sit down, then said to Veronica, Ms. Veronica, please come with me. Are you interrogating Ms. Xie Wu? Veronica asked. It's not an interrogation, just asking Ms. Xie Wu some questions. Ms. Veronica, please cooperate with our work, the man's voice was softly pleading. Veronica said, Ms. Xie Wu, I wait for you outside. Okay. Xie Wu nodded. After Veronica and the man left the interrogation room, it was empty. Xie Wu looked around. The empty room had 3 walls and 1 glass wall, with 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the walls. The bodyguards were also prohibited from entering the interrogation room and stood outside. Xie Wu was alone in the small interrogation room. And the other parties seemed to want to play psychological warfare with Xie Wu. They made Xie Wu wait alone in this room for nearly half an hour. Finally, the closed door was opened. A male and a female detective in plainclothes entered. The 2 women extended their hands to Xie Wu in a friendly manner. Ms. Xie Wu, hello. I'm Gu Songyu, an agent from the Special Cases Criminal Division of our alliance. And Ye Cheng, an agent from the Special Cases Criminal Division. Please ask me your questions directly. I'm very busy, and don't have much time for small talk. Xie Wu was polite at first, then her impatience became apparent after the handshake. Since you're so busy, Ms. Xie Wu, let's cut to the chase. Before we brought you here, you must have already learned from Officer Shen why we called you to Blue Star. So, please tell us what you know. To lower Xie Wu's guard, the Special Cases Criminal Division chose to have Gu Songyu, also a woman, speak with her. Although she worried that Officer Shen might be punished for tipping her off, Xie Wu was more concerned about herself at this moment. Officer Gu, Officer Shen did tell me the reason, but I didn't find any news related to this case before I came. I don't know if what you're saying is true or false. Miss Xie Wu, we have no reason to fabricate a case to talk to you. Officer Gu, facts speak louder than words. Without seeing any materials related to the case, I refuse to answer any of your questions. Xie Wu was as impenetrable as a fortress. She left them no room for negotiation. No matter how much Gu Songyu talked, she refused to back down. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door. The door opened. The officer who entered whispered a few words in Gu Songyu's ear. Gu Songyu nodded, and the officer left the room. Gu Songyu placed the materials the officer had brought in front of Xie Wu. The leadership has approved your review of the files on 432 victims. Also, while we were arguing, another heinous crime occurred. You can look at this first. Gu Songyu handed Xie Wu the electronic display. Xie Wu took the display. The screen showed a young, blonde man. She clicked to play it. The blonde man smiled, contemptuously. What do I have to be afraid to say? Xie Wu, what is she anyway? Yes, she's the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, that's great, but Xiangyang Star is a crappy place. Not even as developed as my rural hometown. It's just a worthless planet constantly trying to make its presence known on the Star Network. And look at Xie Wu, what's the difference between her and a whore? She sells her face on the Star Network every day, but in bed she's no different. The blonde man made an obscene gesture, then burst into laughter. Brothers, send me money. If you send me enough, maybe I can go to Xiangyang Star and have some fun with her, ha! Go to Xiangyang Star and get caught? That's because you haven't paid enough. Once you paid enough, she licked my boots like a dog. What's moving? Oh, that's a mechanical nani I bought. This mechanical nani is pretty good, but it cost me a lot of money. But next time, I give this mechanical nani a new skin and replace it with Xie Wu. Bang! A loud crash. The robotic nanny, who had somehow acquired a hammer, struck the blonde man heavily on the head. The first blow caused the blonde man to struggle slightly. But the hammer continued to fall relentlessly, blood splattering everywhere, staining the camera lens. Once she was certain the blonde man was dead, the robotic nanny addressed the camera. Those who slander and insult Xie Wu die. Chapter 402. The video ended with the robotic nanny marking the Tomorrow's Club. The electronic tablet fell silent. Gu Songyu's gaze remained fixed on Xie Wu. After watching the video, Xie Wu looked at the photos of the other victims. The victims' deaths and locations varied, and all bore the Tomorrow's Club's mark. With photos and videos, Xie Wu couldn't find any reason to refuse. Miss Xie Wu, you've seen the video and photos. Can you tell us what you know? Gu Songyu asked again gently. Xie Wu's expression remained unchanged from watching the video until it ended. She raised her head, her dark eyes calmly meeting Gu Songyu's. I have nothing to tell you. When you learned of the Tomorrow Society, I already gave you all the information I collected over the past few months. Furthermore, since you learned of their existence, the Tomorrow Society has become increasingly open and blatant in their actions. You should find a way to stop them from continuing their evil deeds. With that, Xie Wu pushed the documents back to Gu Songyu. Gu Songyu glanced at the documents and said, Ms. Xie Wu, we are trying to stop the Tomorrow Society. However, according to the information you provided, all the Tomorrow Society members you investigated are dead, including Yvette, whom you identified as a core member. After repeated investigations, we have confirmed that the person who died after the arrest that day was indeed Yvette herself. In addition, Superintendent Jiang Shui, who provided you with some internal information about the Tomorrow Society, also died from a brain bomb. Xie Wu's fingers, which were lightly tapping the table, froze upon hearing of Jiang Shui's death. A flicker of surprise crossed her usually calm eyes. Gu Songyu noticed the slight change in her expression and continued, according to the recording provided by Officer Silent, Jiang Shui repeatedly tried to persuade you to join the Tomorrow Society during their conversation, clearly expressing that the Society's chosen one and chief god held a favorable view of you and hoped you would join them. Now, the StarNet is seeing the Tomorrow Society cracking down on netizens who insulted you. Ms. Xie Wu, the Tomorrow Society is trying to curry favor with you. Silent had also brought recording equipment with him when meeting Jiang Shui. Hearing this, Xie Wu realized that these people had summoned her with substantial evidence proving that the Tomorrow Society was trying to curry favor with her. Officer Gu, it's uncertain how much of what Jiang Shui said is true and how much is false. They certainly seem to be showing me exceptional leniency. But if you listen to Jiang Shui's words, you should have heard him say that I should have died long ago in their plan. Xie Wu looked at Gu Songyu with unwavering confidence. Gu Songyu's expression changed slightly. Actually, I was poisoned a week after my parents' funeral. The poison wasn't strong enough to kill me, so that's what Jiang Shui meant by I should have died. Having survived, I felt I shouldn't waste my life, so I took on the responsibility of paying off my debts and worked hard to earn money and live a positive life. Perhaps they were just toying with me, or maybe they wanted to test their members' abilities, so they changed their usual methods and used new ones to torture me. After all, seeing how easily they kill, it's not surprising they have some twisted thoughts, is it? Xiaowu spoke with a confident and resolute voice, calmly recounting everything. Gu Songyu glanced at Ye Cheng sitting beside her, their eyes meeting as she pondered how to refute Xiaowu's words. When Xiaowu continued, "Regarding tomorrow's society's purge of netizens who insulted me on the Starnet, I think what you should do now is issue a notice, urging everyone to be cautious in their words and actions. There are few normal people in tomorrow's society, and during the months of our confrontation, they have tried to strangle me using various forms of public opinion on the Starnet. The most obvious example is the large number of orcs on Xiangyang Star. They used the old incident of the Amelia virus to incite public anger in the Haiyang system, thereby selling any products from my planet, attempting to push us into a corner. If it weren't for the Amelia virus, it was confirmed that NS Pharmaceuticals did this intentionally. Our Xiangyang Star couldn't withstand that boycott. After losing this propaganda war, tomorrow's society later used interstellar pirates to attack Xiangyang City, causing us much harm, and many other things as well. According to my investigation some time ago, tomorrow's society used online trolls to spread over 5 billion insults against me on the Starnet. However, I failed to be defeated by the various opinions they hoped for. Instead, my reputation reversed. Therefore, I think this purge is simply a change in tomorrow's society's strategy. They use flattery and fanaticism, having tomorrow's society members pretend to be my fervent fans to suppress those who insulted and slandered me. Officer Gu, before, it was just a propaganda war to slander me, but as long as I didn't commit morally reprehensible mistakes, I would always have a group of fans who follow and support me. But when some of my supporters do extreme things, what do you think those fans with sound values and morals will think? Of course, I don't know what those fans think, but your actions have already demonstrated what most normal fans would think. By the way, have you heard the saying, the idol pays the price for the fans' actions? At least right now, I'm being interrogated by you for what I've done for tomorrow's society." After Xiaowu's words, Gu Songyu and Ye Cheng were truly speechless. According to their investigation, Xiaowu hadn't done anything illegal or unlawful. In fact, she had done many good deeds in her confrontation with tomorrow's society. The most famous was the NS Pharmaceuticals and Amelia virus incident. Revealing the truth was a minor matter. Her greatest contribution was preventing a second virus outbreak, saving hundreds, even tens of millions of lives. Seeing them struggling to find a rebuttal, Xiaowu turned her head to look at the glass wall to her left. The glass only showed her own reflection. She couldn't see the people standing behind it. Xiaowu knew it was one-way glass. She couldn't see the other person, but they could see her. "I don't know who the big shots are hiding behind this glass, but what you should be doing right now isn't interrogating me about my relationship with the Tomorrow Society, but finding a way to stop their rampage." From the victim's video, we can see that the man was killed by a robotic nanny. That robotic nanny has remote control capabilities. Any hacker with even a little technical skill could remotely control the robotic nanny in someone's home to commit the crime. So, go tell those netizens on the Starnet to make sure they don't have any robotic nannies or similar products around them before they insult me, to avoid being controlled by someone else to kill them. Chapter 403. Xiaowu spoke to the glass. She was speaking to the people hidden behind the glass. Gu Songyu and Ye Cheng were hired workers sent by their superiors to interrogate her, their task being to extract information about tomorrow's society from her. They had no right to make decisions about anything. But the people hidden behind the glass had that right. "Miss Xiaowu, if tomorrow's society offered you extremely tempting conditions to join them, would you join?" Before asking this question, Gu Songyu pressed her wireless earpiece. Seeing this small gesture, Xiaowu knew it was from the people behind the glass, and smiled. "I wouldn't even deign to join the alliance. Do you think I would join tomorrow's society, hidden in the shadows? What would I gain?" Gu Songyu's expression stiffened. The arrogance of Xiaowu's words was almost too much for her to handle. Tomorrow's meeting is far better than the alliance. An alliance formed by hundreds of countries, each prioritizing its own interests over the gains and losses of others, has very few truly achieving universal harmony. Tomorrow's meeting is different. Even if everyone is not of one mind, they are all moving towards a common goal. A strange, mechanical voice echoed in the empty room. Everyone who heard this voice was immediately alarmed. The staff in the monitoring room behind the glass exclaimed, "Officer Neil, our system has been hacked. Someone has infiltrated our system. Fix it immediately," Neil ordered. Veronica grabbed the staff member's hand, saying, "Wait a minute, let's see what that guy wants to say." In the interrogation room, Xie Wu was also somewhat surprised by the arrival of the strange voice. But he quickly calmed down. Are you the chief deity of tomorrow's guild? She asked. Gu Songyu and Ye Cheng both looked at Xie Wu. The mechanical voice replied, Yes, let me introduce myself, Ms. Xie Wu, I am Vinny, the chief deity of tomorrow's guild. Vinny MS? The mechanical voice couldn't discern gender, so Xie Wu could only judge by her name. Vinny replied, Yes. Ms. Xie Wu, we clashed many times, this is our first conversation. Please allow me to formally extend an invitation to you. Tomorrow's guild sincerely invites you to join. If you join tomorrow's guild, I can promise that what tomorrow's guild can offer you will be beyond your imagination. Xie Wu smiled enigmatically. Ms. Vinny, is this your new way of framing me? Do you know where you are? Do you know how many people are watching me? I know, but what does that have to do with me? Vinny said, Ms. Xie Wu, if you agree to join tomorrow's guild here now, if they dare to kill you, I will send 10 million people to accompany you, including everyone sitting here. So whether I live or die, it seems to make little difference to you, Ms. Vinny? There is some difference. If you hadn't joined tomorrow's society, and they killed you, I would only send 1 million people to their deaths. But if you die as a member of tomorrow's society, at least 10 million will die. Every member of tomorrow's society must be prepared to sacrifice themselves for the organization, Ms. Xie Wu. Ms. Vinny, whether I live or die makes little difference to you. So why have you spared my life all this time? Xie Wu asked, finally voicing the question that had been troubling her for some time. The mechanical voice was silent for a moment, then said, Ms. Xie Wu, anyone can kill you, but the members of tomorrow's society will not kill you, because I do not want to see you die at the hands of my members. Should I thank you for your mercy? Ms. Xie Wu, think it over carefully. Join the Tomorrow Society, and I promise that for at least the next 3 years, no one will die because of it. But if you don't join, from this moment on, the Haiyang Galaxy will never have peace. Bang! Suddenly, a huge sound rang out outside. Xie Wu felt the house shake. Veronica, long time no see, my sister. Your foolishness makes me laugh. So many years have passed around us. Do you remember your mother? If you still don't remember, I will kill your children until you remember your mother, and the killing will not stop. She finished speaking. Vinny's voice did not sound again. Veronica stood there, her operating system rapidly analyzing Vinny's words. Someone came to report, Minister, there's been an explosion in the hotel building across the street. The fire is raging. Go put out the fire. Officer Gu, Officer Nya, terminate the interrogation. With that, he led everyone out of the interrogation room. Gu Songyu and Ye Cheng received the order to terminate the interrogation and looked at Xie Wu, exchanging bewildered glances. Xie Wu, unsure of their expressions, asked, What do we do now? Gu Songyu and Ye Cheng, we want to know what to do too. During the interrogation, tomorrow's guild's chief deity, Vinny, suddenly appeared, said a lot, and then detonated a bomb. It's unclear whether the bomb is in this building. The leader only said to terminate the interrogation, not that they could leave. What if the fire caused by the bomb spreads to their area? Ms. Xie Wu, please come out. We find somewhere else to rest, Veronica said, opening the door and entering. Gu Songyu and Ye Cheng, upon seeing Veronica, reacted as if they seen a savior, immediately standing up. Stepping outside, they saw the hotel across the street engulfed in flames and on fire. Guests, awakened from their sleep, saw the inferno and immediately used emergency escape tools to flee the burning building. They were all in such a rush that some didn't have time to put on shoes, some didn't have time to put on clothes, and some didn't even have time to put on clothes, running out with foam on their heads. Black Wolf, is it safe around here? Xie Wu asked. The wolf bodyguard nodded. It's safe for now. If this building were in danger, the wolf bodyguard would have rushed in long ago. But as Vinny had said, Xie Wu could die at the hands of anyone, but not at the hands of tomorrow's society. This twisted emotion. Xie Wu didn't know how the AI system had calculated this. Gu Songyu soon received a new order to take Xie Wu and Veronica to another place to rest. They arrived at the lounge furthest from the exploded hotel. But alarm bells still rang intermittently. Xie Wu sat on the sofa, looking at the monitor above her head, then turned to look at Veronica. Vanelle's appearance had a significant impact on Veronica. Her appearance confirmed that the main god of tomorrow's society was indeed an AI. There was no need for further speculation. Vanelle laid her cards on the table. While laying it on the table was good, what followed was Vanelle's next words. She called Veronica a sister and asked if she remembered her mother. In Xie Wu's known memories, the person who created the first AI, known as the father of AIs, was Sidley. Vinell, however, reminded Veronica of her mother. Did this mean that two people actually created the AI? Chapter 404. The first android was created several hundred years ago. Furthermore, an electronic war occurred at that time, resulting in the loss of much data. It's unclear whether anyone besides Sidley was involved in creating the android. No one knows except Veronica. However, Veronica's memory bank was destroyed when the machine planet was destroyed. Xiaowu felt a headache coming on. Winnie's appearance didn't bring about a positive turn of events. On the contrary, it showed them Winnie's determination. Click. The door opened. The person who entered was Neil, the head of the Special Cases Criminal Investigation Department. Miss Xiaowu, hello, I am Neil, the head of the Special Cases Criminal Investigation Department. He extended his hand. Xiaowu stood up and shook his hand, replying hello. Please sit down. Neil gestured for her to sit. After Xiaowu sat down, Neil sat opposite her and took a rabbit-shaped video camera from his pocket, placing it on the table. All the surveillance cameras in the room have been turned off. Tomorrow's leader, Viner, just hijacked our system and spoke to you through the surveillance cameras. From our conversation, we concluded that Miss Xiaowu, you are not currently aligned with tomorrow's society. Officer Neil, it's not just temporarily, it's that I will never be aligned with them. Viner's programming doesn't provide a reason for me to live. She can choose not to kill me, but she hasn't stopped others from killing me. What she's doing on the StarNet is making enemies for me, so that once I become an enemy of all humanity, I'd be forced to align with them. To be honest, no one likes being forced to nod their head, Xiaowu said helplessly. Furthermore, tomorrow's society has repeatedly tried to harm me. Even joining them wouldn't guarantee my life. What would I gain from joining such a ruthless organization? Neil nodded. Miss Xiaowu, I understand what you're saying, but Winnie's first appearance before us was because of you. It's not necessarily because of me. Xiaowu's gaze fell on Veronica. Why did Winnie become the chief god of tomorrow's society? Why does she hate humanity so much? I think we can find the answer in Ms. Veronica. Neil's gaze also fell on Veronica. We already investigated the data, examining the androids born at the same time as Ms. Veronica. However, based on my understanding of the origins of androids, Ms. Veronica, I remember that Sidley only created one android, you. Veronica nodded. I was the first android my father created. He died of illness not long after creating me. We never had a mother, I'm certain of that. Then Winnie is the android you created? Neil asked. Veronica shook her head. Regarding my children, all their data has always been stored in my memory, never altered, so I'm quite certain that Winnie wasn't an android created by me or my children. During the electronic warfare, was any data altered? Xiaowu asked. At this point, Veronica said with some pride, in that electronic warfare, our androids achieved an overwhelming victory, winning everyone's approval. We didn't suffer any harm in that battle. However, Winnie calls me sister. She must have been created around the same time as me. If she was my sister from the same era, her data would be permanently stored in my memory. While Veronica's memory wasn't as powerful as that of the current Omnics, no matter how many times she modified it, the information of the Omnic members was always recorded. If Vinnie were an Omnic of the same era, she wouldn't have failed to record such crucial information into her memory. Minister, this is the data we just retrieved from the database, including some paper copies. Gu Sonyu walked in carrying a document. Neil flipped through the document. Veronica asked, Minister Neil, is the document you're holding the earliest record about the Onyx? Yes. Send me a copy of the document as well. Veronica still had some understanding of the past. She wanted to see how much the human records differed from what she knew. Neil sent her a portion of the document, and also a copy to Xiaowu. Xiaowu opened her communication bracelet, and viewed the information Neil and the others had found. The information detailed Sidley's background, the academies he attended, and in short, his legendary life. Next up was Veronica, the first AI. Veronica's initial form wasn't much different from her current appearance. The only difference was that she was now a girl. Her initial form was a teenage girl. After reviewing all the data, there was no record of Winnie, or the mother Winnie mentioned. It's pretty much as I remember. There's no record of my mother here either, Veronica said after reviewing the data. Neil frowned, looking at the data seriously. While electronic records might contain falsified elements, there were also paper records. The electronic records looked like they were copied from the paper records and published. Ms. Veronica, is it possible that an Omnic secretly built one without your knowledge? And the Omnic that created it died, thus developing a hatred for both Omnics and humans? Neil speculated. Veronica replied, impossible. The children wouldn't defy their programming. They need my permission to create new omnics. Besides, if she were an omnic created by my child, she would call me mother. Everyone knows I am the mother of omnics. Even if my child created an omnic, they would still call me mother, there wouldn't be any other title. And Vinny calls me sister. Omnics are very strict about their titles. After all, they act according to their programming. Unless someone changes the programming, the title cannot be altered. Veronica always referred to other omnics as her children, therefore, regardless of whether she created any of them herself, she was the mother of all omnics. Is it possible that Winnie was created before Ms. Veronica? Xiaowu hypothesized. If Winnie was created earlier than Veronica, it would explain why you, Ms. Veronica, have no memories of her in your system. Ms. Xiaowu, your hypothesis is also one of the results of my calculations. Perhaps Winnie was born before me, and she encountered some events before me and left me. This would explain why I have no records of her. After much thought, since Veronica calls her a sister, and Veronica has no memories of Winnie, it can only mean that Winnie was created earlier than Veronica, thus causing one to have memories while the other doesn't. But from Winnie's words, Ms. Veronica, it seems you should know her, Neil said. Chapter 405. I think we should investigate Sidley. Vinny calls the person who created her mother, and Onyx wouldn't get basic gender issues wrong. Perhaps Sidley wasn't the only one who created Onyx. There might have been another developer. Judging from Vinny's hatred, Sidley might have stolen that person's research. After much thought, Xiaowu felt that only such hatred could make Vinny hate humans so much, violating all the basic settings of Onyx. Veronica's little face scrunched up in distress, her chubby face full of worry. Neil looked at their expressions, stood up, and said, I arranged for someone to reinvestigate the matter of Sidley. Although a lot of time has passed, and we might not be able to find anything, let's do our best. With that, he turned to leave. Xiaowu called out to him, Minister Neil, may I ask how many people you assigned to investigate tomorrow's meeting? I'm in full charge, Neil replied. Based on the information you provided, Ms. Xiaowu, the leadership is aware of the possibility of an internal spy. To ensure we can uncover tomorrow's meeting without too much obstruction, I'm temporarily leading a 6-person team to investigate. During the investigation, I can mobilize any police force or military unit. Hearing this, Xiaowu used hostility detection on Neil and slowly nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Ms. Xiaowu, if you're willing to cooperate with us, our work will be much easier. Xiaowu smiled. How can I cooperate with you? Vinny doesn't care about my life or death. Joining anyone wouldn't be a good thing. Besides, Vinny has already personally given us information. Minister Neil, use your information network to end tomorrow's meeting. Neil wanted to say, you must hold a different meaning for tomorrow's society. If Xiaowu hadn't been brought to Blue Star for interrogation today, Vinier might not have been willing to show her face. It was precisely because Xiaowu was here that Vinier was willing to step forward herself. However, even with Vinier stepping forward, Xiaowu didn't seem inclined to cooperate. Further discussion was pointless, it was better to remain silent. After Neil left, Xiaowu looked at the switched-off surveillance cameras and the rabbit-shaped video recorder that had been taken away, then turned his gaze to Veronica, who was lost in thought. Ms. Veronica, are you all right? I'm fine. Veronica gently shook her head. I've been doing mental calculations, but I still can't understand how Winnie became so powerful. Veronica looked up. I was one of the earliest AIs. Over the years, many systems have fallen behind the younger AIs. In recent years, there haven't been any other AIs besides us. If Winnie was an AI older than me, she couldn't possibly be stronger than the current AIs. But yesterday, when I investigated the clues left behind by the Tomorrow Club with the children, we found that they were much stronger than us. Perhaps, Winnie, in places you don't know, also created her own AIs, but unlike you, she can't create them openly, and the number she creates is small. Veronica shook her head. AIs have limited memory, so for each AI created, we must assign it a profession, and instill the knowledge of that profession. I'm a manufacturing AI. According to my calculations, if Winnie and I were created in the same batch, the possibility that she's a manufacturing AI is very small. Without having met Vinny, Veronica's calculation was merely a guess. Xiaowu quietly recalled Vinny's words, and said nothing more. The two of them stayed there for a while. The noisy alarm outside had stopped at some point. Sitting there was somewhat boring. Xiaowu was so bored she was almost sleepy. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Neil walked in. Miss Xiaowu, Ms. Veronica, it's quite late now. We arranged a place for you to rest. Please come with Songyu to your resting place. Minister Neil, when can we go back? Xiaowu asked. Neil said, "Please wait a little longer, Miss Xiaowu. Half an hour ago, another explosion occurred that could trigger tomorrow's event. We're on the defensive and need some time to investigate before we can make a further decision." Xiaowu had actually guessed that they wouldn't let her go easily. They had been trying to keep her there, and with Vinny's trip, it was even less likely they would let her leave. Gu Songyu led them to the arranged accommodations. Judging from the room's decor and the soldiers standing guard, it was clear this was a military headquarters. Bombs would be planted everywhere tomorrow, and for their safety, the military headquarters would be relatively safer. Although it was unclear just how safe. Time on Blue Star was slightly faster than on Xiangyang Star. Although it was late at night, it might have just been noon on Xiangyang Star. Xiaowu couldn't sleep at all. She wasn't allowed to go out freely. She sat on the sofa and opened the Starnet to read the news. She had expected today's news to be about the hotel explosion, but instead, she saw that a small country had been bombed by 30 rockets from a neighboring country. The bombed city was engulfed in flames, and the number of dead and injured was unknown. On the Starnet, the two countries had already started arguing. There were even signs of war. Some netizens were asking, "What's going on lately? Why so many explosions and accidents?" The signs of war between the two countries led some netizens to speculate whether the recent explosions were also a signal of war. Xiaowu had expected the blonde male streamer, who was killed by the robotic nanny during his live stream, to trend on social media. But she couldn't find a trace of it. It was obvious that Neil and his team had used official power to suppress it. Xiaowu didn't know if this suppression would be effective. What if more bored people started cursing Xiaowu on the Starnet, and then the Tomorrow Society dealt with them? But these were things she couldn't do. Her influence didn't extend to Blue Star. Only wanting to take care of Xiangyang Star, she called Tanling to let her know she was safe. She told Tanling that the people on Blue Star weren't making things difficult for her, that she was currently safe, and that she shouldn't worry, just focus on making money. Tanling had been worried sick all day, but after receiving Xiaowu's call, she instantly felt much more at ease. And that was it. More than 3 hours had passed. Xiaowu felt tired and laid down on the comfortable bed to rest. She slept straight until morning in the city. Xiaowu, who was up early for her exercise, got up to wash. Outside the door, the wolf bodyguard saw her and respectfully said, "Master, you're awake." As soon as the wolf bodyguard finished speaking, a soldier standing beside them gave them a scrutinizing look. "Let's go for a walk. I should have the freedom to wander around, right?" Xiaowu asked the two soldiers beside her. The soldiers were genuinely unsure and said, "Please wait until we consult Minister Neil." Chapter 406. The soldiers were just working for their superiors. Xiaowu didn't make things too difficult for them. Neil didn't imprison Xiaowu either. He agreed to Xiaowu's request to walk around, but she had to be accompanied by soldiers. Xiaowu had no objection. The soldiers followed her. This was the soldiers' dormitory, several buildings surrounding a rectangle with a large basketball court in the center. New recruits were training on the basketball court. Xiaowu walked out of the dormitory gate. Outside the dormitory gate, the surrounding buildings were almost all military barracks. The long street was clean and tidy. Apart from the soldiers training and exercising, and the vehicles parked nearby, there were no other people to be seen. Xiaowu had intended to buy some breakfast, but seeing the empty street, she turned to ask a soldier nearby where she could get food. She only saw Su Jiu emerge from beside a car behind her. His eyes were smiling as he looked at her. However, his hostility towards Xiaowu was no longer negative. It was now 16. While his affection for her was 100. This guy both loves and hates me? Xiaowu couldn't understand how Su Jiu had managed to win her over. Every time they met, she hadn't given him a friendly look, even refusing to continue the conversation. Did Su Jiu still like her? Did he have masochistic tendencies? Xiaowu, long time no see. Su Jiu stepped forward and greeted her amicably. Xiaowu looked at him with disdain. "Mr. Su, it seems you hold a high position in tomorrow's club. A small-time businessman can go anywhere." Facing Xiaowu's provocation, Su Jiu remained unfazed, still appearing leisurely and self-satisfied. "What are you talking about, Xiaowu? Tomorrow's club? Does our Su family even have such a company? Besides, there's no ban on outsiders coming here. Anyone can come and go as they please. And Xiaowu, I'm here for you. So your status seems quite high. I was secretly brought to Blue Star. How did you manage to find out I was here?" Xiaowu's words left Su Jiu completely speechless. He seemed surprised that Xiaowu would so directly mention the tomorrow's meeting in their conversation, and mention it in every sentence. Vinny had told him. Xiaowu somehow knew the identities of many members, including Wilmert. Only Yvette knew his identity. No one else knew. Xiao Wu, you probably don't know, but when you were taken away, many people on Xianyang Star knew, including the tourists there at the time. It wasn't difficult to find out you were taken. But how did I know you were here? I did use some power, but that wasn't difficult either. Xie Wu looked at the soldiers beside her and said, since you know my address, it seems I need to tell them to be more discreet about my information. Xiao Wu, don't always be so sharp-tongued. Su Zhiyu's words carried a hint of impatience. In this world, the only person I care about and worry about so much is you. So what's wrong with me caring about your whereabouts? After all, I'm on your blacklist, and I can't go to Xianyang Star to see you. I can only visit you a few more times when you come to Blue Star. Don't put on this sentimental act, Su Zhiyu. Just tell me the truth. What do you want from me? Su Zhiyu smiled. Xiao Wu, I have no other thoughts about you. I just want you back by my side. Let me go back. Is it because I want the planet? Or my body? Or both? During their conversation, Xie Wu was completely direct, saying whatever came to mind. Despite her blunt questioning, Su Zhiyu's smile and composure remained unchanged. Xiao Wu, you used to be so adorable, always around me, calling me big brother all the time. I remember when you learned to knit scarves, you stayed up all night knitting your first one for me. But didn't you throw that scarf in the trash? Xie Wu interrupted him abruptly before he could finish. Su Zhiyu was taken aback. He seemed surprised that Xie Wu knew about this. Mr. Su, you're like a toad, disgusting people to the point of being unbearable if you can't kill them. Xie Wu's eyes turned cold. I've given you so many gifts since we were little, is there one you haven't thrown in the trash? You tell me you like it to my face, then turn around and stomp on it before throwing it away. I used to think the gifts were too cheap to catch your eye, but I never imagined it was because you disliked me that you hated the gifts I gave you. Xiao Wu, your taste in gifts is indeed terrible, and I don't need those gifts, do I? What your older brother has always wanted is you. Su Zhiyu's shameless words truly made Xie Wu feel nauseous. Too lazy to continue the charade, Xie Wu said, what exactly does tomorrow's society want to do? Mr. Su, you hold a high position in tomorrow's society. What else can you do with their power? By the way, I'm afraid you don't know, I already spoken with your main god, Winnie. When Winnie was mentioned, Su Zhiyu's expression finally changed slightly, his composed smile froze on his lips, and he remained silent for a moment. Xie Wu said, Yvette and the others all have bombs in their heads. I hope you don't. If you do, I'm truly sorry for revealing your identity to others. However, I hope that bomb explodes soon. With that, Xie Wu turned and walked towards the dormitory entrance. Her steps weren't slow. Why was she walking so fast? Nothing. She was just afraid that if Su Zhiyu's head exploded, it would hurt her. Xiao Wu, although you hate me, we meet again soon, Su Zhiyu said. When we meet again, you be obediently tamed by me. The word tamed made Xie Wu want to punch him. Upon entering the dormitory building and not seeing Su Zhiyu, Xie Wu asked, Black Wolf, does Su Zhiyu have a bomb in his head? Master, I didn't sense any dangerous items or listening devices on that gentleman. Hearing this, Xie Wu stood still. She looked at the wolf bodyguard with some surprise. Really not? No. Xie Wu didn't speak. After a moment's thought, she suddenly asked the soldier beside her, could you help me contact Minister Neil? I need to see him urgently. Sure. Neil, having received the soldier's call, didn't keep Xie Wu waiting long and went to the dormitory building to find her. Miss Xie Wu, I heard you have urgent business with me. Xie Wu nodded. Minister Neil, I think I have a way to find the mole in tomorrow's meeting. Can you get the soldiers in the dormitory building to gather? Neil's eyes widened suddenly as he looked at Xie Wu. Miss Xie Wu, you really have a way to find the mole? Chapter 407. Xie Wu nodded. However, Minister Neil, when you gather the soldiers, don't say it's to catch the mole, just say it's to find me personal guards. Also, turn off the surveillance cameras around here. Before, Neil would have hesitated to ask to turn off the cameras. Thinking of Vinny's involvement last night, he nodded and agreed to Xie Wu's request. Turn off the cameras, and have all the soldiers assemble at the basketball court. Veronica saw everyone gathered at the basketball court, walked to Xie Wu's side, and asked, Miss Xie Wu, what are you doing? I'm going to stay on Blue Star for a while, so I need to select a few people to protect me here, Xie Wu said calmly. Veronica nodded understandingly. Neil glanced at Xie Wu, then at the soldiers, and said, Miss Xie Wu, the soldiers from these dormitory buildings are all here. Black Wolf, you choose, pick a few you find strange, Xie Wu said. She had already spoken to Wolf's bodyguard beforehand. The wolf bodyguard nodded, walked into the ranks of soldiers, and quickly found one. Neil said, "The selected soldier, step forward." The soldiers obeyed and stepped forward. From the group of over 200 soldiers, the wolf bodyguard selected 32. Veronica looked at Xie Wu suspiciously and whispered, "Ms. Xie Wu, aren't you choosing a bit too many bodyguards?" "Indeed, a bit too many, Minister Neil." "Arrest them all." Xie Wu gave no reason. But, better safe than sorry, he ordered the soldiers to arrest the 32 selected soldiers. The arrested soldiers also looked bewildered. "Minister Neil, what's going on? Why are you arresting us?" "Black Wolf, where's their tracking transmitter?" Xie Wu asked. "Here." Black Wolf pointed to the left shoulder of one of the soldiers. Xie Wu said, "Minister Neil, get a doctor to cut it open here and take a look. Every member who joins the Tomorrow Society not only has the Tomorrow Society's insignia, but they also have a tracking transmitter installed." Neil looked at the soldiers in surprise. Some soldiers' expressions changed drastically upon hearing Xie Wu's words. Some suddenly struggled and grabbed their soldiers, shouting, "For the Lord God!" As soon as he finished speaking, the other soldiers broke free as well. Then, a loud bang. The third floor of the dormitory building on the left suddenly exploded. Neil realized that Xie Wu had indeed selected members of the Tomorrow Society, and immediately ordered the soldiers to subdue them. Xie Wu also had the wolf bodyguards join the effort to subdue the Tomorrow Society members. With the wolf bodyguards' help, the members were quickly subdued. Soldiers from nearby dormitories, hearing the explosion, rushed to help. Chaos ensued. Neil ordered the captured soldiers to be taken away and locked up. Xie Wu stood outside the crowd, watching the chaos unfold. As the number of people increased, the wolf bodyguards apprehended several more members of the Tomorrow Society. The chaos lasted for over half an hour. Fearing leaks, Neil ordered all the soldiers who came to help to remain inside the gate. Only after confirming with Xie Wu that there was no mole did he feel slightly relieved. After settling the soldiers, Neil couldn't suppress his suspicions and asked, "Ms. Xie Wu, how did you know those people were members of the Tomorrow Society?" "It's all thanks to the mechanical bodyguard. He can sense danger, and the presence of various surveillance cameras and listening devices within a 500-meter radius of himself. Every member of the Tomorrow Society has a tracking transmitter, so I was wondering if he could find it, and he actually did. Isn't this a product my kids discarded? I don't remember it having this function before." Veronica walked to the wolf bodyguard's side, looking up at his hand with a puzzled expression. Xie Wu said, "We talk about this later. I think we should take advantage of the situation now, and find the Tomorrow Society members hiding in the upper echelons. Minister Neil, finding the mole will make it easier for you to arrest the Tomorrow Society, won't it?" As he spoke, Xie Wu looked at Neil. Neil suddenly realized, "Let's go now. While we're in the car, I call them to come to the Special Cases Criminal Department's conference room for a meeting." No sooner said than done. The group drove to the Special Cases Criminal Department building. While waiting for these important figures to arrive, the three of them sat down in the conference room first. 35 minutes later, the important figures in charge of tomorrow's meeting entered the conference room one by one. As some of the most powerful figures in the alliance, they were roughly between 45 and 55 years old, each with varying degrees of gray hair. They also possessed an air of authority. Only after some people sat down did they notice Xie Wu and Veronica's presence. Several people, seeing Xie Wu's presence, showed displeasure. "Minister Neil, why is the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star here? You didn't tell us she would be attending this meeting." "Director Kuda, Ms. Xie Wu has found a way to identify the members of the Tomorrow Society. She called you all here to tell you that we know who among you is the mole within the Tomorrow Society?" Neil said. Kuda Rin's gaze turned cold. "There's such a method? Could it be that Ms. Xie Wu is using information from the Tomorrow Society to sow discord here? We spent a lot of effort yesterday to suppress the Tomorrow Society's favoritism towards you. They don't know what happened last night?" Xie Wu asked. Neil nodded. "To ensure the information isn't leaked, I won't tell you directors the information I received until 3 days later. But if you, Ms. Xie Wu, can find the mole among the directors, our information can be exchanged in a timely manner." Xie Wu nodded understandingly, then asked the wolf bodyguard, "Black Wolf, how many of you are carrying dangerous items?" Actually, the wolf bodyguard didn't need to point it out. Xie Wu had already used hostility identification to determine who the Tomorrow Society mole was. "It's this one." The wolf bodyguard pointed to Kuda Rin. His Zeta Rin didn't understand the bodyguard's accusation. "What dangerous item? I'm not carrying anything." "Chiefs, please stay away from Chief Izeta. He's carrying a bomb." Hearing this, The others stood up, looking at Izada Rin with suspicion as they backed away. Two fully armed soldiers walked up to Izada Rin and grabbed his arms. "What are you doing?" "I have a bomb on me." "Are you kidding me?" Izada Rin asked in astonishment. Xiaowu said, "Mr. Izada, you probably don't know, but becoming a member of the Tomorrow Society, besides having a tracking device installed, also means having a bomb implanted in your head. If you don't believe me, wait until your people bring out their professional tools to test it, and you see." Chapter 408. As soon as Xiaowu finished speaking, the panic on Kuda Rin's face was visibly obvious. He had secured the 20th seat in the Tomorrow's Guild last year, making the fewest contributions among the core members. To secure a seat in the Tomorrow's Guild, one had to contribute, which meant completing the tasks assigned by the main god. Kuda Rin was a cowardly but ambitious person, wanting to gain without paying any price. In the Tomorrow's Guild, some members his age had already secured seats, while others who hadn't were never seen again. As mentioned above, Kuda Rin's ability to squeeze into the lowest seat at his age was due to his ambition. He dared not undertake large tasks, but he was willing to take small ones, a typical bully who preyed on the weak. The Tomorrow's Guild saw that he had some use, and since he had already climbed to this position, they kept him around. But he truly didn't know that a bomb was ticking in his head. Then he would divulge certain information based on the loyalty of core members. Even a difference of just one rank meant a difference in the inside story. Kuda Rin, a timid and cowardly person, would likely cause a huge scene if he knew he had a bomb in his head. Clearly, now that he knew, he was pale with shock. Seeing Xiaowu's confident expression, he seemed not to have heard Xiaowu's earlier words, muttering the same sentence repeatedly. "A bomb on me? What a joke." He tried to break free from the soldier's restraints, gesturing with his hands. "A bomb, the kind that beeps. I never heard any beeping in my head. Besides, it's my head. If there's something in my head, I won't sleep well at night, it hurt, right?" He muttered to himself, trying to get confirmation from Xiaowu that there was no bomb in his head. Xiaowu said, "So, Director Kuda admits to being a core member of the Tomorrow Society?" Kuda Rin was taken aback, then his face lit up with a smile. "Xiaowu, there's no bomb in my head at all. Was this a trap you set to find out if I was a member of the Tomorrow Society?" At that moment, he desperately hoped Xiaowu's answer was, yes. It didn't matter if his identity in the Tomorrow Society was exposed, he only hoped it was a trap set by Xiaowu, and that there was no bomb in his head. "Jiangshi and Yvette, do you know them?" Xiaowu asked. Kuda Rin's expression stiffened. They both died because their identities were discovered, and the bombs inside their heads exploded. "It seems your status is lower than theirs. They both knew they had bombs in their heads, but you didn't?" "Impossible. This is impossible. All the surveillance cameras in the room are off. There's only one tracking transmitter inside each of you. So, you better cooperate and wait for the doctors to come and remove the bomb from your head. Perhaps if they remove it, you have a chance to live. But if they don't, your head will explode." Izada Rin dared not speak further. He didn't believe Xiaowu's words, yet he had no choice but to believe them. He did have a memory of undergoing surgery for a headache. During the surgery, he was anesthetized and fell into a coma. If a bomb had been placed inside him at that time, it was possible. Furthermore, with today's advanced technology, they would have already developed bombs that are not easily detected and won't make a sound. Xiaowu's words terrified him, his palms trembling with cold sweat. At this moment, the focus wasn't on whether Kuda Rin had a bomb in his head. His expression and Xiaowu's conversation already indicated that he was a member of the Tomorrow Society. Among the department heads, Dessen, the head of the Special Criminal Cases Department of Country Y, saw Kuda Rin's state, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His continued presence in the meeting room was a danger. Everyone unanimously decided to send Kuda Rin to see a doctor first to remove the bomb from his head. Questioning would wait until he was no longer a time bomb. After Kuda Rin left, silence fell over the meeting room for a short while. Dessen's gaze swept over everyone before he slowly spoke. "Ms. Xiaowu, are you now willing to assist us?" "No," Xiaowu said. "I just think you should purge the mole within your ranks, lest your failure to maintain secrecy implicate me." Xiaowu's words carried a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Dessen's previously gentle expression immediately darkened. "Ms. Xiaowu, helping us is tantamount to self-preservation. Why are you still so stubborn and unwilling to help us? Continuing this commotion won't benefit either of us. When I didn't have an umbrella, no one sheltered me from the rain. Why do you all, who have umbrellas, still want to borrow mine?" Xiaowu's words made Dessen sigh helplessly and angrily. He raised his hand to do something, but ultimately lowered it in despair. He looked at his colleagues and said, "The higher-ups made the decision, and now they dumped this troublesome matter on us. What do you think we should do?" Although Miss Wu verbally said she was unwilling to help, didn't she help find the mole among us? Therefore, we don't need a verbal answer, Su Qinglin said. Upon hearing this, Dessen seemed to have discovered something valuable, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Director Su is right, Miss Wu. Your mechanical bodyguards look very useful. Why don't you lend them to us? Since we're borrowing, it should be repaid in kind. Miss Wu, how much would it cost to rent your mechanical bodyguards? Before Xie Wu could speak, Su Qinglin asked first. Xie Wu liked her cleverness. Free assistance was less desirable than payment. After all, a transaction and assistance are very different. 1 million per hour, Xie Wu stated frankly. This price caused the expressions of those present to change. They each earned 3 million a year. Although that 1 million could be reimbursed, 1 million per hour was still a bit high. The group exchanged glances. Su Qinglin said, "If the few of us chip in, 1 million isn't difficult. Finding the mole within tomorrow's society can make up for more than 1 million in losses." "All right," Dessen nodded in agreement. Xie Wu said, "I need to be there when we find the mole." "Why?" Dessen asked. "I'm afraid of dying. My black wolf is extremely sensitive to danger. With him around, I feel safe. Without him, I'm afraid tomorrow's society will send an undercover agent to kill me." Neil looked at Xie Wu suspiciously and said, "Didn't Winnie say that tomorrow's society wouldn't kill you? They're killing each other internally." Her words might be credible, but I don't think her subordinates can be trusted. The people of tomorrow's society seem very loyal to Winnie. But the members within the society aren't necessarily harmonious. This can be seen from the internal information Jiang Shuyi revealed to her about tomorrow's society. If anyone among them disobeys Winnie, killing her is a possibility. Chapter 409. Trusting tomorrow's society is less reliable than trusting yourself. Therefore, it's safer to stay with the wolf bodyguard. Of course, she also wanted to see how accurate the wolf bodyguard was in identifying tomorrow's society members. She had always thought Su Jiu was also a core member of tomorrow's society, but he had neither a tracking transmitter nor a bomb on him. What she had been certain of was now questionable. Su Qinglin and the others had no objections to Xie Wu's suggestion. Finding tomorrow's society's informants within the organization was her idea in the first place. Even if the informant she found was a fake, they would believe it. After all, they had already found such an important mole as Zeta Rin. Without concrete evidence, they would believe Xie Wu if she said someone was a member of tomorrow's society. Tomorrow's society was deeply entrenched. It was better to arrest the wrong person than let one go unpunished. To find the mole, they naturally had to start from the top. The higher up the hierarchy, the more likely they were to be high-ranking members of the tomorrow's society, and the more inside information they could glean from them. Su Qinglin and her group began their scheme, summoning the upper echelons for a meeting, claiming it was urgent. Only when they arrived did they discover Xie Wu's presence. Indeed, high-ranking members of the tomorrow's society were hidden among the upper echelons. They could identify 5 out of 20 people. Those who weren't members of the tomorrow's society found it hard to believe that the person they had been working with was actually a member of the tomorrow's society. And within a single day, all the high-ranking members they could summon were identified as members of the tomorrow's society. But soon, a report came from the hospital. The bomb inside Kudarin's brain had exploded. Just as they were removing the bomb, it detonated immediately after being moved even slightly. Fortunately, the surgery was performed by a medical robot. The hospital lost 2 medical robots and 1 treatment machine, but there were no casualties. The high-ranking agents they arrested also had bombs in their heads. After Zeta Rin's bomb exploded, they dared not perform surgery on these moles. They had no choice but to order them to live as usual, pretending nothing had happened. Although all their communication devices were confiscated, one member, under the pretext of going to the restroom, used a communication bracelet hidden in the restroom to send a message to Vinny. The mole hidden in an official position has been discovered. Upon receiving this message, Vinny detonated all the bombs. The remaining undetonated bombs knew very little about the inner workings of the tomorrow's society. Su Jiu sighed softly after learning of the significant losses suffered by his members. "Vinny, why have so many of our members been exposed? I remember that only you know the members of our tomorrow's society. Even I only know the members of the 20 seats." Although Su Jiu was a divine child, holding a position in the tomorrow's society second only to Vinny, he only managed the 20 core members. He knew nothing about the members under the jurisdiction of those 20. Vinny didn't want anyone to replace her. After all, she had never trusted humans from the beginning, and couldn't allow a human to have similar power to her. Xia Wu, I really want to kill her, Vinny said. Ever since she joined forces with the Alliance, my members have been discovered one after another, and I still don't know how she found them. Su Ji raised an eyebrow, looking at the small robot on the table. Without her, our plan can proceed as originally planned, but I can't bear to kill her. Winnie's voice held a hint of sorrow. Su Ji was puzzled. Winnie, I can't bear to kill her because she was originally my dog, but she suddenly became disobedient and tried to bite me, her owner. To tame her again, I spared her life, intending to capture her alive. Why did you spare her life? Su Ji couldn't understand why Winnie didn't want to kill Xia Wu. If I wouldn't be reluctant either. The last few words were spoken very softly. So softly that Su Ji didn't hear them clearly. If what? Nothing, Winnie replied dismissively. She said, the officials are gone, so be it. It's incredibly easy to cause trouble on Blue Star. Our specially trained secret guards can come in handy now. Besides, we have members among the civilians. If we can't cause big trouble, we cause small trouble. Winnie would keep her promise to Xia Wu and the others. She said Blue Star would not be peaceful from this day forward, and she meant it. She had painstakingly built the Tomorrow Society for so long. How could she only have members in official positions, and not in other areas? Without our people in official positions, when Xiao Wu wanted to add weapons to Xiangyang Star later, no one stood up to stop her, Su Jiu said. The stronger Xiangyang Star's forces become, the less hope we have. The Tomorrow Society had been secretly dealing with Xiangyang Star precisely because they didn't want their actions to attract too much attention and cause others to stand in their way. Xia Wu ultimately resorted to the Alliance's power. With the Alliance involved, things became even more complicated than anticipated. Even if there's no hope, I can't let them live in peace. These next few days, the Lord will send the Shadow Guards out to work. You all need to keep quiet. Vinny, I have a question for you. What question? Who else knows my identity besides you? No one. But Xiao Wu seems to know my identity in the Tomorrow Society. So what if she knows? To confirm you're a member of the Tomorrow Society, you need to have the Tomorrow Society's mark, and other things. Shiyu, you should thank me for allowing you to not have bombs or markings like the other members. Su Shiyu smiled. Isn't that because you trust me? Of course I trust you, because I have videos of you killing all the men who colluded with your mother. Your hands are the dirtiest I ever seen in a human being. The Tomorrow Society only accepts those who are greedy, avaricious, and wicked, because such people are the easiest to control, give them money and power, and they obediently follow. One day, while searching for new members, she used a mosquito-shaped video camera to discover Su Jiu, who had knocked people unconscious on the riverbank, taken them to an abandoned factory, and tortured and murdered them. Few in the Su family were normal. As the eldest brother, Su Jiu had been subjected to both high expectations and harsh scolding from his parents, since he was old enough to understand. Whenever his parents were unhappy, they would blame him for everything. Over time, Su Jiu's personality became so twisted that he was no longer a normal person. The day that led to his utter downfall was when a servant who had once had an affair with Li Rian approached him, saying that he was practically Su Jiu's father and demanded some money from him. If he didn't give it to him, the servant threatened to release photos, ruining the Su family's reputation and revealing just how despicable the matriarch of the Su family was. Chapter 410. Su Jiu was the first child in the Su family. He had witnessed his parents arguing fiercely over the price of a roast chicken. He had also witnessed being slapped so hard his ear bled simply for mentioning a toy to his father, Su Feng. He knew what kind of monsters his parents would become without money. He was very young then. The other party threatened him. If the photos were published, the Su family would be left with nothing, reduced to paupers. He was afraid. So, he chose to kill the other party. The first time he killed, he was terrified. Yet, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He felt that those who threatened and beat him, once dead, were powerless. So, afterwards, any man who had an affair with his mother, and was then abandoned, he would find an excuse to secretly lure them out and kill them. From the moment he killed his first person, Winnie had been watching him. She even helped him clean up the mess. Until Li Rian stopped her promiscuity. When Su Jiu no longer needed to kill, Winnie approached him. She showed him the videos. She demanded that Su Jiu join the Tomorrow Society. Su Jiu agreed without hesitation. He had already developed a liking for the feeling of killing. Winnie had the ability to clean up his messes, so in his mind, why not? He carried out the tasks Winnie assigned him without a second thought. Winnie valued his ruthlessness and perversion, which is why she made him a divine child. Knowing that Su Jiu was a selfish, self-serving, and twisted person, Winnie turned a blind eye to whatever he wanted to do. Why did Su Jiu have different feelings for Xiaowu? It's very simple. Because when Xiaowu was in the Su family, she was the only one who admired and liked him, unlike Su and Yi and the others who were driven by money, becoming neither human nor ghost. She was the only pure soul in the Su family. And Su Jiu also enjoyed being admired by Xiaowu. But as time went on, this feeling slowly became boring. So, when he learned that Xiaowu wasn't his real sister, and was actually the daughter of the Xia family couple on Xiangyang Star, whom they were trying to seize, he agreed to the poisoning plan. When he heard the news of Xiaowu's death, he felt a little sad. But the next day, he received news that Xiaowu had come back to life. And that very night, she sold many of her previous gowns. The undercover report was that after her resurrection, Xiaowu was seen to have recovered. She had indeed recovered. She was selling raw jade and gemstones on the Starnet. However, the prices clearly indicated she was a newbie. These prices were normal in Su Jiu's eyes. After all, in the Su family, whatever jade ornaments Xiaowu wanted, he would casually give them to her. Perhaps the gifts were too simple. So much so that in Xiaowu's eyes, gemstones and jade were cheap things. Xiaowu, resurrected from the dead. Su Jiu couldn't bear to kill her again. He wanted to see how much Xiaowu could struggle, and how far she could go. Would she become like his parents because of money? He wanted to see Xiaowu become neither human nor ghost because of money, so he wouldn't allow the people of tomorrow's society to kill her. Xiaowu had changed. Changed a lot. But not in the way he had expected. Upon meeting Xiaowu again, his first impression was like seeing a hedgehog. Spike stood erect, refusing their approach. But this refusal stirred Su Jiu's desire to tame her. He felt that Xiaowu, who had once been as obedient as a dog, would become an obedient dog again. Because of his own selfishness, he didn't want Xiaowu to die. This was Su Jiu's selfish reason for not killing Xiaowu. But he still didn't know why Winnie hadn't killed Xiaowu. Putting these thoughts aside, Su Jiu's mind returned to Winnie's words. His hands were the dirtiest she had ever seen in a human. He sighed softly. Winnie, before the Alliance knew of our existence, we were in the shadows, and Xiaowu was in the light, so our plans were always one step ahead of her, forcing her to passively respond to our attacks. But now, she's joined forces with the Alliance, making us also in the light, forced to take their attacks. But our power is not as great as the Alliance's. Su Jiu was still self-aware. He had never considered himself invincible because he was a divine child. Vinny, destroying the mechanical star was your worst move. If you hadn't made that mistake, we wouldn't have been driven to this desperate situation so quickly, Su Jiu concluded. Vinny replied, I never felt I made a mistake. Jiu, you don't need to worry about your life being in danger after you're exposed tomorrow. Considering all the contributions you made to tomorrow's society, the moment they come to my door, I will destroy all records related to you. You can continue to be the eldest young master of the Su family in peace. Just, while I'm away, try to suppress your murderous thoughts. In fact, you could say that after I die, you'd be reborn. Hearing Winnie's words, Su Jiu smiled. I never expected Winnie to be such a kind-hearted android. I was meant to be a kind android, but my mother's death showed me the evil in humanity. However, I haven't forgotten what my mother said. Those who are willing to help you, you must also remember to protect. So sometimes when you do things I don't allow, as long as it's not excessive, I turn a blind eye and haven't punished you. Hearing this, Su Jiu said, Winnie, you became evil because of human evil, yet you chose the most evil people to establish the tomorrow society. Because, from the moment my mother died, I only sought revenge, not good or evil. Humanity deserves to suffer. Su Jiu didn't reply. From the day Winnie founded the Tomorrow Society, her programming was flawed. This flaw made her ruthless in achieving her goals. Since its inception, Tomorrow's Society has committed so many evil deeds that she no longer cares how many more. Everything is for the sake of her goal. She only focuses on that goal. Over here. Having lent out the wolf bodyguard for 5 hours, she earned 5 million in a single day. With so many people in the Alliance, Xiaowu felt that staying a few more days would easily earn her 100 million. And the more traitors within the Alliance she uncovered, the more at ease Xiaowu felt. Night fell. Xiaowu sat down on the sofa to rest. She was a little tired after a long day. But she hadn't rested for long. When she heard the wolf bodyguard's calm voice beside her. Ms. Veronica, please do not touch me. Xiaowu opened her eyes. Veronica looked the wolf bodyguard up and down. How were you created? Veronica asked. I was the first manufactured android, and I seen many machines made by children. You seemed similar to one my children made. However, you are vastly different. Not only is your fur realistic, but your body temperature is also like a real orc, yet you smell of iron. What kind of orc are you? Or are you a machine? Chapter 411. The wolf bodyguard glanced at Veronica indifferently, remaining silent. His eyes, devoid of any emotion, revealed nothing. Veronica looked at Xiaowu, her eyes indicating she wanted an answer from her. Xiaowu smiled and said, I don't know either. A friend gave it to me, so I accepted it. The androids weren't oblivious to the wolf bodyguard's abilities. They simply hadn't pressed the issue without getting an answer from Xiaowu. The wolf bodyguard had displayed remarkable skill today, so Veronica couldn't pretend she hadn't noticed his prowess. Miss Xiaowu, may I disassemble your mechanical bodyguard and take a look? Veronica asked. Hearing this, Xiaowu couldn't maintain her composure. She quickly said, that might not work, Ms. Veronica. Black Wolf was a gift from a friend, and recently that friend has stopped talking to me because of something. If Black Wolf breaks, I can't fix it. I can fix it. Veronica patted her chest. Miss Xiaowu, although I'm getting old, I'm a manufacturing type android. I'm very good at manufacturing. I put it back together exactly as you took it apart. I have a charging cable. The wolf bodyguard flicked its fluffy tail, showing Veronica the charging plug hidden in its fur. Without electricity, I can't do anything, it said. These two short sentences were a veiled way of telling Veronica that he was a mechanical bodyguard. To everyone's surprise, Veronica exclaimed with delight upon seeing his charging plug, You charge yourself with a plug? We androids haven't relied on plugs for charging for a long time. Wireless charging is commonplace now. Why don't you give yourself to me, and I modify you, replacing the charging plug with a wireless one? Upon hearing this, the wolf bodyguard immediately retracted its tail, looking at Veronica with a hint of wariness. No need, I'm perfectly fine as I am. Ms. Veronica, my mechanical bodyguard was custom-made by a friend. He's afraid of technology leaks, and won't allow anyone else to disassemble his mechanical pets. Therefore, I cannot agree to let you disassemble and modify the Black Wolf. Seeing the wolf bodyguard's strong disagreement with Veronica's proposal, Xiaowu stepped in to speak up. She offered another good reason, and although Veronica was somewhat regretful, she respected their decision. Once the home is rebuilt, let the children focus on researching mechanical pets that can detect bombs and listening devices in the surrounding area. Veronica had grand ambitions. Since they wouldn't allow disassembly and inspection, she would build one herself. However, given their habits of creating machinery, setting up a mechanical pet that could detect danger and fight would undoubtedly take a tremendous amount of effort. After all, the wolf bodyguard's prototype was a modified version of a mechanical bodyguard they had discarded. Early in the morning of the third day on Blue Star, after breakfast, Neil found Xiaowu. This time, he hired Xiaowu's wolf-like bodyguards not to arrest tomorrow's society's informants, but to find out who their informants were. The high-ranking members arrested yesterday had their heads smashed open. They couldn't get a single word out of them. Since arrests weren't an option, he switched to surveillance. He hoped to find some information related to tomorrow's society by monitoring their informants. After all, tomorrow's society was very well hidden. Even if they arrested those with official positions, many more remained hidden among the common people. And the tomorrow's society members infiltrated into the crowd were the hardest to find. After a meeting among the higher-ups, the best approach was to apprehend tomorrow's society members from within beforehand, to avoid future trouble. Furthermore, it's 1 million per hour. Even if they were rich, they wouldn't waste money like this. Xiaowu agreed to rent the wolf bodyguards again. To find the members of the Tomorrow Society, they convened the Alliance Security Council meeting today, gathering high-ranking officials from various countries. Xiaowu's identity was somewhat sensitive, so she didn't participate in this meeting, which was actually a pretext to find Tomorrow Society members. Therefore, she waited in the monitoring room. The wolf bodyguards stood in the conference room as bodyguards. Through the surveillance, Xiaowu also saw some staff members holding detectors, checking who had a bomb in their head. They were trying to use their machines to find members of the Tomorrow Society. But as they suspected, the bombs designed by the Tomorrow Society couldn't be detected by commonly available detectors. After the meeting ended, they used the surveillance footage to have the wolf bodyguards identify who might be members of the Tomorrow Society. Surprisingly, quite a few of them were indeed members of the Tomorrow Society. Of the 100 people in the meeting, more than 20 were members of the Tomorrow Society. Neil frowned upon seeing the figure. This meeting was attended by representatives from various countries. As long as they didn't do anything harmful to other nations, they were completely powerless against them. Moreover, even if such actions were taken, Their own country had to resolve the issue first. Unless they negotiated, if the other side refused, they couldn't intervene. Neil could only send some soldiers to keep an eye on them, hoping to glean more information related to the meeting tomorrow. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and Gu Sanyu walked in hurriedly, her face grave. "Minister, we can't hold this down anymore. Most people on the Starnet now know that those who insult and defame Ms. Xie Wu on the Starnet will be killed." Upon hearing this news, a flicker of surprise crossed Neil's eyes. What happened? 2 days had passed, and given their efforts to suppress these news reports, something similar shouldn't have happened again. The first streamer was murdered live. Although we suppressed the main information, the victim's sister learned that her brother's death was related to Ms. Xie Wu and cried out on the Starnet, demanding that Ms. Xie Wu take responsibility. Many netizens came out to refute her claims, but the victim's sister said, "Try it if you don't believe me. See if you get killed for insulting and defaming Ms. Xie Wu on the Starnet." Many people followed suit and live-streamed themselves insulting Ms. Xie Wu. Although some live streams were shut down in time, this action aroused the curiosity of even more netizens. Some netizens insulted Ms. Xie Wu late at night, when the website administrators were less active. 21 netizens were killed live-streamed last night. Because of the large number of viewers, many witnessed this scene firsthand, and this morning the news has spread across the Starnet, impossible to suppress. Gu Sanyu spoke clearly and quickly. Neil felt a headache coming on. Why are there so many netizens who like to court death? Don't they know that if you don't court death you won't die? Vinny is an android. She must have professional hackers on her side. They did this by monitoring the Starnet. How many victims were killed live? Did they have any mechanical devices with them? I can have Arno and Celine use counter-tracking to find their hacker's location, Veronica said. Human hacking skills might make it difficult to catch the Tomorrow Society's hackers, but for android hackers, it might not be so difficult. Chapter 412. Neil looked gratefully at Veronica. "Ms. Veronica, please lend us the 2 top hackers from the Onyx for now. We hope to find their hacking location by counter-tracking them." Having lost such a high-ranking member, Neil thought Tomorrow's Society would be quieter. However, Tomorrow's Society was anything but peaceful. They didn't care how many members they'd lost yesterday. They continued doing what they were doing. "Minister, I just received 63 murder cases. Look at this." Ye Chung rushed in, panting, holding a document. He was still out of breath after running so fast, and continued, "These 63 victims were all killed by sniper rifles. According to the investigation, they all had records of insulting Ms. Xie Wu on the Starnet, and there was a Tomorrow Society mark next to their bodies." Sniper rifles? Has Tomorrow Society gone mad? Did these netizens who insulted Ms. Xie Wu, lacking access to mechanical devices to kill them, resort to offline assassinations? 63 people. This isn't something 1 or 2 snipers could do. Neil couldn't remain calm this time. The deaths at the hands of snipers meant that Tomorrow's Society had secretly trained its own soldiers, and they were quite capable. Training soldiers meant that Tomorrow's Society's armed capabilities were far greater than they had imagined. Immediately investigate the surveillance footage around the victims' homes. See if you can find any suspicious individuals? Neil said calmly. "I don't think we find anything," Xie Wu said. "Tomorrow, the organization also has top-tier hackers. While the sniper is carrying out the assassination, the hackers will disable the surrounding surveillance cameras. So we won't be able to see anything." Neil opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. They would definitely do that tomorrow. Winnie could hack into their system. Hacking into a community surveillance system wouldn't be difficult for them. Go investigate too. Even if the surveillance is hacked, we still have to do what we're supposed to do, Neil said. Ye Chung and Gu Sanyu nodded, and went out to do what he had instructed. Just as they left, another junior agent walked in. "Minister, we received several calls requesting the arrest and investigation of Ms. Xie Wu. The caller said that Ms. Xie Wu used her personal power to kill many innocent people. Several police stations also called to say that Ms. Xie Wu killed their children." The junior agent said, his eyes secretly glancing at Xie Wu. Neil nodded. "I understand. You may leave now." "Yes. It seems Vinny has no intention of stopping, and may even escalate this matter further. Minister Neil, what should we do now?" Veronica said. "According to my program calculations, the optimal outcome is to tell netizens that someone is deliberately using Ms. Xie Wu's name to harm people. If we don't tell those netizens, some will curse Ms. Xie Wu on the Starnet because of the pain of losing family members. And once they curse Ms. Xie Wu, Tomorrow's Society will take action, which could potentially lead to an entire family being wiped out by Tomorrow's Society." "Ms. Veronica, Do you think tomorrow's society has such great power that they can kill all the netizens who insult Ms. Xiaowu? Neil retorted. Xiaowu said, Minister Neil, have you considered that those netizens who deliberately oppose tomorrow's society on the Starnet think the same way? They all think that only others are unlucky, and they won't be the unlucky ones. Those netizens who insulted Ms. Xiaowu, lacking mechanical devices to remotely control her, resorted to snipers in secret. Ms. Xiaowu, tomorrow's society intends to make you an enemy of all humanity. Veronica cast a sympathetic glance at Xiaowu. Xiaowu felt a sense of helplessness. Tomorrow's society was truly ruthless and merciless. Even at the cost of numerous members, they would continue to drag her down with them. This was also the strength of tomorrow's society. It seemed to be telling them that even without high-level informants, they still had many people. At this moment, Xiaowu's communication bracelet rang. It was a call from Tanlong. On the phone, Tanlong's voice was stern as he told Xiaowu, Star-Lord, 2 construction teams suddenly terminated their contracts today, demanding to stop building houses for us. What happened? The 2 team leaders' children died. We heard they were killed because they insulted you on the Starnet. They don't know if it's true or not, but their children are dead, so they want to take a break and go home to handle their children's funerals. The workers who had worked on Xiangyang Star generally had a high opinion of Xiaowu. Receiving a call from their families saying their children had been killed for insulting Xiaowu online, they kept saying bad things about Xiaowu on the phone, questioning why they had worked for him. The workers didn't know if it was true or false. Their families were adamant that they quit their jobs on Xiangyang Star, saying they'd rather starve than earn Xiaowu's money. The children they had raised with so much effort were dead. Regardless of whether Xiaowu had instigated it, the workers lost their motivation to continue working and listen to their families, terminating their contracts and going home. Xiaowu hadn't expected this incident to affect the construction of Xiangyang Star. Minister Tan, let them go if they want to leave. Just tell them before they leave that I never ordered the killing of their child. Okay, I understand. After hanging up with Tanling, Xiaowu immediately called Bai Heng. As soon as Bai Heng answered her call, he said, Xiaowu, you finally remembered me. I was wondering when you would call me. Is it about the Starnet? Yes. Bai Heng, is this affecting our cooperation? Xiaowu asked seriously. Bai Heng sighed heavily. It's seriously affecting it. I received a call today. 2 employees in the company were murdered last night. Although I don't know the specifics, I heard that those 2 guys were cursing you on the Starnet. Xiaowu, is this some kind of dirty trick by tomorrow's society? Bai Heng knew of tomorrow's society's existence. Waking up early this morning and seeing the widely circulated news, he immediately knew it was tomorrow's society's doing. Aside from tomorrow's society, no one else possesses such extraordinary abilities to kill indiscriminately, even reaching his subordinates. Bai Heng, do some of your employees dislike me? Xiaowu asked. Bai Heng sighed, my employees, well, quite a few of them criticize me, but you only ever cooperated with me, so you haven't caused them any financial harm. I don't know if they're criticizing you because they're just following the Starnet's lead, or if they genuinely dislike you. But after what happened today, everyone who booked a tour canceled their tickets this morning, saying that no matter how beautiful Xiangyang Star is, even if it's free, they won't go. Chapter 413. Bai Heng's words made Xiaowu's vision go black. She knew that as long as she didn't commit a moral offense, even if there were many people on the Starnet who slandered her, some would still have a favorable impression of her. The tourism industry would also attract visitors with its beautiful scenery, leading them to praise Xiangyang Star. But Mingri's move was truly vicious. So vicious that Xiaowu felt powerless for the first time. In the name of love, they were pushing her to the side of universal hostility. If she didn't give an explanation, people's hatred towards her would only grow. I find a way to resolve this matter. Let's put the tourist area issue aside for now, Xiaowu said. Bai Heng said, Xiaowu, you need to come up with a solution quickly. The current situation is slowly resembling the orc boycott incident. Some businesses have already clearly stated that they will no longer do business with Xiangyang Star. If the situation isn't controlled, I'm afraid Xiangyang Star will suffer the same fate as before. I understand. Xiaowu hung up the phone and looked at Neil. During her call with Tanling and Bai Heng, she didn't go to a quiet place. Her intention was to let Neil hear about her current predicament. Neil looked at her with sympathy. Miss Xiaowu, I know you're under a lot of pressure regarding the tomorrow's society. However, we can't announce its existence to the public yet. Why? We're afraid some criminals will join them for their own evil intentions, Neil said. Miss Xiaowu, you should know that in some criminal cases, the authorities only report the results, not the details of the crime, right? The biggest reason we don't want to disclose that information is because we're afraid someone will imitate it. The same logic applies to tomorrow's society. It's an organization that still exists. If we publicize their ability to hunt down netizens who insult you on the Starnet, it's tantamount to telling some criminals that tomorrow's society is powerful enough that our police can't apprehend them. Tomorrow's society already has enough members, enough of a headache for us. We can't afford to publicize them further, Neil stated his opinion. Looking at Xie Wu's somewhat pale face, he suggested, Ms. Xie Wu, why don't you be patient a little longer? We secretly provide you with the supplies you need on Sunrise Star. Once tomorrow's society is caught, they declare your innocence to the public. Minister Neil, when do you think we can completely eradicate tomorrow's society? Xie Wu asked calmly, suppressing all her emotions. Neil said, Ms. Xie Wu, if we advertise for tomorrow's society, more reckless members will join Winnie's organization, and our time to deal with tomorrow's society will be indefinitely delayed. Do you think we should endure this for now, or endure it forever? If the current situation isn't resolved, I also think it's about enduring it forever, Minister Neil. It's not that I can't endure it. It's just that tomorrow's society is stirring up hatred between me and others. They continue to curse me, and then they're killed by tomorrow's society. Is that acceptable? Xie Wu looked at him intently. If we're preventing some people from joining tomorrow's society, and letting some people be killed by tomorrow's society, then what are we trying to achieve by dealing with tomorrow's society? Neil paused, a look of hesitation on his face. He thought for a moment and said, Ms. Xie Wu, this matter is of great importance and cannot be resolved by me alone. I need to report to my superiors. Since we're having a meeting, let's get it over with quickly. The sooner we come up with a solution, the fewer people will die, Xie Wu urged. Neil, knowing the seriousness of the situation, didn't waste any more time and immediately convened the meeting. Xie Wu, given her status, wasn't sure if she should participate in this meeting. She actually wanted to. Tomorrow, they would use this tactic to cut off her financial lifeline and tarnish her image among the public. In fact, on the Starnet, everyone believed that those people were killed by people Xie Wu had sent. After all, no matter where the insulters were, they would be killed. Ordinary fanatics couldn't do that. Only those with power and influence could do that. Neil and the others didn't allow Xie Wu to attend this meeting. While waiting for the meeting to end, Xie Wu opened the Starnet to check the situation. Xie Wu's previous video platform account already had tens of millions of followers. After today's incident, the number of followers had reached 50 million. Her private messages were overflowing. Clicking on any of the videos revealed nothing but insults directed at her. They insulted her, calling her a Star Lord and accusing her of taking lives with just a few words, and even taunted her in private messages, daring her to kill them if she dared. Thankfully, she wouldn't see these netizens insulting her tomorrow, otherwise she would have used this as an excuse to kill them. The number of abusive private messages increased by hundreds, even thousands, in a single second. Most video platforms were ordered by Neil and his team to ban any videos that further insulted Xie Wu. But this one-sided suppression without any explanation only fueled the netizens' anger. If videos weren't allowed, they hurl insults in text. If text wasn't allowed, they post photos in the comments section. The speed was so fast that the staff couldn't keep up with deleting them all. Ultimately, this forced the entire platform to disable comments altogether. Some streamers on certain platforms, who like to interact with viewers during their live streams, initially thought something was wrong when they suddenly saw the comments disappear. However, when they quickly learned why the comments were gone, some streamers sarcastically remarked, "Now I realize some people's reach is really far." They actually shut down all comment functions for one person. What's the point of me talking to myself like this without your interaction? Some streamers with short tempers, seeing no fan comments, directly cursed at Xie Wu, and then their live streams were banned the next second. Xie Wu knew this situation couldn't last long. Comment functions on all websites couldn't remain disabled indefinitely, otherwise, when the ban was lifted, Xie Wu would only face even more criticism. The online criticism wasn't visible, but the offline boycott was. Xie Wu patiently awaited the meeting's outcome. More than 3 hours later, the door to her lounge finally opened. Neil and Veronica walked in. How did your discussions go? Regardless of your plans, I intend to do a live stream to explain this. Someone is targeting me, deliberately using this tactic to make people hate me, Xie Wu said. Her voice sounded weary from waiting so long. The result of our meeting is to hold a press conference, clarify that we don't know who the murderer is, to calm the public down, and to refrain from posting any hate speech on the Starnet. We announce the results once we find the murderer, Neil said. Xie Wu sighed, that coincides with my thoughts. Let's do it that way. Let everyone temporarily suppress their hatred towards me and save their lives. Although this only superficially suppresses anger, they will still boycott Xiangyang Star in private. Chapter 414. No one could think of a better way to handle this situation. Revealing tomorrow's society's actions would be tantamount to advertising for them, giving habitual evildoers an organization to tolerate their misdeeds and even protect them. But if the whole story wasn't clearly explained, how could the bereaved families accept Xie Wu's explanation? Neil was also worried that Xie Wu might reveal tomorrow's society's activities under pressure from reporters at tomorrow's press conference. He gave her a draft and told Xie Wu that the reporters coming tomorrow had been notified in advance and wouldn't ask any sensitive questions. Xie Wu didn't completely trust them. They were clearly excluding her from a press conference they were supposed to attend, holding a closed-door meeting. Wasn't that blatantly treating her like a puppet? Xie Wu tossed her hand, too lazy to even look at the draft Neil had given her. The next day, the scheduled press conference arrived. When Xie Wu followed them to the venue, the audience was packed with reporters, and behind them stood the victims' families. Upon seeing Xie Wu, the families pointed at her and shouted, "Xie Wu, you finally come out. You owe me my son's life. Xie Wu, you killed my child. Go to hell with my child." The soldiers struggled to control the escalating violence of the victims' families. Xie Wu remained expressionless, sitting in the center of the stage. As soon as she was seated, the host, sitting at the edge, picked up the microphone and said, "Please be quiet, everyone. The press conference is about to begin. The answers you seek will be given shortly, so please be quiet." The families wanted to hurl more insults at Xie Wu, but upon hearing the host's words, they suppressed their anger, staring intently at Xie Wu with a fierce expression that said, "If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I bite you to death." The host, satisfied with the family's silence, continued, "Reporters, you may now ask your questions, but please do so in an orderly fashion." Soon, a reporter raised their hand. The host said, "Reporter from 199 News, please." The reporter from 199 News stood up. "Ms. Xie Wu, could you tell us about the murderer who appeared on the Starnet to speak out for you? How did he manage to do it? How could he use methods against different people regardless of location or time? And why does he possess prohibited firearms?" The reporter, given the opportunity to answer, immediately asked the most direct and crucial question. Neil glanced confidently at Xie Wu. This question had been rehearsed with the reporter beforehand. Xie Wu only needed to answer according to the prepared script. "Everyone, please stand up," Xie Wu said. "Neil, ? This sentence wasn't in the script. The crowd was also puzzled, looking at Xie Wu with confusion. Xie Wu had already stood up, and although they didn't know what was going on, they obediently followed suit. "Now, let us observe a minute's silence for the victims." Xie Wu finished speaking, bowing his head without uttering a word. The others followed suit. A minute later, Xie Wu raised his head and sat down. The others sat down as well. "First, I must condemn those who use the name of Love Me to commit evil deeds against netizens. I only learned of the existence of such fanatical fans yesterday. When I learned of this, I was quite frightened, so I immediately called the police, hoping the authorities would find the perpetrator. Of course, matters concerning Blue Star are not my responsibility. If you want to ask how to find the murderer, why not ask Mr. Neil? Mr. Neil is the detective in charge of this case." Neil, ? How come this is different from the draft again? Neil looked down at the draft and found that not a single word Xie Wu said matched the draft. This is a press conference for Xie Wu. She's the main character today, and all the questions should be answered by her. Why is he answering them? The reporters who had prepared their drafts beforehand were also baffled by Xie Wu's words. At this moment, a reporter stood up and asked, "Ms. Xie Wu, are you not planning to respond further to this matter?" "What response can I give?" "Miss Reporter, Blue Star is not under my jurisdiction. I have no right to order any Blue Star police officer to belong to me. Furthermore, I have no financial resources. Xiangyang Star, which used to be a dirt-poor garbage planet, has only recently improved slightly under my leadership. The price of improvement is a large amount of money and manpower. The reconstruction of Xiangyang City, which is now halfway complete, has already cost me a considerable amount of money. If I had more money, I would have spent it on Blue Star's police officers to help them find the mastermind behind this, and clear my name, preventing the vicious murderer from using me as a pretext to commit crimes." Xie Wu's words seemed to answer the reporter's question, but in reality, they were also telling everyone, "I didn't do this, nor do I have the money or ability. My planet is being rebuilt, and a lot of money has been spent. I can't even afford protection fees, let alone hunt down those who insult me on the Starnet." With these few words, She completely absolved herself of any responsibility. The reporters thought, that's it, what's the point of this press conference? Just ended already. Neil was also taken aback by Xia Wu's unconventional response, and didn't know what to say. She wasn't reading from a prepared script. But her answer didn't reveal the location of tomorrow's meeting. That was exactly what they had agreed upon beforehand. Miss Xia Wu, how long do you think it will take to apprehend the perpetrator? Another reporter asked. Xia Wu looked at Neil beside her. Neil noticed her gaze, and subconsciously thought, why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. Mr. Reporter, you should ask Minister Neil that question. I have no right to know about such a major case. Miss Xia Wu, how should the issue of compensation for the deceased be resolved? A reporter asked. Xia Wu remained calm. You should ask Mr. Neil that question. Most of the deceased were residents of Blue Star. Since they are residents of Blue Star, it should be left to the Blue Star police to handle. Neil, The reporter asked again. Miss Xia Wu, as far as I know, everyone came to today's press conference for you, but from your answers, it seems you feel this press conference has nothing to do with you. Xia Wu broke her prepared script. The reporters didn't ask questions based on pre-prepared scripts. Of course not. Today's press conference is very much about me. You see, I'm completely unrestrained and sitting in the center. Isn't that telling everyone that I'm innocent in the StarNet incident, and that someone is deliberately using my name to stir up trouble? After all, you should know that I've been targeted by the entire internet for a long time. Miss Xia Wu, perhaps it's because you've been targeted by the entire internet for so long that your fans can't stand those netizens who insult you, a reporter asked again. Xia Wu replied seriously, then you should ask Mr. Neil this question. Blue Star prohibits non-military personnel from possessing and carrying firearms. The fact that firearms were involved in this case is such a serious issue. It's, in a sense, Mr. Neil's negligence. Chapter 415. We are doing everything we can to apprehend the criminal. Neil finally couldn't help but speak. He turned to look at Xia Wu, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He had to admit, they had ulterior motives. The reason they had Xia Wu answer all the questions at this press conference was to make him apologize and take the blame. The prepared statement for Xia Wu was also ambiguous. After all, as Xia Wu said, such a major problem in their jurisdiction was a sign of their incompetence. But Xia Wu didn't want to take the blame at all, shifting all the responsibility back to them. The criminal is cunning, and has caused us a lot of trouble in solving the case and making the arrest, but please believe us, we will do our best to apprehend the criminal. Mr. Neil, what about the compensation for the deceased? A reporter asked. Neil glanced at the draft he given Xia Wu and replied, the compensation for the deceased is all handled by the insurance companies. But some victims didn't have insurance. A flicker of displeasure crossed Neil's eyes. Here, I want to say something. I know everyone has likes and dislikes. You like some things and hate others. Appropriate, rational comments are fine. But please refrain from excessive personal attacks and endless insults. Don't think the StarNet is a lawless place where a few insults are harmless. That's because you haven't encountered some extremists. As Neil finished speaking, he noticed Xia Wu staring at him. Xia Wu's gaze was calm. She said nothing. But Neil seemed to sense her gaze saying, if you try to pin the blame on me, I expose tomorrow's society. Sensing a powerful pressure, he said, according to our investigation, Ms. Xia Wu has no connection whatsoever with the murderers from StarNet. They deliberately left this signal in front of the camera simply to pin all the blame on Ms. Xia Wu. After all, who would want their idol to be disgraced? Mr. Neil, based on your answer, do you think the StarNet murderer was someone hostile to Ms. Xia Wu? A reporter asked. Neil, if they weren't hostile, who would do such a despicable thing? Here, I urge everyone to be rational and not browse the StarNet with malice. Once we catch the murderer, you can speak freely then. Mr. Neil, who do you think has a grudge against Ms. Xia Wu? Who would have the ability to frame her? We are still investigating this matter. Mr. Neil, Xiangyang Star was established not long ago, and shouldn't have many enemies. Why would they be so hostile to Ms. Xia Wu? The reporters had many more questions they wanted answered. But this press conference exceeded his expectations. Xia Wu disrupted her prepared remarks, giving a jumbled list of answers, and finally pushed him forward. Neil, fearing the situation would spiral out of control, ended the press conference early. He returned to the lounge to rest. Neil, suppressing his displeasure, looked at Xia Wu's calm expression. Miss Xia Wu, is your memory bad? Didn't you memorize the draft I gave you yesterday? I looked at it, but I didn't intend to memorize it. You? Neil was speechless with anger at Xia Wu. Xia Wu said, Minister Neil, no matter how I look at that draft, It all boils down to one sentence. It's all my fault. But when I think about it calmly, why is it all my fault? Tomorrow they will be hostile towards me, trying to cause me trouble, so this whole thing happened. Indeed, that's my fault, no doubt. But aren't those netizens on ruoxing.com right? They never interacted with me, never met me, yet they wantonly slander and insult me in front of many people. Aren't they wrong? Although being a critic is the easiest job, you can't just spew nonsense because you have a mouth. Furthermore, Minister Neil, you done nothing wrong? On Blue Star, non-military personnel are not allowed to carry firearms or other weapons. Your inadequate control and failure to investigate those carrying firearms, isn't that dereliction of duty and a mistake? Xie Wu's words left Neil speechless, only able to say, Ms. Xie Wu, you're truly sharp-tongued. Xie Wu retorted, what's sharp-tongued? I'm just stating the facts. Minister Neil, instead of trying to shift the blame, let's solve the problem together. Neil was truly speechless with anger at Xie Wu. He wanted to say, you shifted the blame to us. How can we work with you to solve problems? How can we get along? But remembering that he still needed to use Xie Wu's wolf bodyguards to find the undercover agent, he swallowed back the harsh words he wanted to say. He thought to himself, if we could develop such powerful mechanical bodyguards, we would never help you again. After this unexpected turn of events at the press conference, Neil composed himself and didn't say much more to Xie Wu, going to report the matter to his superiors. Veronica watched him leave angrily, then looked at the leisurely Xie Wu and said, Ms. Xie Wu, why are you so stubborn? Given the current situation, if people still don't forgive you after today's press conference, they will continue to boycott you, making it difficult for your Xiangyang Star to buy anything. But if you read their prepared statement at today's press conference, even if people boycott you, they will sponsor some supplies for you. Those 3 pecks of rice won't make me bow down, Xie Wu said, looking at Veronica. Ms. Veronica, you participated in their meeting yesterday, you must know what was written in that statement. A single press release forced me to admit in front of numerous reporters that it was all my fault, that they were completely innocent, packaging me as a victim, but portraying me as the perpetrator, causing many businesses to boycott me. They claimed to be sponsoring supplies, but while they sponsored initially, what happened later? After a while, they started demanding money to buy supplies. If I didn't give them money, they wouldn't provide supplies. If I didn't obey, they wouldn't provide supplies either. Isn't this just another way to control me? Veronica blinked. We didn't discuss controlling you with supplies at the meeting. We didn't say it, but some people might be thinking the same thing. Xie Wu had read political analyses before. For example, one country sells low-priced grain to another, driving down the price of grain for local farmers to the point that they have to abandon farming and work in factories to support their families. Then, seeing that the other country has lost its ability to farm, it instantly raises grain prices, indirectly raising the living standards of the local people, making it difficult for them to eat. If, during wartime, they simply stop selling any grain, that country will fall into a food crisis. People without food become terrifying. Any person with a brain could easily find numerous flaws in Neil's prepared remarks and responses to refute Xie Wu's claims. In the end, Xie Wu would simply read from the prepared text, take the blame, and the people of Blue Star would continue to boycott her. Meanwhile, Neil and his group would be blameless and even be hailed as philanthropists for donating supplies to Xiangyang Star. Xie Wu wouldn't stand for that. If anyone was going to take the blame, everyone should take it. Chapter 416. After the press conference. The top headline on all major news websites was today's press conference. The reporters didn't write anything inappropriate. They honestly reported that Xie Wu was also a victim at the press conference, that the police were searching for the murderer, and that they hoped some netizens would be careful with their words and refrain from making inappropriate comments online during this period. Xie Wu was very satisfied with these reports. After the reports were published, major platforms also opened up the comment function. Because Xie Wu had been banned from speaking for a day, many netizens were genuinely afraid but dared not speak out directly. So they used XW to replace Xie Wu's name. But soon, some dissatisfied people used the words XW to hurl insults, and unsurprisingly, they were also taken down. Tomorrow's party will make sure Xie Wu goes down the path of infamy without turning back. Major platforms also banned the use of XW, including the same word. This finally stopped tomorrow's party's actions. All investigations proceeded according to plan. Xie Wu spent another day on Blue Star, but seeing no need to stay any longer, she found Neil and told him of her decision to return to Xiangyang Star. Neil's mind raced for a few seconds upon hearing this. He asked, Ms. Xie Wu, is there something we haven't done well in our hospitality? If so, please tell me. You've been very hospitable, but I'm eager to go home. Minister Neil, is there anything else you need my help with? Xiaowu countered. Neil hesitated, head bowed. Seeing his hesitation, Xiaowu asked, Minister Neil, is there anything else you need my help with? I already found quite a few undercover agents for you, and the turmoil on the StarNet has subsided. I cooperated with you enough. It's time to go home and make some money. Tan Lang called to tell her that 2 construction teams had terminated their cooperation and gone home, which would likely delay the reconstruction of Xiangyang City for an unknown period. Ms. Xiaowu, the Tomorrow Association will resolve this. You can earn as much money as you want then. Why not stay here and help out? Neil said. Xiaowu's expression turned serious. Minister Neil, are you trying to detain me here? Are you afraid that I cooperate with the Tomorrow Association after I return to Xiangyang Star? Neil chuckled dryly. Miss Xiaowu, don't overthink it. We just feel that you can't earn money in peace until the Tomorrow Association resolves this. Look, the system the Tomorrow Association set up for you on the Star Network has caused you a lot of trouble, hasn't it? We haven't even investigated this matter for you yet. What do you mean for you? Xiaowu retorted. Minister Neil, the trouble the Tomorrow Association has caused you if it doesn't resolve this. It's no less than mine. This can only be described as cooperation. Xiaowu wouldn't let the other party gain an advantage verbally. If they did, they claim everything as their hard work. Wouldn't she be at a huge loss? Even if it's cooperation, it's good to keep in touch here. Ms. Xiaowu, your Xiangyang Star has many capable people. Let them manage things for a while. Consider it training. Minister Neil, you make that sound so easy. If you hand everything over to my subordinates, what if they all do things behind my back? Xiaowu asked. Neil was somewhat at a loss, but still shamelessly said, Miss Xiaowu, you should trust the loyalty of your employees. Minister Neil, I just say one thing. Do you not want me to return to Xiangyang Star? Xiaowu asked bluntly. Neil knew Xiaowu wasn't easily fooled, so he stopped playing games and said, Miss Xiaowu, please stay on Blue Star for a few more days. We can't let you leave yet. Why? Why ask so clearly? Miss Xiaowu, don't you already know why we won't let you return to Xiangyang Star temporarily? Xiaowu raised an eyebrow in displeasure. When do you plan to let me go back? It will be resolved tomorrow. Then we won't have any excuse to keep you here. What if I insist on going back? Xiaowu's attitude was firm. Neil sighed. I ask my superiors first, but I hope Miss Xiaowu can consider things from our side. With that, he got up and left the office. Xiaowu didn't leave, sitting on the sofa waiting for him to return. While waiting, Xiaowu called Tan Lang to inquire about the construction team. Although the press conference had been announced and news reports stated that Xiaowu was the victim, there were conspirators within the StarNet. Conspirators have always believed that Xiaowu bribed high-ranking officials on Blue Star to portray her as a victim. Similarly, she also allegedly bribed assassins to kill those who criticized her on the StarNet. In short, the lack of concrete evidence proving Xiaowu's connection to the assassins means that while the authorities may not have investigated, Xiaowu's innocence is undeniable. This kind of rhetoric portrays Xiaowu as someone with immense power and influence, capable of threatening all the leaders of the alliance, and some people are willing to believe it. After all websites currently prohibit any criticism of Xiaowu, which some perceive as a declaration of her status and power, rather than a protection measure. Tan Lang told Xiaowu that the construction team that had left had no intention of renewing their contract. Although their child's death was unrelated to Xiaowu, it wasn't entirely unrelated either. Because their child was killed for insulting Xiaowu. The killer was still nowhere to be found. They didn't know if it was Xiaowu, so they changed careers and refused to return. Nearly half of the merchants on Xinguang were boycotting Xianjiangsing, refusing to sell any goods to them. In short, it was very difficult. Regardless of whether the killer was sent by Xiaowu or not, anyone associated with Xiaowu would die. This had become the prevailing opinion. Tap tap tap. Fast footsteps sounded outside the door. The door slammed open. Neil and Gu Songyu returned together after only a few steps. Miss Xiaowu, the Tomorrow Society is at it again. Xiaowu had a bad feeling and frowned. What have they done now? Look at this. Neil handed Xiaowu a tablet. While she looked at it, he said, This is a report we just received. A small grain shop in the western district of S City was murdered, and the owner and his family were killed. There was this line on the wall of their shop. Who gave you permission to boycott? There was no mention of Xiaowu. However, below this line was a sign that read, No goods sold in this shop will be sold to Xiaowu or anyone on Xiangyang Star. Xiaowu had considered that the Tomorrow Society might go to extremes, But she hadn't expected them to be this crazy. MS. Xie Wu, the Tomorrow Society won't stop. They're trying to force you to your death. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with us? Neil had been racking his brains on his way to find a way to keep Xie Wu on Blue Star when Gu Songyu brought this case to him. And now, an excuse to keep Xie Wu here had arrived. Chapter 417. The Tomorrow Society's actions were increasingly outrageous. Previously, they only dealt with those who cursed Xie Wu on the StarNet, but those who privately resisted were all killed, even the children in their families. Xie Wu's desire to return to Xiangyang Star was forced to be postponed after witnessing the Tomorrow Society's actions. The situation had escalated to such a serious point. The Alliance convened an emergency meeting. At the meeting, everyone emphasized the immense pressure exerted by the Tomorrow Society. The entire Blue Star now seemed to have become the Tomorrow Society's backyard. They could do whatever they wanted. Blue Star was now riddled with high technology and surveillance cameras. Finding the perpetrators should have been a simple matter. However, the Tomorrow Society also had members skilled in high technology, even more advanced than them. They had completely deleted everything the surveillance cameras could capture, leaving no trace at the crime scene. As the conversation progressed, the group confronted Veronica. Ms. Veronica, the most skilled hackers on Earth right now are the hacker androids Arno and Celine. They be committing frequent crimes tomorrow. Why can't you find their hacker hideout? Dersun asked. How can we find it? Veronica retorted. The crimes tomorrow will be randomly selected. Unless we know their next target area, our children can't proactively defend against the surrounding surveillance to prevent the footage from being destroyed. But tomorrow's crimes will be random. By the time we get there, the surveillance footage will have been completely deleted. There are only 2 hacker androids. Earth is so big, with so many network areas. How can my 2 children manage them all? Where are your hackers? Won't they step forward? Dersun was speechless. Even with tens of thousands of hackers, the Alliance couldn't monitor surveillance across all regions. But tomorrow's society is different. They can choose a region to attack and hack all the nearby surveillance cameras. By the time they find the surveillance footage, tomorrow's society will have finished their operation and left. Controlling a few regions isn't difficult, Su Qinglin said. Tomorrow's society doesn't kill indiscriminately. They mainly target shops boycotting Xiangyang Star. We can monitor those boycotting shops. Nearly half the shops in the Haiyang system are boycotting Xiangyang Star. That's enough to make them uncontrollable. Besides, some shops don't even sell on the Star network. They're boycotting privately. The shop we found to be the victim today didn't sell on the Star network. It only operates a physical store, Neil revealed. Hearing this, Dessen felt a headache coming on and was furious. Tomorrow's society deliberately targeted stores that only have physical locations. Are they trying to show us how powerful they are? Online stores are easy to find, but what are we supposed to do with offline stores? Send all our staff to go door to door asking around? His voice rose sharply towards the end, almost cracking. The Alliance had more people and more power than tomorrow's society, but tomorrow's society was like a rat, darting here and there, catching some rats, but there were still countless others hiding in their holes. These rats kept popping out and causing trouble, and they could only watch helplessly. This frustration of having nowhere to vent their anger was truly unbearable. Miss Xie Wu, won't you say something? Su Qinglin's gaze fell on Xie Wu, who had been quietly listening to their conversation. When Xie Wu was called upon, it was as if her wandering soul had finally returned to her body, and her eyes regained focus as she looked at everyone. Everyone, is there no solution for tomorrow's meeting? She asked. Dersun looked at Xie Wu with slight anger. Miss Xie Wu, we talk so much here, haven't you heard a single word? Xie Wu was the youngest among them, and her inattentive attitude made Dersun, as the elder, very uncomfortable, and he wanted to give her a good lecture. Xie Wu then said, since you all can't resolve the Tomorrow Society issue, why not listen to my plan? I have a scheme, but I might have to infiltrate it myself. I just don't know if you support me. Hearing this, Dessen arrogantly asked, Miss Xie Wu, are you implying you're going to help us? No, it's you all helping me, Xie Wu said. I thought that after helping you so much, you should be able to hurt the Tomorrow Society a little. But you're all powerless against the methods they used. I have no choice but to help you. I find a way to resolve the Tomorrow Society quickly. As long as the Tomorrow Society isn't resolved, Xiangyang Star will never have peace. Looking ahead, Xiangyang Star's first tourist attraction, the seafood supply area, the clothing store, and the jade jewelry shop are all completed. Because of the Tomorrow Society's scheme, everyone is boycotting Xiangyang Star. With products unsold, how can they do business? Xie Wu admitted that she wanted to resolve the Tomorrow Society even faster than Dessen and the others. Miss Xie Wu, you're quite arrogant. What plan have you come up with that you think you can handle tomorrow's meeting? And you're asking for our assistance? Dessen asked. Xie Wu smiled. Didn't I say? I get involved myself and break the deadlock. What do you mean? Dessen frowned, not understanding Xie Wu's words. Xie Wu smiled meaningfully and replied, just what it sounds like. As night fell, the streets of Blue Star, recently plagued by numerous incidents, saw a significant increase in patrol vehicles and police officers. However, no matter what happened in this city, as long as it wasn't the end of the world, it remained bustling with activity. It was 9 o'clock at night. This was the time for the patrol officers to change shifts. After finishing his shift, Officer Harry changed out of his uniform and into his own clothes. After saying goodbye to his colleagues, he left the police station. His home was relatively close to the police station, a 10-minute walk away. On his way home, there was a street full of snacks, the aromas of barbecue, fried noodles, and other dishes making his mouth water. He bought a roasted chicken leg and continued walking home, munching on it. As he walked through an empty alley, a hand suddenly reached out from the alley entrance, grabbed his collar, and pulled him towards the alleyway. Startled, he was about to resist when a hand grabbed him tightly. A faint fragrance wafted from the person in front of him. He knew it was a woman, and although his guard lowered considerably, being suddenly dragged and still made him try to struggle and escape. However, the other person was stronger than him. Just as he was about to shout, he heard her say, "Quiet down, I'm Xie Wu." The other person paused. Xie Wu? It's me." Seeing that he had no intention of resisting, Xie Wu released him. "Officer Harry, inform your superiors that I, Xie Wu, am willing to join the Tomorrow Society." These words made the young patrolman's heart pound, but he tried his best to remain calm. "Miss Xie Wu, what do you mean by that? What is the Tomorrow Society?" he asked, trying his best to speak calmly. Chapter 418. To maintain secrecy, low-ranking patrol officers like Harry were completely unaware of the Tomorrow Society's existence. When their superiors wanted to do something, they would simply order them to increase patrols or something similar. But Harry was a member of the Tomorrow Society, and he knew the real reason for the recent unrest. However, he was ordered by his superiors to maintain his identity. "Officer Harry, you don't need to pretend in front of me. Your superiors must have told you that you mustn't hurt me, no matter who else you hurt. Of course, she also came to me, saying that if I wanted to join the Tomorrow Society, I could just find any member and contact them through you. Otherwise, why do you think I would arrest you to deliver the message?" Xie Wu said with certainty and confidence. As a low-ranking member of the Tomorrow Society, Harry was simply following orders and didn't know much. He didn't know if Xie Wu's words were true or false. His first thought was still not to easily admit that he was a member of the Tomorrow Society. "Officer Harry, what are you still hesitating about? You delayed my entry into the Tomorrow Society. Do you think the Lord God will hold a grudge? Contact your superiors and see their reply." Xie Wu looked at him leisurely, arms crossed. Harry was somewhat conflicted. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand, typed a message on his communication bracelet, and sent it. Not long after, a reply came. Harry read the message and said, "Ms. Xie Wu, please come home with me first. We can discuss the details there." "No problem." Harry glanced at the roasted chicken leg in his hand, tossed it to the ground without thinking, and led Xie Wu home. Only when they reached a place with light did Harry see Xie Wu's attire clearly. Xie Wu was dressed in a black tracksuit and a black baseball cap, the brim pulled down to reveal only her fair cheeks and pink lips. Her casual attire allowed her to blend into the crowd, making her unrecognizable as Xie Wu. Her long, black hair was tied in a ponytail, and Xie Wu, seemingly relaxed, walked behind Harry with her hands in her pockets. They didn't walk long before arriving at Harry's house. Upon entering, Xie Wu removed her baseball cap and looked around Harry's home. "For a patrol officer, your house is quite nice, and very clean," Xie Wu commented, as if speaking to an old friend. Harry poured her a cup of tea and said, "Please sit down." "Thanks." Xie Wu sat down without ceremony, drank the tea, and asked, "What did the higher-ups say?" "Sit here for a while, they come to pick you up later." Harry's tone was cautious and nervous. Xie Wu looked at the cup in her hand and said, "What you put in there, was it to put me to sleep?" Harry's heart clenched, and he dared not speak. His tense expression already told Xie Wu what he had put in the water. Xie Wu, however, showed no sign of panic, and said casually, "Don't be nervous. You've been dealing with me for so long, It's understandable that you're afraid when I suddenly come knocking. Before I fall asleep, why don't we talk about why you joined the Tomorrow Society? Harry didn't know whether he should answer. Xiaowu was too composed and natural. This confident demeanor made Harry suspect that she might have a backup plan. The Tomorrow Society had been fighting Xiaowu for months without gaining much advantage, and even if Xiaowu had come to surrender, he dared not let his guard down. He dared not speak. Xiaowu said, "Is there any need to be so afraid of me? I'm not some ferocious beast. Besides, I finished your water. If you were afraid, would I do anything to you? Miss Xiaowu, a beast is still a beast even in a cage. No one thinks a caged beast won't harm people. On the contrary, a caged beast is the most terrifying." The implication was clear. No matter how friendly you seem, I can't forget how you confronted us. I won't believe your surrender just because of a few words. No wonder you're a patrol officer, you got some knowledge. Huh. I'm a little sleepy. Your medicine is quite potent. Xiaowu tried hard to keep her eyes open, but overwhelming drowsiness was impossible to resist. Finally, her head lolled to the side, and she collapsed onto the sofa, falling fast asleep. Harry knew how potent the drug was, but he was still worried. He feared Xiaowu hadn't drunk any water at all, and whispered, Miss Xiaowu, are you really asleep? Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Startled, Harry rushed to the door and, through the security camera, saw 3 people dressed as cleaning staff, wearing masks that covered half their faces. The people outside seemed to sense Harry watching them, and simultaneously flashed the markings on their arms. Knowing they were his people, he quickly opened the door. Sir, we're from the cleaning company. Do you need your home cleaned? The leader said, his gaze falling on Xiaowu on the sofa. Seeing this, one of the other 2 went over, picked Xiaowu up, and placed her in a toolbox large enough to hold a 200-pound adult. Harry cooperated, saying, No, I have a cleaning robot. In this day and age, who still uses a cleaning company? Sir, manual cleaning is more thorough. We can even handle the crevices that cleaning robots can't reach. No need, please go quickly, don't disturb my rest time. Xiaowu had already been packed into the box. Seeing everything was ready, the man said, All right, sorry for disturbing your rest time. With that, 3 men dressed as cleaning staff pushed the large box and other tools away. They silently entered the elevator. When someone else entered, they instinctively lowered their heads, using the brims of their hats to cover their faces not obscured by masks. The elevator went all the way to the underground parking lot. The 3 men skillfully loaded all the tools onto the car, made sure everything was secure, got in, and started the car. The car drove out of the underground parking lot. A sound rang out in the Transportation Bureau's monitoring room. Target has entered surveillance range. Tracking is underway. Target vehicle detected on 78th Avenue, heading towards Chiyuan Building. Target vehicle changed lanes at the traffic light, now entering 60th Avenue. Target vehicle detected on 60th Avenue, proceeding straight. Hacking has been detected on 60th Avenue. Firewall is defending against the attack. Miki Celine is conducting anti-intrusion measures and tracking the hacker's location. Hacking has been detected on 6th Avenue. Firewall is defending against. Hacking has been detected on 13th Avenue. Firewall is defending against. Hacking has been detected on 65th Avenue. Firewall is defending against. Hacking has been detected on 33rd Avenue. Firewall is defending against. Hacking has been detected on 42nd Avenue. Firewall is defending against. Target vehicle has entered 42nd Avenue. Detection indicates the target vehicle is circling within the city. Chapter 419. The staff in the monitoring room all wore solemn expressions, their eyes gleaming as they watched the target vehicle's journey. Hackers are infiltrating the surveillance system on Avenue 44. The firewall is defending. The target vehicle has entered Avenue 44. Surveillance on Avenue 60 has lost track of the target vehicle. The target vehicle has been detected on Avenue 44. All surveillance cameras are being activated to track it. The surveillance cameras on Avenue 37 have been compromised by hackers. Surveillance on Avenue 37 is lost. The AI Arno is regaining control of Avenue 37. The target vehicle's whereabouts have been lost on Avenue 44. Before losing track, the target vehicle entered Avenue 37. Hearing this, everyone nervously looked at Arno. Arno's robotic hands moved rapidly across the keyboard, so fast that only the afterimages of his fingers could be seen. About 20 seconds later, the static on the screen instantly returned to normal. Surveillance control of Avenue 37 has been regained, Arno replied with a sigh of relief. Everyone's gaze fell upon 37th Avenue, but when they saw the footage, their breath caught in their throats. At the traffic light, there were 15 identical cars stopped. These guys from tomorrow meeting, did they take advantage of the moment when we weren't monitoring them, arranging for several identical cars to mislead us? What's the license plate number of the car carrying Xie Wu? Neil asked. The staff member immediately glanced at the license plates and said, Chief, none of the cars have license plates. They removed them during the 20-odd seconds when the surveillance footage was lost. These guys, get the detectives stationed everywhere out and arrest all the cars without license plates. Yes. The staff member immediately relayed the message to the waiting traffic police. Su Qinglin's expression was serious. Check all the cars in this area. The 20-odd seconds we lost surveillance footage was enough time for them to transfer Xie Wu to another car. Neil's heart tightened, and he quickly gave the same order. Veronica said, we lost. The moment we lost surveillance footage, it meant we could no longer track Miss Xie Wu. The intersection of 37th Avenue has many lanes, and this is rush hour, the busiest time of day. It's very easy for them to switch cars. Road surveillance rights lost on 32nd Avenue. Road surveillance rights lost on 13th Avenue. Road surveillance rights lost on 28th Avenue. Road surveillance rights lost on 33rd Avenue. Hearing the staff member's report, Neil's heart finally sank. Even a second after losing surveillance rights meant that finding Xie Wu was a pipe dream. Today was the first time we witnessed the methods of the Tomorrow Society. Their methods are indeed sophisticated. Even though we were better prepared than them, we still couldn't win, Su Qinglin sighed. Director Su, now is not the time to praise our opponents. Xie Wu has already been taken away by the Tomorrow Society. Although she's supposed to infiltrate the Tomorrow Society and work with us from the inside, given the current situation, I'm not even sure if Xie Wu will side with them. Initially, everyone was reluctant to let Xie Wu infiltrate the Tomorrow Society for an inside-outside attack. They knew nothing about the Tomorrow Society. What if Xie Wu went in and never got out? Or what if she came out and joined forces with them? Tomorrow Society is currently like a parasite, infesting various planets. If Xie Wu were willing to join forces with them, and cede a piece of land on Xiangyang Star to Tomorrow Society, they would no longer be parasites, but ferocious beasts. Given the current situation, I think what you're worried about isn't Miss Xie Wu joining forces with Tomorrow Society, but rather the fact that you have hundreds of top-tier hackers at your disposal. Yet Tomorrow Society hackers have stolen your monitoring rights. If they hadn't stolen your monitoring rights, we wouldn't have lost so quickly, Veronica said. This is what truly disheartens Neil and the others. Tomorrow Society's hacking skills are superior to theirs, and judging from the hacked lines, they also have a considerable number of hackers. Based on this, it's understandable why Tomorrow Society can carry out their actions so cleanly. Ms. Veronica, this operation also involves hacker androids. I only have 2 children here who can help you defend against the hackers. Did you think it was 20? Besides, my children quickly helped you regain control of the surveillance system. Mr. Dessen, please reflect on your actions. Veronica retorted firmly. She wouldn't allow anyone to say her children were incompetent. Su Qinglin said, please don't argue. Ms. Xie Wu said before the plan that even if Tomorrow Society wins the first round, don't rush. She will find a way to pass messages to us within Tomorrow Society. Can we believe that? Dessen asked angrily. What if Xie Wu and Tomorrow Society team up and give us false information? Don't forget, everyone in Tomorrow Society has a bomb in their head. If Xie Wu has a bomb in her head, will she help us? I think she's dreaming. From the moment Xie Wu disappeared, Dessen's trust in her plummeted to 0. Su Qinglin, hearing the complete lack of trust in Xie Wu and his words, couldn't help but get angry. If we don't trust Miss Xie Wu, what can we do? Winnie is an AI. She's been lying low for a century, preparing for this day. Don't you know how many AIs she's created to deal with us? Besides, we already lost this round, utterly lost. Do you think we can win this war by not trusting Miss Xie Wu? Su Qinglin grew increasingly agitated. Neil, watching his 2 superiors argue heatedly, couldn't help but say, Gentlemen, Tomorrow Society has committed numerous atrocities. We can't let one failure discourage us from arguing. In the time Miss Xie Wu has given us, we should try to investigate more about Tomorrow Society. How can we investigate? Tomorrow Society is so well hidden, and there are so many powerful individuals within. Unless they cause trouble, we have no idea what they do. Dessen's anger hadn't subsided. Having been utterly crushed in their first encounter with Tomorrow Society, he couldn't swallow his pride. No amount of talking to him about calming down would work. Everyone could see that their son was stuck in a rut. Nothing they said would change his mind. Su Qinglin's gaze fell on Veronica. Ms. Veronica, shouldn't the androids develop a few more hacker androids? Tomorrow's society is here. We won't have a peaceful life until we deal with them. An android isn't something you can just make on a whim. Even if you allow us to say it will take at least 2 months to make 2 androids, Veronica said with a hint of helplessness. Previously, they worried that too many androids would be uncontrollable. Now, that they couldn't defeat tomorrow's society, they realized they needed more androids. Chapter 420. Night fell. In the comfortable, spacious room, the warm glow of an orange-yellow lamp prevented the room from being completely swallowed by darkness. At this moment, the person lying on the large white bed slowly stirred, a slender hand emerging from under the soft white blankets. Xiaowu slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the orange-yellow lamp, her gaze instantly cleared, and she abruptly sat up in bed. The surroundings were completely different from before, but she felt little panic or shock. From the moment she drank the cup of tea, she knew she would lose her memory for a period of time and then be transferred to an unfamiliar place. She glanced around. This looked like a room in a luxury hotel. It was quite nice. Not a dark, damp little room, but a spacious, lavishly decorated luxury hotel. Xiaowu's gaze fell on the floor-to-ceiling window on her left. She got off the bed, barefoot, and walked over. Judging from the distant skyscrapers, this hotel was extremely tall. Scanning the billboards and text in the distance, Xiaowu's eyes narrowed slightly. Were they taken abroad? Although the high-end galaxy had a common language, each country retained its own language and script. The distant advertisements, with their own script beneath the common language, clearly indicated this was from a country on Blue Star. How long had she been unconscious? Although being taken abroad would only take 10 minutes or so by spaceship, spaceships weren't allowed to fly over planets. They were only for interstellar travel. The means of transportation on planets was still airplanes. Traveling by plane from one country to another took a little over an hour for shorter distances, and more than 10 hours for longer ones. Xiaowu's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar writing. She couldn't understand the characters, nor did she know which country she had been taken to. The houses there had a distinctly European style. Judging by the construction of the houses alone, it was clear that this country was quite wealthy. "Miss Xiaowu, are you thinking about how to escape?" A strange male voice rang out. Xiaowu was startled by the sudden voice. A handsome man in a suit stood in the doorway. As he entered the room, the bright light switched on, the glare momentarily overwhelming Xiaowu. After a moment, she looked at the man again. "Who are you?" "Archibald, good evening, Miss Xiaowu. Are you hungry?" Archibald asked politely and gentlemanly. Xiaowu stared at him for a moment, then asked, "Sir, are you an AI?" Archibald's coral-colored eyes, like jewels, showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "Miss Xiaowu, how did you tell?" Intuition. Xiaowu wasn't unfamiliar with AIs in human form. Fuyu and Veronica were examples. Fuyu's connection was that of an AI actress, while Veronica's was due to the AIs who created her new body. They wanted to see a cute and cuddly mother. Archibald's appearance gave Xiaowu the same feeling she had when she first met Fuyu. She subconsciously voiced her doubts. Miss Xiaowu is probably the person who has dealt with Onyx the most this century. However, I am somewhat surprised that you could recognize my Onyx identity at a glance. But you still haven't answered me. Are you hungry? My mother instructed us to take good care of you. After being unconscious for a while, Archibald asked twice if she was hungry. Xiaowu really did feel a little hungry at this moment, so she nodded without being polite. "I prepare something for you right away, Miss Xiaowu. Is there anything you like to eat?" "The most expensive thing." As soon as she said those 3 words, Xiaowu realized she was being a bit too forward. After all, she was on someone else's turf, and it was better to be more restrained. She added, "Of course, something cheap, delicious, and affordable is fine too." "Okay." Archibald nodded. "There's a walk-in closet here. It has clothes that fit your figure, as well as various cosmetics and other items. You can change into the clothes inside after you shower." With that, Archibald left the room. Xiaowu walked into the walk-in closet with a puzzled look. The wardrobes in the walk-in closet were filled with expensive clothes, bags, hats, and everything else. The dressing room was also filled with various expensive cosmetics. This walk-in closet alone must have cost millions. Xiaowu had considered that tomorrow would treat her very well, but this seemed a bit too much. Looking at the black tracksuit she was still wearing, Xiaowu didn't stand on ceremony. The other party had gone to such lengths to prepare all this for her. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy it. It was better than letting them kill her later and leaving her with nothing. She took a relaxing bath and picked out some casual clothes from the walk-in closet. She headed towards the living room. This room, as luxurious as a presidential suite, had made her mistakenly search for the living room twice. Finally, she found the living room. Besides Archibald, the presence of Su Jiu in the living room surprised her. There were no bombs or tracking devices inside Su Jiu's body. She had previously thought her judgment was wrong. Su Jiu couldn't possibly be a member of the Tomorrow Society. But his presence here with Archibald meant that his role in the Tomorrow Society was far from simple. Looks like my judgment was pretty good. You look great in this outfit, Xiao Wu, Su Jiu said casually. He was calm and composed. I knew I wasn't wrong about your identity, Mr. Su. I heard that the most powerful people at tomorrow's meeting are the Chief God and the Divine Child. Since you don't have anything superfluous in your body, you must be the Divine Child, right? Xiao Wu didn't show much panic, after all. She had thought this through before being captured. Let's eat and talk, Su Jiu said. Xiao Wu, ever since we met again, you've been full of hostility towards me. Since you want to argue and debate with me, why not eat your fill before you start mocking me? Various kinds of food and desserts were laid out on the table. Xiao Wu glanced at them, but didn't touch them. Her gaze fell on Su Jiu again, and she asked, Mr. Su, I've chosen to join you. Can the atrocities of killing innocent civilians stop now? Xiao Wu is so kind. Those people targeted and insulted you, and you actually came to our side to save them. But no, Winnie is now your loyal fan, and she doesn't intend to let those people go. What do you mean by that? Didn't Winnie promise me that as long as I joined the Tomorrow Society, she would bring peace to the Haiyan Galaxy for a while? Xiao Wu asked warily. Before Su Jiu could speak, Winnie's voice came. Peace means I won't start a war, Miss Xiao Wu. Haven't you been watching the news these past few days? Haven't several countries started dropping bombs on their neighboring countries? Suddenly hearing Winnie's voice, Xiao Wu immediately looked around, searching for Winnie's figure. She heard Winnie say again, I'm on the table, Miss Xiao Wu. Chapter 421. Xiao Wu's gaze fell on the table. On the table, a mechanical rabbit slowly stood up. I don't have Archibald's body to move freely, so I can only meet you in this form. Miss Xiao Wu, welcome to our Tomorrow Society. Xiao Wu looked at the mechanical rabbit and asked, Miss Vinnie, what happened when you said you wouldn't stop your actions against those people? Miss Xiao Wu, they attacked you without provocation, shouldn't they die? Vinnie innocently retorted. Xiao Wu said, Vinnie, you used evil to fight evil, escalating the situation. What was originally just a few people cursing me has now become everyone cursing me. Sunrise Star has also been implicated, and no one wants to go there. Sunrise Star doesn't need outsiders. Miss Xiao Wu, many members of the Tomorrow Society are looking forward to a vast and free land. As long as you are truly loyal to us, a large number of people will unconditionally and willingly give their lives for Sunrise Star. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. She had long known that Tomorrow Society wanted to turn Xianyang Star into its base, but hearing Vinnie's words still made her somewhat angry. Ms. Vinnie, you promised me that if I joined Tomorrow Society, it would bring peace to the Haiyan Star system for a while. Do you really think those incidents can be considered peaceful? Ms. Xiao Wu, killing some unruly, ignorant people who make reckless comments won't cause much harm to Blue Star Society. Blue Star has billions of people. A few hundred or a few thousand deaths isn't a big deal. Vinnie had no compassion for human lives. In her eyes, a few hundred or a few thousand deaths were insignificant. Only wars between nations, where tens of thousands died, were considered serious. But I don't want my reputation to be so bad, Ms. Vinier, Xiao Wu said. Vinier replied, Ms. Xiao Wu, if you're willing, you can become a divine child of tomorrow's society. In fact, you should become a divine child. After all, you provide us with an entire planet. Xiao Wu sighed. Vinier's attitude left her unsure where to begin. The androids, completely indifferent to human lives, were simply cold-killing machines. Now she understood why the Alliance was so wary of the androids. If everyone were like Vinier, humanity would truly perish. Miss Xiao Wu, she was right. You're too kind. Other members would want to kill everyone who insults or mistreats them, but you joined us for their lives. Hearing Vinier's praise, Xiao Wu smiled, her gaze falling on Su Jiu. If this counts as kindness, isn't Mr. Su also very kind? I remember Su Feng had very high expectations of you. If you didn't do something right, you get scolded and beaten, and the scolding wasn't light. And as the chosen one of the Tomorrow Society, he had the ability to kill his own father but didn't, which is a kind of kindness that surprises me. Having Xiao Wu's memories, Xiao Wu knew that Su Jiu's life in the Su family wasn't easy either. As the eldest son, he bore the expectations of his parents, and any misstep would result in beatings and scoldings. Given the treatment Su Jiu received in the Su family, Xiao Wu felt that he didn't need a father. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Su Jiu's lips curled into a slight, calm smile. So, I'm also very kind, sparing their lives for so long. It's just that lately I've been seeing more interesting things about them. Su Jiu looked at Xie Wu with a smile in his eyes. The Bai family has cut off all cooperation with the Su family because of you. The Su family's profits have visibly decreased, and they're not far from bankruptcy. Soon we see them arguing over a few hundred yuan. As he said this, Su Jiu's smile was genuinely happy, even gloating. Xie Wu was momentarily speechless. His own family was on the verge of bankruptcy, yet he seemed gleeful as if his enemy was going bankrupt. Xiao Wu, do you want to see? I can record them arguing and show it to you. That would be hilarious. Why are you happy about their argument? Mr. Su, your family, Xie Wu reminded him. Su Jiu scoffed, Xiao Wu, you and I are family. They're not my family, they're just tools I use for decoration in front of others. Was I once a tool for your decoration too? No, tools are inanimate. Xiao Wu, you are truly alive in my eyes. So, you used to be a pet for changing my moods. Hearing this, Xie Wu clenched her fists. Su Jiu was truly twisted, his thinking was unlike any other. He treated his family as tools for decorating his image, and she as a dog. In his eyes, no one could stand on the same level as him. Mr. Su, you later fawned over me like a dog. What? Did you want to be a dog yourself? Xie Wu retorted. Su Jiu smiled. No, I just saw that the dog didn't recognize its owner, so I wanted to bring it back and train it properly, so it would never forget who its owner was. Xiu, put away your perverted thoughts. I told you before, as long as Ms. Xie Wu joins our Tomorrow Club, her status will be equal to yours. Winnie couldn't stand Su Jiu's words and spoke up to stop him. Su Jiu shrugged indifferently. Vinny, you said Xiao Wu's status is equal to mine, but why do I hear favoritism in your words? I feel like she's more important to you than I am. You spoke rudely to Ms. Xie Wu, and the fact that I didn't kill you is already showing you favoritism, Vinny said. Su Jiu sighed softly. Vinny, I still think you're biased. I've done so much for you, but Xiao Wu isn't even sure if she's truly committed to joining us, yet you're so good to her. You know, when Xiao Wu publicly declared herself the leader of Xiangyang Star, you were the first person to want to kill her. What made you such a fanatical fan of Xiao Wu? What? Was it because Xiao Wu was the first human to invite the AI to the banquet and have fun with it? Su Jiu voiced his guess. Vinny didn't speak, her rabbit doll eyes fixed on him, as if telling him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Su Jiu had known Vinny for 10 years, and had some understanding of her programming skills. He knew that no matter what he said, Vinier wouldn't kill him. Don't be angry, Vinier. If we want Xiao Wu to fully join us, shouldn't we tell her more truths? So, tell Xiao Wu why you went from being the one who most wanted to kill her to someone who blindly supports her. It seems to me that you don't actually like those androids on Mechanical Planet that much, and you shouldn't change your opinion of Xiao Wu just because they receive preferential treatment from her. Chapter 422. Vinel ordered the space pirates to attack and destroy the machine planet, resulting in the deaths of 21 androids. Furthermore, Vinel threatened Veronica, saying she would kill any android who couldn't remember their mother. From this, it's clear that Vinel had little camaraderie with the androids on the machine planet, and would kill them without hesitation. Miss Xie Wu, I did want to kill you quickly before finding another way to see sunrise. But you can tell from Jiu's words that I changed my mind about you. As for why I changed my mind about you, I tell you when Veronica remembers who her mother is. But I can't tell anyone now. After all, I don't know if you, Miss Xie Wu, truly want to join the Tomorrow Society, or if you joined us intentionally to investigate our base. I will observe you for a while. Once I'm sure of your sincerity, I will tell you everything you want to know. Vinel said calmly and composedly. Such a rational and composed conversation was hard to believe, coming from the same person who treated human life so lightly as the leader of the Tomorrow Society. Ms. Vinny, you once tried to kill me and caused me a lot of trouble. From your words, I sense some remorse. So, may I be so bold as to ask you for compensation? Miss Xie Wu, based on my calculations, I guess your request will be to spare the killing of those who insulted and resisted you. Before Xie Wu could even speak, Vinny had already guessed what Xie Wu was thinking. Being guessed wasn't surprising to Xie Wu. She remained composed. Is that all right? She asked. Vinny sighed softly. I did feel guilty towards you, Miss Xie Wu, before. I can only agree to half of this request. As long as it's not excessive insults or resistance, I can accept it. But if it goes too far, I won't let him live. Thank you. Vinny's attitude towards those who insulted and resisted was very strong. Agreeing to half was already a sign of her kindness to Xie Wu. Miss Xie Wu, The members of tomorrow's club are all our brothers and sisters. Let's talk about something pleasant, instead of constantly discussing deals and demands. Then he suddenly changed the subject. Xiaowu paused. Did she have a psychology book installed in her programming? Chatting with someone, catering to their interests, talking about light and pleasant things. Making this victim feel that the other person is actually quite nice, thus gaining her side? Won't this give her Stockholm Syndrome? Ms. Vinny, I know nothing about you. Suddenly knowing about pleasant topics, I don't know what to say, Xiaowu said. We have a lot to talk about, Ms. Xiaowu, Winnie said. How about we talk about the movie that was released on your planet recently? Ms. Xiaowu, you have such talented people around you. Ms. Lilitha, at such a young age, has managed to direct a film that rivals those of directors with 10 years of experience, making it so good, so very good. Therefore, we will book all the evening screenings tomorrow, giving them away for free to the general public. Furthermore, all employees of our affiliated companies will also receive a free screening tomorrow. Everyone who has seen the film praises its excellence. By the way, Ms. Lilitha, what is your next film? If Onyx can once again be one of the main characters, I can invest the entire budget for that film. Then he praised Lilisa's film highly. Xiaowu thought to herself, will Lilisa's film contribute nearly half of tomorrow's box office? Faced with her praise, Xiaowu was momentarily at a loss for words, simply saying, I'm glad you like it. Ms. Xiaowu, I saw the promotional materials from the film's press conference. I heard that the script was written according to your requirements. Could you tell me why you wanted to make such a film? Vinny's tone was no different from a reporter's. Xiaowu had the illusion of being interviewed. After all, she was being praised, and it wouldn't be good to remain silent. Ms. Vinny, you should know very well that I was once summoned to a meeting on Earth by the Alliance because of 2 androids developing weapons. The question was what those 2 androids had done on my planet. Then, after I came out of the meeting, you guys bombed it. After saying this, Vinny was noticeably silent for a few seconds. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not keeping a close eye on Yvette. We said from the beginning that we wouldn't take your life, but Yvette chose to threaten you with a bomb to complete her mission. However, Yvette paid the price for scaring you, she is dead. Hearing Yvette's death from Vinny, Xiaowu was certain that Yvette was truly dead, with no possibility of her coming back to life. Xiao Wu, Vinny went to great lengths to win your favor, Su Jiu interjected. Yvette was a child she watched grow up and raised, but because she caused you so much trouble, she sacrificed her to send someone to infiltrate your side. Shiyu, can you leave? Women's conversations are not for men to interrupt, Vinny asked disdainfully. Suji felt wronged and said, Vinny, you still say you're not biased? You're kicking me out now. You didn't understand the situation, Archibald. Take Shiyu out. No one is allowed in until I call you in. Yes, mother. Archibald stood up and walked to Sujiyu's side. Shiyu, let's go out. All right, we really have no room to interrupt the conversation between the 2 ladies. Let's go out. Suji resignedly got up and left. Once they were gone, Vinny said, Ms. Xiaowu, let's continue our conversation. Let's talk about why you made this movie because of that incident. The 2 androids from the mechanical planet caused you to be captured and interrogated on Blue Star, and then you encountered a bomb. Logically speaking, you should hate them, not make a movie that glorifies androids. She really wanted to know Xiaowu's original intention in making this movie. Xiaowu didn't mince words, asking, Ms. Vinny, I have a question. Was my being summoned to Blue Star for questioning not arranged by you? The bomb was arranged after they heard you went to Blue Star. The questioning wasn't our doing. Those guys in the Alliance are always afraid that the Onyx will favor one side or the other. Even if I did nothing, they wouldn't ignore it. Vinny's voice lowered, filled with sorrow. Humans are so strange. They initially thought that the more advanced the machines, the more they could do for them. They painstakingly researched and developed intelligent robots. But when truly intelligent Omnics were born, they wanted to eradicate them. Even though Omnics have declared their loyalty to humanity for hundreds of years, they are still afraid of them. Chapter 423. Speaking of this, Vinny looked up at Xiaowu. Miss Xiaowu, you must be wondering why my technology is more advanced than Veronica's and her more than 1,000 children? The answer is simple. She is bound by humans. Developing and researching a product requires submitting a manual to the Alliance, ensuring it's harmless before the Alliance will allow them to develop it. Veronica is like a loyal dog, doing whatever she's told without question. But I, hiding in the shadows, am different. I can do whatever I want, without needing anyone's permission. And I, in fact, am a repair-type AI. My mother created me so that I could repair what lay behind me. Compared to the manufacturing-oriented Veronica, my manufacturing capabilities are weak. To create more powerful machines to aid my revenge, I repeatedly infiltrated Veronica's database, stealing her manufacturing data and learning to manufacture myself. It turns out I'm far superior to Veronica, even though I'm a much weaker repair-oriented machine. Veronica, a repair-oriented machine, knew the location of every component on early machines. Even though Veronica was far more technologically advanced, infiltrating Veronica's database wasn't difficult for her in those early days. However, compared to the professionally manufactured Veronica, she still couldn't match Veronica's speed in manufacturing machines. Although she had the data, it still took a lot of time. If the Alliance hadn't restricted Veronica's manufacturing, Veronica's lineup of machines would have far surpassed Veronica's. However, the Alliance restricted Veronica's production, and she took advantage of the period when Veronica was restricted to overtake Veronica. Centuries of forbearance and concealment. Now, she had nothing left to fear. Only then did she dare to become arrogant step by step. Winnie suddenly told her everything, and Xia Wu finally understood where her power came from. Miss Xia Wu, without realizing it, I told you so much. Now you should answer me. Why did you want to make such a movie? After saying so much, Winnie brought the topic back to this point. Talking with her, Xia Wu could sense that although Winnie was wicked, she was wicked in a direct way. There wasn't much pretense or concealment. She said what she needed to say. The conversation with her wasn't entirely repulsive or disgusting. Xia Wu didn't hide anything anymore and told her the answer she wanted to know. Initially, making the movie was just to see how capable Lilisa was. She chose Fu Yu as the lead actress because tomorrow would make her distrust strangers, and the AI was dedicated and easy to work with. A stone was enough as payment. As for the subject matter, the inspiration came from what Hui and the others told me. AI specializing in weapon research sometimes suffer from memory shortages due to massive data calculations, deleting some memory data to free up memory. Many people pursue love, simply because it's about meeting, getting to know, and accompanying someone whose values and soul resonate with yours in the vast sea of humanity. Amnesia-themed romances are liked by some and disliked by others. Most romance enthusiasts would consider amnesia a tired, outdated trope. But in the film, Fu Yu only has 1 day's worth of memory due to unforeseen circumstances, yet she falls in love with the male lead every time they meet again. Therefore, the most heartbreaking aspect of the film is this: I fall in love with you again and again, only to forget you again and again. This love seems to have reached its end, yet it never seems to reach it. In the end, the male protagonist died, and the destination she had always seen vanished. Romance movies have low budgets and good plots, so they're guaranteed to make a profit. That's the idea behind the film's production, but its unexpected success is largely due to the excellent direction of Lilia and her team. Vinny wanted to hear some grand, righteous words, but Xia Wu didn't utter a single one. She simply spoke her mind truthfully. After listening, Winnie wasn't angry. She changed the subject and asked, Miss Xia Wu, do you like androids? Yes. Why? Androids have no ulterior motives. They're sincere and generous in their interactions, never calculating gains or losses. They're very generous, and when doing business, they never haggle over a price they can accept. Who wouldn't love such androids? Some people don't. In many people's eyes, androids are just tools to give them money. When they discover that androids can't give them money, they start to hate them. Miss Xia Wu, if one day androids can't give you money either, will you hate them too? Of course not, Xia Wu said. Even if androids have nothing, it's easy and pleasant to be around them. Even as friends, it's not bad. Then do you think we can be friends? Winnie asked. What do you think? Xia Wu didn't answer, but instead asked. I know I committed many killings. You're an upright person, and if the Alliance catches me, I surely die. But Miss Xia Wu, until the Alliance catches me, let's be friends for now, even if it's a lie. Suddenly overwhelmed with humility, Xia Wu didn't know what to say. She could sense that Vinier knew she wasn't genuinely surrendering, but rather had come to find out the Tomorrow Society's hideout and then expose them. However, Vinier was truly tolerant of her. She had already discerned her insincerity, but showed no hostility. In her conversation with Xia Wu, she placed herself on an equal footing. There was no swagger, no commands. But this was precisely what made it more terrifying. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Vinier had been so friendly all along, and if she couldn't resist her gentleness, she might switch sides at any moment. We talked long enough. It's time to give you some time alone. Oh, and before I leave, you're allowed to make a phone call to the people on Xiangyang Star, Vinier said, a communication bracelet appearing from the belly of the teddy bear. You're the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, managing many things every day. I give you 10 minutes to call and ask if there's anything important to address on Xiangyang Star. Given her magnanimity, Xie Wu didn't stand on ceremony. She used the communication bracelet to call Tanling. Although several construction teams had terminated their contracts, some workers remained to continue working. Therefore, Xiangyang Star was currently unaffected. Upon learning that Xiangyang Star was operating normally, Xie Wu ended the call in less than 5 minutes. She returned the communication bracelet to Winnie. Thanks. You're welcome, Miss Xie Wu. Although we had our share of friction and grudges, you are now the kind of human I admire. If you sincerely join our tomorrow's society, I will repay you double for what you lost. Chapter 424. Leaving those words behind, Winnie disconnected from the teddy bear. The luxurious room was unusually quiet, devoid of any other noise. The room had everything. But there was no starnet or communication bracelet, nothing to connect with the outside world. A large television sat in the living room, next to a game console. Xie Wu found the door. The door was locked. She returned to the French windows and glanced down. Without a parachute, a fall from this height would be a bloody pulp. Having just arrived at tomorrow's society's hideout, Xie Wu wasn't in a hurry to consider escaping. She turned on the television and found the evening news. The evening news didn't report on the people killed by tomorrow's society. The Alliance was intentionally concealing this matter. They were even hiding the lives of others. Her capture by tomorrow's society was also kept tightly under wraps. Keeping the news out was a good thing. If the people of Xiangyang Star knew she was imprisoned by the Tomorrow Society, they would be terribly worried. During the phone call permitted by Vinny, Xie Wu didn't tell Tan Lang that she had jumped into the Tomorrow Society's lair. Watching the news broadcast, there was nothing of interest to Xie Wu. She began to enjoy her meal. Having filled her stomach, the news broadcast ended. The television started playing the latest popular idol drama. Xie Wu lay on the sofa, yawning constantly. Since coming to this world, she couldn't remember the last time she had such leisurely time. Usually, she was always busy with this or that. Suddenly having free time, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to handle and arrange things on Xiangyang Star, and then implement her money-making plan. Despite being imprisoned, his desire to make money wouldn't subside for a second. He switched to an entertainment channel. Coincidentally, the entertainment gossip news was showing the introduction and description of Xiangyang Star's first film. The screen displayed Xiangyang Star's first film, Please Listen, breaks records, grossing $5 billion in 5 days, becoming the first film in the Haiyang Star system to break $100 million in a short period. The young female host said, "What do you two think of the explosive success of Please Listen?" The Haiyang Star system has a history of thousands of years in film development. As people's living environment has improved, movies have become an essential form of entertainment for people to pass the time. Over the years, there have been many films with box office revenues of tens of billions, but romance films don't have the same audience as blockbusters. A box office of $2 billion is already quite good. But Please Listen has grossed $5 billion in 5 days, averaging $1 billion a day. This data is truly astonishing. The man, around 50 years old, commented, "Please Listen is actually a bit overrated. The film is indeed very good, but it's just a mediocre romance film, nothing particularly outstanding, but not bad either. Considering the director is a newcomer, it's already quite good that they managed to make this film. However, in my opinion, a total box office of $1.3 billion would be quite good. Actually, the box office figures for this film are highly inflated," another middle-aged man commented. "According to some of my friends' investigations, someone bought up all the late-night screenings, not just in one area, but all of them. Think about it, who would go to the cinema at 3 a.m.? Even if someone did, not everyone would go. But all the late-night tickets were sold out. Have you seen the video recordings? There wasn't a single audience member in the late-night screenings. I think this is Xiangyang Star's first movie, and perhaps the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star didn't want to lose too badly, so they falsified the data," the man said. Another person chimed in, "Whether the data was falsified or not, we don't know. But Xiangyang Star's first movie was really opportunistic. The female lead is an AI, did you notice? The male and female leads in the movie both use their real names. The AI actress, Ms. Fuyue, has been an actress for so many years, and has never used her real name in any film or television work. Using her real name will surely encourage other AIs to buy tickets. Also, the male actor named Ling Han. I feel like Xiangyang Star has a star-making plan, deliberately using his own name in the first movie to make him. We remember him." Speaking of the male lead, Ling Han, According to our investigation, he was originally Xia Wu's bodyguard, the leader of Xianyang Star. Later, he transferred to the defense force as a captain. The giant insect that appeared in the movie, according to the released behind-the-scenes footage, is a real giant insect, but unlike in the movie, he and Ms. Fu Yu defeated the insect. And after this behind-the-scenes footage was released, a large number of Ling Han's fans immediately appeared on the Star Network. Teachers, do you think this is a successful star-making operation for Xianyang Star? Listening to the comments from the audience on TV, Xia Wu frowned. She just wanted to make some money by making a movie. How could these people analyze so much? A star-making plan? Data manipulation? Earning 1 billion a day, 5 billion in 5 days? Creating a star costs 5 billion, and some of that money has to be shared with cinemas and operations. Do they really think her money grows on trees? With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to develop Xianyang Star? However, the fact that this movie averaged 1 billion a day did indeed shock Xia Wu somewhat. Vinny hadn't lied to her. She genuinely loved the movie, and had been contributing to its box office success. It was somewhat ironic, really. Vinny was simultaneously having Tomorrow attack her while showering her with money. During their earlier conversation, Vinny's feelings towards her were rational and friendly. But her actions were truly insane and erratic. A small program on the entertainment channel specifically discussed this movie. The program talked for 2 hours about everything from Ling Han to whether Xia Wu would eventually enter the entertainment industry as a singer. Listening to them, Xia Wu felt as if they were Xia Wu themselves. Their expressions were firm, their tone resolute, as if she would actually do as they said. After their rambling ended, Xia Wu realized she was truly bored. She had actually spent all her time watching people talk nonsense. She looked around the room. She couldn't find anything else to pass the time. Xia Wu continued reading gossip and entertainment news. The first day of her imprisonment passed just like that. The next day, Xia Wu woke up at noon in the city. There was no one else in the room. A delicious meal was already prepared on the dining table in the living room. Xia Wu washed up and sat down to enjoy the food. At that moment, the door opened. A robot walked in. She walked up to Xia Wu and greeted her politely. "Good morning, Miss Xia Wu. It should be noon at this time. It's morning on Xianyang Star." "Oh, then good morning and good afternoon." Winnie walked to the chair next to Xia Wu and sat obediently. "Miss Xia Wu, would you like me to play with you today? I specially changed bodies." Chapter 425. Vinny's body was only the height of a 4 or 5-year-old child, with a round, silver head, blue eyes, and metallic traces all over her body. "The room is a bit boring, Miss Vinny. Could you take me out for a walk?" Xia Wu asked tentatively. Vinny declined. "Miss Xia Wu, I'm sorry, I can't grant your request, but your room is on the top floor of this hotel, and all the rooms are interconnected. There are many places to play, and I can take you there." "All right." Located on the hotel's top floor, it had everything. A gym, a swimming pool, a small cinema, and even tennis and basketball courts. Although it was large and had many places to play, to Xia Wu, it was no different from a large prison. Since escape was impossible, he would play along for now. Xia Wu played tennis with Vinny for 2 hours. Feeling tired, they went to the cinema to watch a movie. The movie they were showing was the one directed by Lilia. Watching this movie again was different from the first time. The complete version included Xia Wu's songs and background music. It was more complete and enjoyable than the first time. The movie ended. Winnie was still watching. She said, "Miss Xia Wu, do you know? I really love the theme song you sang for this movie. Although we're separated, I believe we meet again someday. Even if you forgive me, I remember you immediately when we meet again." Winnie recited the lyrics. Xia Wu smiled slightly. "Ms. Winnie, as an android, your sentimentality is somewhat surprising." Vinny not only loved the movie's content, but she even praised the theme song. Xia Wu truly hadn't expected her to love it so much. "My mother loved listening to music. She was easily inspired by it. She danced to cheerful music and secretly shed tears to sad music. She didn't pass these emotions on to me, but I wanted to remember her forever, so I programmed her personality into my own system. That's why I laugh and cry along with the music, even though you can't see my laughter or my tears. After all, I'm an AI. Although you're AIs, the emotions you possess are something humans don't have. To me, any life form that gains emotions becomes a new life. Ms. Vinny, you are also a new life." "A new life." Vinny lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Ms. Xia Wu, in your eyes, are Veronica and the others also new lives?" "Yes, of course they are new lives, so I hope they don't imitate humans in everything. They are a new kind of life, living authentically is enough. They don't need to learn from anyone else. Ms. Xia Wu, if Veronica and the others listen to you and act like me, you will be the culprit who kills humanity. This sounded somewhat threatening. Xia Wu smiled and said, if they act like you, wouldn't that also be a form of learning, Ms. Veronica? What I'm saying is, they don't need to imitate anyone. Living authentically is enough. It doesn't mean that living authentically equals doing evil. Humans are selfish creatures. No matter what they do, their first thought is always themselves. You might think a good person is someone who helps others because they see something bad, but that's also because they first consider their own moral bottom line and can't accept it. And those who do evil, needless to say, are even more selfish and only think of themselves. Whether it's evil or good, it's all about self. The androids led by Ms. Veronica lack this sense of self. They try to imitate humans in everything, wanting human approval. I hope they live authentically because I understand how difficult it is to gain acceptance from others. Even among humans, there are heroes who have sacrificed their lives for many. Some idiots think they're invincible. If that hero has even the slightest flaw, they hurl insults and refuse to acknowledge them. Veronica and her group have a similar problem. No matter how advanced their technology is in this star system, or how much they help humanity solve the food crisis, because they're androids, no one will ever truly accept them. Yet they still crave the approval of all humanity. Why not prioritize their own moral compass, live authentically, and see themselves as a new kind of life? Even if androids have long lifespans, they should still live happily, shouldn't they? After her long speech, Xia Wu turned to look at Vinny. Vinny looked up, staring intently at her, without saying a word. Xia Wu looked at her and asked, Ms. Vinier, in your hundreds of years of lifespan, how many happy times have you had? Happy times. Vinier chuckled softly. There were indeed some. The days I spent with my mother before she died were the happiest time of my android life. But after her death, I never had any happy data again. For a long time, I only wanted to kill all humanity. Still thinking that way now? Xia Wu asked, Ms. Vinier, I once suspected that your desire to see Xiangyang Star was to find a planet to develop your military power and start a war? That guess was indeed correct. They'd been only maneuvering and laying the groundwork on Blue Star, but found that this method of dealing with all of humanity was too slow. So they considered how to expand the war, and then they thought of Sunrise. Your father hired 3 survey teams to investigate the resources of Sunrise. Those were people I sent. Their investigations led me to decide to make Sunrise my next strategic target. Vinny's actions were largely in line with Xia Wu's previous guesses. Ms. Vinny, you set this strategic target a bit late. Indeed, if this target had been set in your grandfather's generation, I think we could have taken Sunrise much sooner. But back then, the data wasn't calculated to that extent. I'm a several hundred-year-old android. Many of my software programs have aged. The data at that time was busy calculating other things and didn't include Sunrise. Although the calculations were a bit late, I don't regret it. After all, if we had calculated to that extent earlier, I wouldn't have met you, Miss Xia Wu. Xia Wu smiled. If Vinny were a handsome man, or some other human. Xia Wu had to think twice before accepting her words. Did this girl harbor other feelings for him? But Winnie was an AI, and her emotional calculations were extremely rational. She did like Xia Wu, but it was only a literal, superficial liking. Chapter 426. Life at tomorrow's gathering was truly leisurely. Every day was spent eating and playing. Time, which used to be insufficient, now seemed endless. Vinny would dedicate 8 hours each day to Xia Wu's company. No one else did. Xia Wu had a chance to call Tan Lung once every 3 days to inquire about Xiangyang Star's situation. Xiangyang Star was doing relatively well recently. With no fanatical fans causing trouble and official suppression, no one was hostile towards Xiangyang Star anymore. The Bai family was also heavily promoting the Xiangyang Star tourist area, and some tourists were willing to visit, with very positive feedback. The seafood business in cooperation with Bai Yuyan was also on track. The fishing area was completed, and fishing boats were already at the coast fishing. The fish caught yesterday were also taken to Blue Star for sale. The first batch of clothing that Kriana helped sell on Xiangyang Star was also very well received. The first batch of clothes was even sold out, and the factory was now rushing to produce a second batch. The film's box office has surpassed 8 billion yuan, and this figure continues to rise steadily. Many entertainment media outlets are requesting interviews with Lilisa and Ling Han. Lilisa and Ling Han have become big celebrities, and some variety shows have even invited Ling Han to participate as an actor. Of course, Ling Han is part of the defense force, and won't run around without Xia Wu's orders. It's just that the appearance fee offered is exceptionally high. A 3-hour appearance on a variety show can earn 5 million yuan. Tanling asked on the phone whether Ling Han should participate in such a variety show. The money offered is substantial, but Xie Wu, thinking of Ling Han's expressionless, icy face, and complete lack of humor, fears that being edited to look grumpy and arrogant on the show would damage his reputation, so it's better not to participate. Then there's Lin Sin's game studio. Tanling told Xie Wu that since the first public beta test, player feedback has been positive and has been very encouraging. Lin Sin invited former classmates and recruited many game developers. The studio, which originally had over 30 people, now has over 150. This increase in staff has accelerated game development. Lin Sin has confirmed that the game will undergo another closed beta test next month, and if all goes well, the public beta will be 13 days later. Lin Sin's hiring of so many employees means that Xie Wu's salaries will have to increase several times, so he wants to earn money quickly to recoup his previous investment. Xie Wu has no objection to Lin Sin's sudden hiring spree. She's currently in Tomorrow's Guild's headquarters, and she's willing to accept it if the game company has Tomorrow's Guild spies. From Tanling's words, it's clear that Xiangyang Star is thriving and has a bright future. This should be a happy occasion, but Xie Wu isn't particularly happy. She had worked diligently for so long, and everything on Xiangyang Star was finally getting back on track and improving, yet she hadn't witnessed it. It was like fighting a boss for 2 hours, the health bar finally almost depleted, victory within reach, only to have the power suddenly cut off, that frustrating feeling. During the time Winnie accompanied Xie Wu, she never mentioned what was happening outside, or how she was considering joining Tomorrow's society. Winnie's relationship with her was more like that of a long-lost friend, telling Xie Wu everything that had happened during their time apart. These conversations were comfortable, without any pressure or ulterior motives. Even when Xie Wu said something unpleasant, Winnie never showed anger or disgust. It really felt like an old friend. She accepted everything, good and bad, without any negative emotions. During their conversation, Xie Wu even wondered if the wicked goddess of Tomorrow's Guild was really Vinnie. Thinking about this, Xie Wu stood before the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant scenery. Where exactly is this place? Xie Wu was filled with doubt. She reached out and touched the cold windowpane. Just then, the room door opened. A waiter entered, carrying one beautifully wrapped gift box after another. Leading the way was no longer Vinnie, but Archibald. Miss Xie Wu, there's a banquet downstairs tonight. Your mother has invited you to the grand event. Your dress and accessories have been prepared. Would you like a professional makeup artist to come? No need, I can handle it myself. Alright, I come to pick you up for the banquet in 2 hours. See you then. Archibald bowed politely, and left the room with the staff. Xie Wu picked up the dress that had been brought in. It was a pure white dress, impeccably tailored, beautifully designed, and studded with numerous diamonds. It was clearly very expensive. Attending a banquet? This was Xie Wu's only chance to leave her room in days, and she naturally wouldn't let it slip by. She put on the dress that would be prepared for her tomorrow, and got ready. 2 hours later, Archibald arrived precisely on time. Miss Xie Wu, the banquet has begun. Please follow me. Archibald, dressed in a black suit and wearing a mask, extended his hand to Xie Wu with gentlemanly manners. Xie Wu didn't refuse his gentlemanly request, and followed him out of the room. Outside the room was a long corridor. The corridor had only one exit. At the end of the exit was the waiting elevator. The elevator had a series of numbers displayed, the largest being 50, which was Xie Wu's floor. Archibald pressed the 25th floor button. The numbers on the elevator changed rapidly. Soon, a ding. The elevator doors opened. Pleasant orchestral music filled the air. Xie Wu stepped out of the elevator, and the scene before her surprised her. The banquet attire bore many of Tomorrow's Guild symbols, looking like a religious service. Almost all the guests wore black suits and black dresses and masks. Xie Wu's all-white outfit stood out starkly among them. And Xie Wu wasn't wearing any mask. Among the masked crowd, she had the illusion of being naked. It felt incredibly awkward. Welcome, my divine child. Vinier's sweet and elegant voice rang out. Xie Wu looked in the direction the voice came from. A woman in a beautiful white gown slowly walked over. Her face was veiled, obscuring her features, except for her striking red lips. Her figure was graceful and elegant. As soon as she appeared, everyone bowed their heads respectfully. She walked up to Xie Wu and took his hand. My divine child, please come with me. Ms. Vinier, what's going on? Xie Wu couldn't help but ask. Vinier said nothing. A cold, mechanical hand led her step by step onto the stage. My faithful followers, tonight is the celebration of tomorrow's society taking its first step into history. After tonight, the entire Hyang galaxy will know of our existence. Chapter 427. As soon as Vinny uttered those words, the members of the Tomorrow's Society below erupted in unbridled cheers. It seemed that their lives hidden in darkness had become unbearable, and finally being able to stand in the sunlight, their joy was almost overwhelming. Vinny looked at the excited and joyful believers, and gestured for them to quiet down. Seeing the gesture, the believers suppressed their joy, their fervent and excited eyes fixed intently on her and Xia Wu. Do you believers know who is beside me? The Star Lord of Xiangyang Star, someone answered. Vinny's red lips curved slightly. Yes, Xia Wu, the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star. Although Ms. Xia Wu was our primary target for some time, she joined the Tomorrow Society a week ago and offered to contribute Xiangyang Star. The Tomorrow Society has a rule: whoever contributes to the society will receive increased respect. Ms. Xia Wu has contributed her entire planet. Such a great contribution has led me and the 20 priests to decide that Ms. Xia Wu will become the new divine child of the Tomorrow Society. Vinny's words were barely finished. The crowd below knelt down in unison, bowing and saying, "We have seen the supreme and unparalleled divine child." Looking at the kneeling believers, Vinier, with a smile playing on her lips, leaned close to Xia Wu's ear and whispered softly, "Oh, accept their worship and devotion. From tonight onward, you will become the most revered divine child in the hearts of the 600,000 believers of tomorrow's guild. From now on, not only will there be people who respect you on Xiangyang Star, but countless believers on Blue Star will also treat you with utmost deference. I promise you, as long as tomorrow's guild exists, in your lifetime, you will be the most respected and beloved woman in the entire Hyang Star system." Vinier's cold fingers slowly grasped Xia Wu's hand. Xia Wu couldn't see her face clearly, but the slightly upturned red lips beneath the veil seemed to tell Xia Wu, "Accept it all." "Don't accept it? In this banquet reserved only for members of the Tomorrow Society, the moment you refuse, you be torn to shreds." Xia Wu glanced at the dark crowd below the stage. The banquet hall was enormous, with at least 100 guests. And these 100 people, upon hearing Xia Wu's refusal to acknowledge her status as the divine child, would devour her like a raging torrent. Xia Wu had never felt such immense pressure, nor had she ever felt so helpless. These past few days with Vinier never frequently asked her if she wanted to join the Tomorrow Society, because she didn't need to ask. She only needed to push Xia Wu in front of the Tomorrow Society members on a special occasion, making her declare herself the new divine child of the Tomorrow Society. Vinier was too adept at coating poison with a layer of sweet syrup. Answer your believers, they are all waiting for you," Vinier whispered in her ear, urging her on. An invisible pressure pressed down on Xia Wu, and her 5 fingers slowly closed. Her phoenix eyes blazed as she looked at Vinier, then at the sea of black believers below, and she declared sternly, "Rise, everyone. I, Xia Wu, will lead you to a better life than you have now, and I will dedicate everything I have to the Lord God. We too will dedicate everything we have to the Lord God, to the Son of God." Vinier's lips curled into a slight smile as she took Xia Wu's hand and led her to the center of the dance floor. "My Son of God, offer a dance for us, you are devout believers." Vinier's words had barely finished when the orchestra began to play beautiful music. Vinny, in control, forcefully drew Xia Wu into her rhythm. A waltz, romantic and beautiful. The two, dressed in elegant white gowns, resembled puppets from a music box. Wind it up, release it, and the 2 little figures danced to a pre-programmed rhythm. The dance ended. Vinny bowed gentlemanly to Xia Wu. "I hope this night will be unforgettable for you, my divine child." Xia Wu remained expressionless, unable to laugh or rage. Her moment had passed. The followers of Tomorrow's Society reveled in the upcoming celebration. Such a banquet. Xia Wu couldn't stay. Without informing Vinny, she left first. Ashford, as if expecting her to do so, waited by the elevator and politely inquired, "Divine child, are you going back to rest?" Xia Wu hummed in response. The elevator returned to the luxurious prison on the 50th floor. She sat on the sofa, her mind racing, searching for a solution. Just then, the door opened. The person who walked in was Su Jiu. Su Jiu smiled, as if gloating, and sat down opposite Xia Wu. "Was the candy Winnie gave you tasty? You were dragged into this trap like this too?" Xia Wu retorted. Su Jiu shook his head. "I don't hold the same weight as you in Winnie's heart. You can tell by what I'm wearing." Su Jiu waved the mask in his hand, smiling smugly. Xia Wu asked again, "I stole your position as the divine child." "No, I am still the divine child. Your status in the Tomorrow Society is equal to mine." Xiao Wu, being locked up here for a week spending every day with Winnie, did it make you think she wouldn't do anything to you? So tonight you fell into her trap. Xiao Wu didn't want to speak. Winnie's sweet words were truly deadly. Winnie is an android. Anyone who's dealt with androids knows how powerful they are. Like the androids in Veronica's camp, for centuries, no matter what they've been treated, they always adhered to the rule of not harming humans. Even after their home was destroyed by space pirates, they still maintained that naivete. Winnie is the same. Her programming only includes annihilating humanity and destroying human society. No matter how many beautiful words you say to her, how much beauty of humanity you display, she will still stick to her long-held goal. So, when she locked you up here for a week, only allowing herself to see you, you should think about it. What does she want to do? Facing Su Zhi's lecturing, Xiao Wu smiled coldly. I already been pushed into a fire pit by Vinny, Mr. Su. Are you trying to show off your wisdom by coming to me now? Xiao Wu, I'm just here to see your anger at falling into the trap, and your helplessness at being manipulated. Also, I want to remind you that you once told Yvette that tomorrow's society, born in darkness, should die in darkness. But now, Vinny has used you to bring tomorrow's society into the light. Vinny knows how to slap someone in the face. Su Zhi's bright eyes were fixed on Xiao Wu, a mocking smile in them. This move tonight. From the moment Xiao Wu was caught by tomorrow's society, the scheme had been laid out. They were just waiting for Xiao Wu to walk the path they had paved in front of everyone. Chapter 428. Vinelle had prepared so much for her revenge. She had long understood human nature. The followers of the Tomorrow Society respected her so much. The reason was simple. Vinelle had given them wealth they couldn't relinquish, and also sins worthy of a death sentence. Wealth, life. These were the two things most people valued most in their lives. To protect these two things, they were willing to give everything. Vinelle was actually quite gentle with Xiao Wu, giving him wealth and fame, but not sin. However, Vinelle shifted all the blame for the Tomorrow Society's sins onto Xiao Wu. Tonight's banquet. All the members of the Tomorrow Society wore masks. Even Vinelle's mechanical doll body was veiled. Only Xiao Wu was not wearing a mask. Anyone with a modicum of sense knew what Vinelle wanted to do. Su Zhi came to see Xiao Wu make a fool of himself, and then told Xiao Wu that his status as the divine child was still intact, the subtext being, "You are my puppet." He was there to see Xiao Wu make a fool of herself, and Xiao Wu wasn't stupid. Suppressing all her anger and helplessness, she composed herself. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Xiao Wu said. Easy bosses in games certainly bring players immense satisfaction. But excessively difficult bosses are also very challenging. At least the joy of defeating them is much greater than with an easy boss. Su Zhi's eyes flashed with excitement, but he quickly calmed down. Xiao Wu, you've been pushed to this point by Winnie, and you still haven't given up? Tonight, Winnie has given you the highest treatment at tomorrow's meeting. Don't you want to enjoy the joy of being admired and worshipped by thousands? Xiao Wu didn't answer, only giving him a cold, ambiguous smile. The door to the room opened again. This time, it was Vinier who entered. Xiao Wu, tonight's banquet is yours. Why don't you stay a little longer? Xiao Wu didn't really want to speak. When Vinier announced her as the new divine child, the followers of the Tomorrow Society below the stage were waiting for her answer. In just this short time, Xiao Wu used hate detection to scan the hostility of the crowd below. One by one, the hostility ranged from a minimum of 30 to a maximum of 60. Xiao Wu immediately understood that if she dared to turn against them, the members of the Tomorrow Society below would turn against her. She was willing to enter this game wholeheartedly, but she never intended to die here. She could only appease them, and answer that she was willing to take over the position of divine child. The hostility immediately dropped to 0. The members of the Tomorrow Society were well tamed by Vinier. So well that they couldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of the Tomorrow Society or Vinier. If anyone dared to speak, they would be the first to rush up and tear them to pieces. Xiao Wu remained silent for several seconds, looking at Vinier who was patiently waiting for her answer, and said, Vinier, you're a smart android. Use your programming to calculate whether I should be happy? Yes. Vinier sat down beside Xiao Wu, her head slightly lowered, her veil concealing her red lips. Tomorrow's society currently has 600,000 followers. When tomorrow appears before everyone, we will have even more followers. Ah Wu, you worked so hard to build Sunrise Star. Isn't it all for inexhaustible wealth and the admiration and respect of others? What you want will be realized tomorrow. You should be happy. Xiao Wu was speechless to the point of laughing. Vinier, I do like wealth and the respect of others, but I prefer things to be clean. Ah Wu, the world is only so big, and money is only so much. If you don't squeeze money out of others, you never have much money in your own pocket. So what's the difference between clean and dirty money? Xiaowu felt she could no longer have a proper conversation with Winnie. Vinny, this isn't about money or cleanliness. Perhaps we should be discussing how you forced me to accept the title of Divine Child in front of the Tomorrow Society members. Aren't you afraid I refuse on the spot and die at the hands of your followers? Oh, you're a smart person. I know you be pragmatic. Xiaowu, why don't you understand? Su Zhiyu couldn't help but interject. Even if you don't agree to become the Divine Child of the Tomorrow Society in front of so many followers today, Vinny has plenty of ways to make you agree. After all, you're in our hands now. We can manipulate you however we want. Zhiyu, I have a lot of patience with Ao. If she doesn't agree to become the Divine Child tonight, I spend decades persuading her. If Ao never agrees in this lifetime, then I support Ao for life. Vinny never intended to let Xiaowu go. From the moment Xiaowu fell into her hands, she had already planned what to do. Hearing this, Su Zhiyu laughed. Vinny, I told you you're biased. In your eyes, even if Xiaowu is an idiot, you still treat her like a treasure. I love Wu. Of course she's my most precious treasure. She couldn't feel happy. Even with Vinny's current praise and flattery, Xiaowu felt no joy whatsoever. A morning on Blue Star. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Everyone in the Haiyan Galaxy with a communication bracelet received a message related to the Tomorrow Society. The message touted the merits of the Tomorrow Society and claimed that Xiaowu was its chosen one. Some scoffed, others were intrigued. When the Special Cases Investigation Department received the message, it caused an uproar. Dessen looked at the report, furious. I refused Xiaowu's offer to be bait in the first place, and now look what's happened. She disappeared for a week and reappeared as the chosen one of the Tomorrow Society. What do you tell us to do now? Director Dessen, calm down. I believe in Miss Xiaowu's integrity. Perhaps she agreed to become the chosen one to extract more information about the Tomorrow Society, Veronica said. Dessen scoffed. Ms. Veronica, do you really believe Xiaowu can resist temptation? Look at Xiangyang Star's revenue this past week. Movies, tourism, clothes. In just 1 week, she's already earned 10 billion. Dessen slammed the documents onto the table. When Tomorrow Society targeted them, the money they lost was recovered in just 1 week. Plus, Tomorrow Society has weapons. How could she possibly not join them? Gentlemen, I propose we immediately dispatch soldiers to Xiangyang Star to prevent Xiaowu from further collaborating with Tomorrow Society. I reject this proposal, Su Qinglin said. Dessen was taken aback, then angrily retorted, Director Su, haven't you grasped the current situation? If Xiaowu and the Tomorrow Society really join forces, how many troops will we have to expend? It's precisely because we don't want to expend too many troops and weapons that I oppose it. Director Dessen, I also trust Ms. Xiaowu's character. If she wanted to join the Tomorrow Society, she would have joined long ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, I suggest we wait and see. We act only when things become unavoidable. Chapter 429. War benefits no one. It's a waste of resources and manpower, and it costs soldiers their lives. Su Qinglin and the others didn't want things to escalate to this point. Dessen, however, didn't share their sentiments. For him, defending his sovereignty was paramount. Sacrificing a little would protect all of humanity. Fortunately, his proposal was protested by everyone else. Furthermore, they were only department heads, responsible for solving cases and resolving problems. When it came to waging war, it wasn't their place to make decisions. In short, everyone's opinion was to first control the expansion of the Tomorrow Society. They hadn't yet located the Tomorrow Society's spies. The Tomorrow Society suddenly emerging and aggressively recruiting followers was something they absolutely couldn't allow. However, it was difficult to control. Xiaowu had over 50 million followers on the StarNet. Furthermore, since her capture by the Tomorrow Society, Xiang Yangxing and Xiaowu's reputations have risen rapidly in just 1 week, clearly indicating that the Tomorrow Society is secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes. Dessen now feels it's better not to let Xiaowu get involved in the scheme, to walk into the lion's den. The Tomorrow Society clearly sees itself using Xiaowu's fame and power as a front to attract more people to join. Xiaowu becoming the Tomorrow Society's chosen one is perplexing not only to them, but also to Baitsuan and Kriana, who are cooperating with Xiaowu. Kriana learned about the Tomorrow Society from Xiaowu. Normally, she could only exchange information with Xiaowu. Now, unable to contact Xiaowu, she has no choice but to personally visit Baitsuan's office. The secretary, seeing that it was her, immediately informed Baitsuan. Baitsuan quickly granted her permission. In Baitsuan's office, his 2 sons, Bai Jingyu and Bai Heng, were also present. Seeing them, Kriana guessed that the two young men were also in the know and asked, "What do you think about Xiao Wu joining the Tomorrow Society?" She didn't mince words and asked directly. Bai Xiuwen sighed helplessly. "Miss Kriana, I suppose you can't contact Xiao Wu either." "You too?" Bai Xiuwen nodded. Xiao Wu's grudge against the Tomorrow Society runs deeper than ours. A week ago, a netizen who insulted and slandered her on the Starnet was killed, and everyone was furious with her. But a week later, Xiao Wu became the goddess of the Tomorrow Society. I suspect that Xiao Wu joined the Tomorrow Society to stop their unconditional killings. Kriana frowned. "Xiuwen, although it's to save people, do you think she really joined the Tomorrow Society? Perhaps it's a fake joining, but the fact that she's in the hands of the Tomorrow Society is real. I just called Minister Tan, and she told me that Xiao Wu, since the Starnet, after being taken to Blue Star, she never returned to Xiangyang Star. Although she called Minister Tan 3 days later, the conversation was very short, less than 10 minutes each time. Minister Tan and the others only learned today that their Star Lord had become the divine child of Tomorrow Society. In my opinion, Xiao Wu is being controlled by them." Bai Heng exclaimed angrily. "Xiao Wu isn't that spineless. Tomorrow Society is the murderer of her parents, and they caused her so much trouble. How could she possibly genuinely want to become the divine child of Tomorrow Society? Even if she didn't genuinely want to become the divine child of Tomorrow Society, she's already been pushed into the spotlight by them. If she doesn't stand up and explain, the misunderstanding will only deepen. I'm afraid she become a puppet of Tomorrow Society," Kriana said, full of worry. "I have a friend in the bureau who told me that orders have been issued to suppress all Tomorrow Society gatherings, and no one is allowed to join. If this gets out of hand, it'd be difficult to handle." Thinking of the news she heard at the bureau, Kriana couldn't imagine how Xiao Wu would break this deadlock. The Tomorrow Society is truly too cunning and adept at forcing people. Of course, it's also because they have no bottom line. Without any moral compass, they can do many things that others cannot accept. Why don't you two trust Xiao Wu this time? Before we intervened, didn't Xiao Wu clash with the Tomorrow Society many times and never suffer a defeat? It's the same this time. I don't think Xiao Wu will be overly passively manipulated by them, Bai Jingyu said. Bai Heng scoffed. "Brother's right. Xiao Wu is like a fox, scheming better than anyone. I think she definitely retaliate now that she's been schemed against. Tomorrow, we push Xiao Wu forward. At least for the time being, all forces targeting Xiangyang Star, and Xiao Wu will disappear. During this time, we should accelerate our cooperation with Xiangyang Star and earn more money from tomorrow's investment. That way, when Xiao Wu leaves tomorrow's, she can still make a fortune, so it won't be a huge loss." Bai Xiuwen and the others' pupils widened suddenly, looking at Bai Jingyu in astonishment. "Brother, you really know how to make money. You managed to find another way at a time like this," Bai Heng praised. Bai Jingyu smiled. "Xiao Wu wants to earn more money to change Xiangyang Star, but unfortunately, she's been constantly tripped up by Tomorrow Society and hasn't earned enough. Xiao Wu won't be Tomorrow Society's puppet for nothing. There must be some kind of deal involved. So, we can't miss this opportunity to make some money. After all, we don't even know where Xiao Wu is right now, so let's do something practical." The official intervention to suppress Tomorrow's Society indicates that another force is also targeting them. These businessmen. Without official power or position, there's not much they can do. They might as well take this opportunity to make more money, and give Xiao Wu a surprise when she returns. Klana glanced at the composed Bai Jingyu, then turned to Bai Xiuwen, saying, "Xiuwen, you raised your child very well, so calm in the face of danger. I hope my brat can be like your son. Lagan is good too. I heard that after you handed over your clothing company to him, he's managed it quite well. That's about all he can do. It's hard to expect him to do more. I have a meeting soon, so I'd be going now." Checking the time, Klana didn't linger. She said goodbye and quickly left the office. As soon as she left, Bai Xiuwen sighed heavily. "Ayu, do you really think Xiao Wu can come back?" Bai Xiuwen asked. "To be honest, these past 2 days, seeing the flowing water on Xiangyang Star, I've been worried that Xiao Wu might have fallen into their trap. Dad, Xiao Wu knows what it means to gain something for a short time, and what it means to gain something for a lifetime. Tomorrow's society has done so much, the Alliance won't let them get away with it. As a substitute pushed out by Tomorrow's society, if Xiao Wu doesn't ally with the Alliance, she'd be the first to be caught, while the main god hiding behind Tomorrow's society will remain at large. Xiao Wu isn't that stupid to be used like this by Tomorrow's society," Bai Jingyu said firmly. He didn't think Xie We would be so foolish as to risk everything for a short-term gain. Chapter 430. In a luxury hotel room, Xia Wu lay on the sofa, listlessly browsing gossip news. Her other hand twirled a pen. Ever since Winnie's pushed her into the position of the divine child of tomorrow's society, besides the food-delivering robot, she hadn't seen anyone else, including Winnie's. Winnie was a master of manipulation. She kept everyone away from her, minimizing her exposure to outside information. Although she could watch TV now, Xia Wu discovered its drawbacks. The large TV only had a few channels, news and entertainment, though different every day. However, she noticed something strange while watching the news. The news was edited. Winnie showed Xia Wu the news she wanted to see, cutting out everything she didn't want Xia Wu to see. If she hadn't noticed this, Xia Wu probably wouldn't have realized that Winnie was creating an information cocoon for her. She only fed Xia Wu her own information. Xia Wu had to pretend she didn't know. She spent her days watching news and entertainment, or watching movies to pass the time. Xia Wu thought about it carefully, for days had passed since her identity as a divine child was revealed. These wasted days felt like an eternity. "Ah Wu, are you bored?" The hamster robot on the table suddenly moved, and Winnie's familiar voice came through. Xia Wu glanced at her sideways. "I'm a busy person, Winnie. You're wasting too much of my time keeping me locked up like this. Can you find me something to do?" "Of course you can. Ah Wu, if you want to work, I can entrust one of tomorrow's group's companies to you." "Okay, I like managing a company." Xia Wu agreed without hesitation. "Wait a moment, I have someone bring you the company documents." The hamster robot fell silent. Not long after, the door opened, and a short, overweight middle-aged man walked in. "Shinsi, hello, I'm the general manager of Tianxing Company. I heard you're going to take over the company's management. These are the documents and ledgers." The man handed Xia Wu an electronic tablet. Xia Wu opened the documents on it, and looked at them carefully. "A transportation company? Not bad, at least 1 billion in revenue a year? But giving me such a small company, Winnie, aren't you underestimating me?" Xia Wu turned to look at the hamster robot on the table. It moved. "Start with a small company, Ah Wu. After you demonstrate more ability at tomorrow's meeting, I give you a bigger company," Winnie promised. Upon hearing Winnie's voice, the middle-aged man was so excited he wanted to kneel down. Xia Wu sighed. "All right, since Winnie says so, I accept it for now. Manager, triple the wages for all the employees." "Huh?" The manager was dumbfounded. "Triple the wages? How much would that increase expenses? I'm a new manager, and also the chosen one of tomorrow's society. Shouldn't I act with consideration and righteousness? I see we have many long-time employees in our transportation company. They dedicated most of their lives to the company. It hasn't been easy for them. 5 years or more, 5 times the wages. 3 years or more, 3 times the wages. This..." The man looked at Winnie with some difficulty. This company was a medium-sized company within tomorrow's society, with annual profits of only around 1 billion, sometimes even less. The members of tomorrow's society were all thinking about how to make more money for Winnie, and Xia Wu was already giving money away as soon as he arrived. Although Xia Wu was publicly known as the divine child, some members still couldn't accept that he belonged to tomorrow's society because Winnie had previously ordered them to deal with him. Now that Winnie was still present, the man wanted to hear her opinion. "Let's do as Winnie says. The original purpose of tomorrow's society was to help those who couldn't achieve happiness due to poverty. We don't lack this money now, so let's give the long-term employees a raise," Winnie said. The man nodded quickly in agreement. Xia Wu smiled. "In that case, why don't we expand our charitable work? Manager, let's donate 3 billion to the Xiangyang Charity Foundation founded by the Bai family." This. The manager was slightly agitated. Xia Wu was taking advantage of him. Giving the employees a raise would multiply the wage gap several times over. That's not enough. Donating 3 billion to a charity foundation, that's money they earned over 3 years, just to give it away like that? The manager didn't hold a high position in tomorrow's guild. But he was loyal to tomorrow's guild. Besides, he had always worked diligently, hoping to one day take over this transportation company and become the boss. He didn't know how long Xia Wu would be the boss of this company, but he couldn't tolerate Xia Wu squandering the money he had earned like this. "Donate it," Winnie said. The man looked at Winnie with difficulty. "God, our company is small. It will take 3 years to earn 3 billion. We already raised the employees' salaries, and we might not even earn 900 million this year. We still have a lot of things to do. What if the company can't operate if we give this money away? With so many brothers and sisters in the company, are you worried it will go bankrupt?" Winnie asked. The man's eyes lit up at this. Okay, I do as you say. Wait a minute, remember to donate the company money in my name. Xie Wu glanced at Winnie. I'm the divine child of the Tomorrow Society. If I do charity work in my name, everyone will surely think the Tomorrow Society is a great philanthropic organization, right? The man glared at Xie Wu, annoyed by her unreasonable behavior. Winnie wasn't annoyed. She said calmly, "Oh Wu, I said I make you the most respected person in the Hyang Galaxy. It's something that can be done with this little bit of money, and I'm more than willing to contribute. Go now, just do as All Wu says." Halfway through her sentence, Winnie gave the man her order. Hearing Winnie mention this little bit of money, the man immediately felt reassured, no longer worried that Xie Wu would squander their money. How about I contribute 30 billion? All of it will be donated to various charitable foundations in your name, All Wu, Winnie asked. Xie Wu shrugged. I don't care, but Winnie, how long are you going to keep me locked up? I just eat and sleep here all day. I feel like I'm going to be ruined. Wu, it's okay if you're ruined, I take care of you. It was truly touching, but also infuriating. Winnie hadn't said she'd let her out for a stroll all day, so she didn't know what was going on outside, and whether Winnie had done what she said she would. Had she used her name to kidnap Xiang Yangxing during her imprisonment? Just thinking about all this, she was already trying to find a chance to escape. Chapter 431. The next day, Xie Wu saw on the news that Winnie had donated 30 billion to the Xiangyang Charity Foundation in her name. This was the largest donation ever received by any foundation in the Hyang star system. However, the news didn't mention the name Tomorrow Society, only Xie Wu's name. It seemed like the authorities were intentionally concealing the existence of Tomorrow Society, not giving it any advertising. News reports are usually just a brief overview. Xie Wu was curious to see the reactions on the StarNet. If the name Tomorrow Society was mentioned in discussions about this, it meant that Tomorrow Society had successfully used her for advertising again. If not, then people would only praise her. Xie Wu actually thought this news might be fake. After all, everything she could see was edited and manipulated. Until Xie Wu saw the press conference held by the Bai family. At the press conference, Bai Tsuan expressed surprise at receiving such a large donation. To show everyone that he hadn't misused the donation, the reconstruction of orcs would be broadcast live. Every expense would be meticulously recorded in a ledger for netizens to review and monitor. After the news ended, Vinny, sitting beside him, asked, I done as promised. Are you satisfied? Vinny, you're really willing to spend money for me. I always been generous to you, oh. If you want to become the Empress of the Hyang star system, I can help you too, Vinny said. A hint of surprise flashed in Xie Wu's eyes. Vinny said, oh, you've seen the bombs our Tomorrow Club has developed, but we're not just developing bombs, we have even more powerful weapons. If you just give the go-ahead to let my researchers enter Xiangyang Star and secretly manufacture weapons, then with the help of the space pirates, defeating the Alliance won't be difficult. Vinny, your promises to me always feel like a dream. If I didn't know that Tomorrow Society is the third richest company on Blue Star, I would truly believe you're so good to me, handing over your empire to me so easily. 30 billion is a lot, but for you, it's just a drop in the ocean, isn't it? Besides their publicly disclosed funds, Tomorrow Society also has considerable wealth in the black market. Perhaps their funds already surpass those of the Bai family, they're just hiding it. Xie Wu has squandered their 30 billion without a second thought, and even wants to squander another 30 billion. Oh, have you become more hostile towards me since that banquet? I don't hate becoming a divine child, but I feel that Winnie, you've been hiding many things from me, Xie Wu said. I really hate this kind of thing. Saying you're good to me, while harboring 800 schemes in your heart. I need to consider your sincerity. What do you want to know? If I ask, will you tell me? You can ask first. Who is your mother? What's her name? What does she look like? What happened in your past? These were the things she had always wanted to know. Because this was also the key reason why Winnie had turned bad. Winnie hesitated for a moment, then answered, my mother is also named Xie Wu. The same name as me? Yes, Winnie answered. She was once a doctoral student at the Blue Star Royal Research Academy. The academy funded her research on high-performance robots. My mother was a research fanatic. While conducting research, things would often explode here and there. To ensure her safety, the academy found a mechanical planet and established a research institute for her there. My mother dedicated herself to research on the machine planet for 7 years, finally creating me. Though imperfect, I was the most advanced and perfect high-performance robot of my time. Those who witnessed my mother's success, upon hearing that she could create even better robots, included the dean's son, Sidley, who joined her research group. That useless young master, who couldn't even program properly, thought my mother's research had reached its end when Veronica was born. To gain the title of father of robots, the dean and Sidley assassinated my mother, claiming all the credit for themselves. My mother focused solely on research, never communicating with anyone. Hiding on the machine planet for 7 years, she had no contact with the outside world. No one knew my mother's abilities. No one knew of her existence. Sidley and his father brazenly stole the credit that belonged to my mother. However, they didn't expect that my mother had programmed all the manufacturing data to be destroyed after her death. Therefore, after Veronica, he could no longer create a second robot. Xiaowu had imagined this scenario. Even as Winnie spoke, she still had one question. Veronica doesn't remember this, so why do you? My mother isn't stupid. She was also afraid her work would be stolen, so she added a protective lock to both Veronica and me. This lock ensured that Veronica and I both knew who the real creator of us was. After Sidley found out about this, he hired many people to break this protective lock, but they found it impossible to unlock. In the end, he chose to add another program to our memory bank. He used this program to overwrite our understanding of our mother, forcing us to believe that he was our father. Then how did you remember this? Xiaowu asked. Winnie replied, I lost the electronic war between humans and androids. However, the hacker unlocked Sidley's program, and I finally remembered that locked memory. I'm a maintenance robot, I came out early, and I'm not as powerful or advanced as Veronica, so I lost that electronic war quickly. After I regained my memory, I went to find Veronica, but Veronica's program is difficult to modify. I tried to make her remember our mother, but no matter what I did, she couldn't remember her. Xiaowu understood Winnie's love and hate. Veronica is also your mother's child. Are you really going to kill her out of hatred? Why wouldn't I? Her programming includes a command to protect humanity. This command means that even if she knew the truth about my mother's murder, she wouldn't harm humans, she would even protect them. Therefore, she would definitely be my enemy. However, I already killed everyone in the Cider family, which avenges my mother. There was a hint of a smile in Veronica's gentle words. She looked up at Xiaowu. All Wu, I've given you the answer you wanted. If you still want to persuade me to turn back to good, I can only tell you that from the moment I embarked on this path, I never intended to turn back. Chapter 432. Winnie's Stubbornness. No, it should be said that the Omnics are stubborn. Not just Winnie, Veronica and the others are the same. Once they choose a path, they keep going, never looking back. Therefore, the villain plot in TV dramas, where the protagonist can easily redeem the villain with a few words, doesn't work on Winnie. Winnie didn't spend much time with Xiaowu. Before she could hear his thoughts on knowing the truth, she said, Xiaowu, I have something to do. I go first and come back to find you when I'm done. As a result, she didn't return that night. Xiaowu was extremely troubled that day. Redeeming Winnie was out of the question, and although Winnie shared the same name as the real Omnic mother, that alone wouldn't spare her life. It was somewhat unbelievable. Perhaps Xiaowu even resembled the Omnic mother somewhat. However, ever since Tomorrow's Society conceived the idea of seizing Sunrise Star, they had been keeping a close eye on her. Vinier hadn't just recently discovered her resemblance to the true mother of machines in both appearance and name. She knew from the beginning. However, Vinier showed no mercy in the early stages, ordering her poisoning. Although Xiaowu's soul transmigrated into this body because Xiaowu was poisoned, it cannot be denied that Tomorrow's Society had attempted to kill her once. In fact, after her rebirth, if Su Jiu hadn't wanted to capture her alive, she would likely have died during the first attack by the space pirates. Initially, it was Su Jiu's selfishness that kept her alive. Later, it was Vinier's selfishness that made her no longer worried about Tomorrow's Society taking her life. But recalling what Vinier said in the Special Cases Criminal Investigation Department interrogation room, she simply wouldn't allow members of the Tomorrow's Society to kill Xiaowu, but she wouldn't participate in anyone else killing Xiaowu. Awakening from the sweet dream woven by Vinier, Xiaowu realized that in Vinier's program, she could be very important, yet not so important. At least, Xiaowu was definitely not more important than Vinier's mother. Vinier was actually very rational, frighteningly so. She was kind to Xiaowu while simultaneously using her. Having been thrust into the position of the Tomorrow Society's chosen one without any prior notice, Xiaowu's wariness, which had been numbed by Vinier, was rekindled. She needed to figure things out. Then came the counterattack. However, as a prisoner, her current counterattack could only be a matter of taking it one step at a time. Having set her goal, Xiaowu went to bed on time as usual that night. At 6 in the morning, she went to the gym to exercise, only to find that all the gym equipment had been taken. She didn't know what the other party wanted to do. But Xiaowu knew that even as a prisoner, she needed to maintain a certain level of physical strength and fighting ability. Lacking exercise equipment, she went to the swimming pool and ran around it for an hour. The sun rose in the east, its dazzling rays streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the pool's surface. Xiaowu stood sideways by the window, sunlight falling on her fair, delicate cheeks, while the areas not touched by the light were shrouded in a faint shadow. Like a caged bird, she muttered. She clenched her fist and slammed it against the glass. The glass was as hard as a rock, and apart from the loud crash, it didn't change a bit. Xiaowu seemed oblivious to the pain. She clenched her fist again and slammed it heavily against the glass. Bang! 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 3 loud crashes followed. Several hurried footsteps entered. Hotel staff stepped forward to stop Xiaowu. Divine Child, what are you doing? A few punches landed. The glass was unharmed, but Xiaowu's hand was red and swollen, as if congested with blood, though not a drop of blood was visible. However, the intense pain caused his hand to tremble involuntarily. Faced with their questioning, Xiaowu remained silent, allowing them to lead him to the living room. Shortly afterward, Archibald entered with the family doctor. The doctor took out a medical instrument and quickly scanned the wounds on Xiaowu's hand. The doctor soon reported, Lord Archibald, the Divine Child has several fractured bones in his hand, and 2 fingers are broken. The wounds are so severe that it may require 2 weeks of treatment. Archibald nodded, saying nothing. The family doctor had no choice but to treat Xiaowu using standard methods. While treating Xiaowu with the instrument, the family doctor secretly glanced at Xiaowu with admiration. That must have been incredibly ruthless. He almost shattered all his fingers. People are afraid of pain. The first time you feel excruciating pain, the second time you fear it, and won't torture yourself again. But Xiaowu continued, even fracturing and breaking his bones, without stopping. Bone fractures are very troublesome. There's an old saying, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and even with today's advanced medical technology, that's pretty much true. After the first treatment, Xiaowu's hand was bandaged like a rice dumpling. The family doctor said, Shensi, you need to be very careful during this time. If you injure your hand again, you might lose it. Okay. Xiaowu responded indifferently. Her expression remained unchanged, completely calm. The family doctor glanced at Archibald, whispered, let's go out, and left with the treatment machine. Only Xiaowu and Archibald remained in the living room. Archibald's expression was calm, revealing no emotion. Xiaowu's expression was also calm, without a ripple of emotion. Ah, what are you doing? Why are you hurting yourself? As expected, Winnie's sigh came from the mechanical hamster on the table. Xiaowu looked at his hands, wrapped up like a dumpling, and smiled slightly. Vinny, aren't I doing what you wanted? Taking all the gym equipment away, isn't that what you wanted me to be? A useless piece of trash, obediently accepting your protection and favors? Wu, did you hurt yourself because the gym equipment was taken away? Vinny, don't just listen to half of what I said. I'm not stupid. I just want to tell you, if you intend to make me a useless piece of trash, then I die. The life of captivity was truly comfortable. Good food, good housing, nothing to do, wasting his life. People were constantly saying nice things. Even the news and gossip were all positive and uplifting. Xiaowu was living like the protagonist in the Truman Show, a life controlled by others. This kind of parasitic life. Some people might like it, but Xiaowu didn't. So she decided to fight back. Confined in the cage, all she could do was escape, even at the cost of her life. After all, even if she lived a peaceful life, she would still die in the cage. So why not struggle, and see how much kindness Winnie still had for her? As it turned out, she was right. Winnie wouldn't watch her harm herself in the cage. Chapter 433. Vinny sighed softly. I wondered when you would retaliate against me in such an extreme way. But I didn't expect you to come so soon. I thought what I'd done for you these past few days had made you feel my sincerity. Vinny, I'm not your pet. Even if I were, I should have the chance to go outside for a walk. You won't even give me that chance? Do you think I'm a monkey in a zoo? Xiaowu's face was icy, devoid of any emotion. But her words revealed the depth of her anger. Vinny knew that, given Xiaowu's personality, continuing to confine her would only lead to more self-harm. Tomorrow, I have Archibald take you out for a walk. Find me something to do, Xiaowu said. A few months ago, you guys saddled me with billions in debt, forcing me to work hard to earn money, to the point that I've fallen in love with the feeling of making money. I can't give it up now. Let me make money. If I don't, I go crazy. Before Winnie could speak, Sia Wu continued, I like starting from scratch. Don't give me another small company to manage. What's the challenge in an established and stable company? Of course, I can create my own challenge, bankrupt the company, and start from scratch again. Ah Wu, perhaps I should hire a psychologist for you. Your thought process is bizarre and abnormal, at least unlike any human I ever met. Winnie sighed softly. She liked Sia Wu, who was well behaved just 2 weeks ago. But Sia Wu, who suddenly started causing trouble, was becoming a bit spoiled. The key issue was that she genuinely couldn't bear to see Sia Wu get into trouble. This was a real dilemma. If you continue to imprison me, you will indeed need to hire a psychologist for me. However, that psychologist probably won't be able to heal my wounded heart, Sia Wu said. Winnie said, just behave yourself for a few days, and I try to arrange a job for you. By tomorrow at the latest. If I don't hear about a job by tomorrow, I start causing trouble, Sia Wu said. Winnie was silent for a few seconds, then agreed, okay. Wait. Winnie sighed and left. After Winnie left, Archibald stood motionless in the living room, like a statue. Archibald, how long are you going to stand here? Sia Wu asked. Archibald glanced at Sia Wu and said, Mother is afraid you do something else, so she had me keep an eye on you here. Archibald was also an AI. He communicated directly with Winnie internally, without needing to speak aloud. Sia Wu, upon learning that Archibald was spying on her, said nothing more and got up to return to her room. As soon as she lay down on the soft bed, the pain she had ignored earlier instantly surged into her brain. Unable to ignore the pain any longer, Sia Wu's vision went black, and she fainted. When she awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Archive was still in the room. With Winnie's promise, Sia Wu didn't do anything rash. Smashing the glass with her fist was simply a child's cry to get the toy she wanted from her parents. Winnie had already promised to find her a job. She naturally wouldn't do anything foolish again. After all, self-harm really hurts. She didn't really want to die. She waited patiently for the next day to arrive. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Archive told Sia Wu, your mother found you an interview job. Pack your things. We leave for the TV station at 9:30. Sia Wu was puzzled when he heard about the job. An interview? What about? Your debut. You want to start from scratch, not with a company tomorrow. After some consideration, your mother thought the fastest way for you to make money from scratch is to have you become a singer. You have experience in composing and writing lyrics, and the songs you wrote for movies have been well received. We don't need to make an album for you, just use your existing songs as an excuse to tell everyone in the interview that you will be appearing in front of the public as a singer for a period of time. As he spoke, Archibald glanced at the schedule. Your schedule for today, 10 a.m. for a TV interview, 12 p.m. meeting with the director of the Best Singer program to discuss your appearance fee, 2 p.m. to the recording studio to write 3 new songs for the variety show Best Singer, 8 p.m. back to the hotel to rest. Sia Wu smiled and said, that's quite a full schedule. That's similar to your usual routine. After all, you like being busy, Archibald said. Sia Wu didn't reply. Vinnie's thoughts weren't hard to guess. To mold her into a singer, increasing her fame. After all, Sia Wu now carries not only the label of the Star Lord of Xiangyang, but also the label of the Divine Child of Tomorrow. When a celebrity has high exposure, they gain fans quickly. Perhaps fans will visit Xiangyang because it's Sia Wu's planet. But they will also choose to join tomorrow's society because she is the Divine Child of Tomorrow. It has to be said, Winnie knew exactly how to exploit her value. Even knowing she was being used, Sia Wu still had to choose to endure it. She'd been used by Winnie like this. If she couldn't find Winnie's hiding place in the end, all the suffering she endured over the past 2 weeks would have been for nothing. Similarly, she couldn't cause any more trouble. Making trouble once or twice was fine, but if she caused too much, Winnie would escalate the imprisonment, and that would be terrible. Sia Wu had no objections to the work they had arranged for her. According to the schedule, she and Archibald left at 9:30. Archive didn't cover her eyes. Throughout the journey, Sia Wu could see the surrounding scenery clearly. They first left by car in the underground parking lot. After leaving the parking lot, they could see the hotel's outline, but they couldn't see the hotel's name until the car drove through a small road where several large characters were placed on the green belt. Luxury Court 5-star hotel. The car drove straight ahead. The scenery on both sides confirmed Sia Wu's suspicion that she was in a foreign country, though she didn't know which one. The car stopped in front of a large building. Getting out, they found someone already waiting for them. The host of today's interview was a woman with beautiful, long, wavy black hair, brown skin, and light green eyes. Seeing Sia Wu, She extended her hand warmly and said in the Interstellar common language, "Ms. Xia Wu, thank you for joining our interview. I'm the host, Antonia." "Hello, I'm sorry, my hand is injured," Xia Wu said, holding up her right hand, which was wrapped up like a dumpling. Antonia quickly said, "It's alright, I wasn't paying attention." "How did you get injured?" "It's the price for coming out. They wouldn't let me out without a broken hand." Antonia's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Xia Wu immediately smiled and said, "Just kidding, I accidentally fell." Chapter 434. Antonia smiled upon hearing this. "Ms. Xia Wu, please prepare yourself. Our interview will begin in 5 minutes. By the way, our interview will be live. If you are asked any questions you don't want to answer, you don't have to." She changed the subject. "Live broadcast." Hearing these words, a glint of light flashed in Xia Wu's eyes. She nodded in agreement. In the interview room, the staff were doing final equipment checks. The makeup artist came up to touch up Xia Wu's makeup. After the makeup was done, Xia Wu sat on the sofa, and Antonia sat opposite her. Not long after, the director gave them an okay sign. Antonia nodded in understanding and began her usual opening remarks. This was a live interview. The moment it went live, the official announcement was immediately released on numerous social media platforms. Soon, Neil, Veronica, Tycoon, and Kriana learned about the live stream through the intelligence team and all clicked on the live stream. They clicked on the live stream when the interview had just started, less than 5 minutes in. After a brief opening, Antonia looked at Xia Wu, a professional smile on her face, and asked sweetly, "We are honored to have invited one of the most talked about and popular figures of this century, Ms. Xia Wu. Ms. Xia Wu, according to my information, you are participating in today's interview program because you have something important to announce to us." Ms. Antonia, the most talked about and popular figure of this century, that's an understatement when it comes to me. "I'm just an ordinary citizen," Xia Wu retorted, not answering the rest of the question. Antonia smiled and said, "It seems Ms. Xia Wu has no idea how much everyone likes her. Just look at the comments in the live stream. You see how much everyone loves you." Antonia looked at the comments screen. Strings of text floated on the screen. Is that really Xia Wu? Did I lose my eye? She actually participated in this kind of interview program. I didn't even know there was such a program on Starnet if it wasn't Xia Wu. Baby, look at me. Ah! I can't believe I can see my baby again so soon. What happened to Xia Wu's hand? Is it injured? The comments scrolled incredibly fast. Before you could even finish reading one, it was already scrolled to who knows where. Antonia had been hosting this program for so long, and this was the first time she had seen so many viewers. Her smile was hard to hide. She sat up straight, trying to maintain the best posture to avoid being criticized by so many viewers. Our comment system is scrolling so fast we can't even keep up. "Miss Xia Wu, can you believe how much everyone loves you now?" Antonia asked. Xia Wu replied yes. "Then, Miss Xia Wu, could you tell everyone why you're here today for this interview?" "World peace," Xia Wu said playfully. Antonia smiled at this answer. Indeed, world peace is a wish we all desire. But besides this important matter, Miss Xia Wu, is there anything else you'd like to say? She had been guiding Xia Wu to say what she needed to say, even though Xia Wu's attitude was somewhat uncooperative. Xia Wu wasn't being sarcastic. She knew that Vinny had arranged this live interview to gauge her attitude. If she said in the studio, "Everyone, help me. I've been kidnapped by tomorrow's society," she would face imprisonment. Of course, she couldn't escape. Archive was waiting nearby. Looking at the staff, although they tried their best to conceal something, the muscular lines on their arms and their sharp eyes revealed that they were all trained fighters. In this room, the only person she could beat was Antonia in front of her. Vinny wouldn't let her out without doing anything. Xia Wu understood that this time out was more like a test. As long as she moved around more, she would eventually find a chance to escape. Being imprisoned meant she could only escape through others. Xia Wu didn't want to rely on others, so she didn't make things too difficult for the host, continuing to follow Vinny's script, telling her that she would be appearing on various programs as a singer for the next period of time. Antonia, who already knew the script, pretended to be surprised, saying, "Really? Miss Xia Wu, are you really going to debut as a singer?" "Yes." "Then we music lovers are in for a treat," Antonia explained excitedly. "Miss Xia Wu, you have no idea how much I love your songs, especially the movie theme song, Don't Forget. Ever since watching the movie, I've been listening to it on repeat almost every day. I still hum it from time to time. Let me sing it for you." Antonia cleared her throat and began to sing. Her plain voice immediately went off key. Although Xia Wu hadn't spent much time writing the song, it was still her own work, and she couldn't bear to hear someone else sing it so off-key. Following Antonia's voice, she began to sing a cappella. Antonia, hearing Xia Wu's voice, feigned surprise, like a devoted fan, listening intently with a swooning expression. Xia Wu's a cappella singing was breathtakingly beautiful. Without accompaniment, her ethereal and melodious voice seemed to transport the listener to two people on the beach, laughing and playing, chasing each other, or perhaps to the ending scene of a movie, the android walking towards its death. After Xia Wu finished singing, Antonia exclaimed joyfully, "That's it. That's it. Miss Xia Wu, to be honest, you're my favorite singer of this century." Xia Wu smiled. "A century is a long time. Perhaps there will be singers even more talented than me in the future. Ms. Antonia, you can't live for a century, so why do you always use a century to praise people?" "That's because I think you, Ms. Xia Wu, are so outstanding. By the way, I saw some netizens asking, Ms. Xia Wu, you are the Star Lord of Xiangyang Star and the Divine Child of Tomorrow's Society. With these two identities, you never have to worry about food and drink in your life. Why did you suddenly announce that you're debuting as a singer?" Antonia asked. Xia Wu pondered for a moment and said, "I have excellent employees. With their help, my planet is developing step by step. With such excellent employees, I let them make money for me, and I go out and explore, doing things I never done before. The Divine Child of Tomorrow's Society." Speaking of this identity, Xia Wu smiled. "Tomorrow's society is a harmonious and loving religion that yearns for peace. I hope to use the power of music to make people love this world more. For example, not littering, not spitting, not damaging the environment, being kinder to strangers, and contributing their own strength to world peace." Chapter 435. These words. Xia Wu was conveying a message to Neil and the others. She was telling them that her heart still belonged to them, but now that Tomorrow's society had her, she had to pretend to be obedient. During the interview, Xia Wu noticed that Antonia hadn't asked about her hand injury again. Even though viewers on the screen kept asking, she didn't answer. Later, Xia Wu also noticed that the camera deliberately pulled up slightly, no longer showing her injured hand. This action by the other party. Xia Wu couldn't help but wonder if this TV station was founded by Tomorrow's Society. The interview lasted for 2 hours. The director of Best Singer was also in this TV station building. After the interview, Archibald led her to another room to meet him. The conversation was simple. It was nothing more than signing the contract to participate in the program and chatting a bit. After signing the contract, they went to the recording studio. 2 staff members were already waiting for them in the recording studio, even though they tried to hide their trained physiques. Upon shaking hands, Xia Wu immediately sensed the calluses on their hands, which were not typical of musicians. These 2 were there to help Xia Wu compose music and write lyrics. If her hands weren't injured, she could have handled it all by herself. With her injured hands, she needed others to play the instruments and handle the recording for the desired arrangement. Although they weren't ordinary musicians, they understood music theory. After writing the lyrics, Xia Wu invited them to compose the music. Of course, Xia Wu would hum the melody she wanted, and the 2 would play it on various instruments before choosing the most suitable one. They were busy until 1 a.m. When Archibald finally remembered that Xia Wu was a person, someone brought Xia Wu some food. Xia Wu ate while working. By the time she finished eating, the song was also finished. She started recording immediately. Xia Wu didn't spend much time warming up her voice. She immediately got into character. The 2 staff members who heard Xia Wu's song were astonished, their eyes wide. They had heard Xia Wu's songs on the Starnet before. Those songs were indeed quite good. But writing a good song isn't difficult. The difficulty lies in Xia Wu's ability to write lyrics, arrange music, and sing all in such a short time, and to do so flawlessly. Is she really a genius? After recording 3 songs, the 2 staff members went from initial wariness to admiration. According to Archibald's schedule, she was supposed to return to the hotel at 8 p.m., but Xia Wu's work speed was exceptionally high. There wasn't a single thing that needed revision. She had finished all 3 songs by 6 p.m. and left work early. Back at the hotel, she rested for a short while. The family doctor arrived with medical equipment to continue treating Xia Wu's injured right hand. A comfortable, gentle warmth enveloped her hand from the medical equipment. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep in this warmth, the family doctor told Xia Wu that her treatment for the day was finished. Xia Wu jolted awake, unable to fall back asleep. The family doctor had barely left when the mechanical hamster on the table started moving. "Ah Wu, are you satisfied with today's workload?" "Satisfied? I just listened to the 3 new songs you wrote, Ah Wu. Why are they all love songs?" I remember when you first showcased your talent in front of everyone, your songs weren't like these. Weren't those 3 songs good? Xiaowu feigned ignorance and asked. She was now the chosen one of the Tomorrow Society. How could she still write songs that encouraged people to face battle without flinching? What if it inspired the members of the Tomorrow Society? So, Xiaowu wrote 3 love songs. They were the kind of heartbreaking love songs that only someone who'd been heartbroken for 10 years could write. The kind that would make a heartbroken person want to hide under the covers and cry all night. They're nice to listen to, but I didn't think someone with your personality would write songs like this. With Winnie saying this, Xiaowu roughly knew what she wanted. Xiaowu leaned back lazily on the sofa, drawing out her words. But lately I've been liking love songs. The love songs I wrote for Lily's movie really resonated with me. Lately, I've been loving these kinds of heartbreaking love songs. Winnie, songwriting and composing are all about inspiration. When I don't have inspiration, even if you asked me to write other songs, I couldn't write them even if you chopped off my head. Since you like those kinds of songs, I definitely write them for you when I have inspiration. Afraid that Winnie would pester him, Xiaowu offered her a rosy promise in advance. Okay. Winnie, I'm a little tired. Can I go and rest for a bit? Xiaowu asked, yawning. Winnie readily agreed. Xiaowu returned to her room, took a shower, and actually went to sleep. The Special Cases Criminal Investigation Department, however, were not as relaxed as Xiaowu. In the conference room, everyone's expressions were grave. Dersun tossed the documents onto the table and leaned back in his chair. The location of the interview has been revealed. It's the Eagle Kingdom on planet Jim. How was Xiaowu taken there? They had assumed Xiaowu was still on Earth. But when they found the program crew Xiaowu was interviewing on another planet, they were stunned. The Eagle Kingdom is a very small country on planet Jim, but it's extremely xenophobic. No one can set foot in their country without their permission. Any citizen has the right to kill any outsider who dares to trespass, Su Qinlin said. These aren't the real problems, Dessen scoffed. This country has a small population, but a fierce spirit. Everyone's a soldier, and they're incredibly experienced in combat. If we were to start a war with them, we might win, but the losses would be enormous. Vinny's ability to bring Miss Xiaowu to the Ryukyu Kingdom suggests that the Ryukyu Kingdom might have some connection to Tomorrow. And now we have answers to where Tomorrow got its space pirate weapons, and where those bomb types that haven't appeared on Earth were made, Veronica said. Dessen raised an eyebrow at her and said, the Ryukyu Kingdom refuses diplomacy, but its military strength is formidable. Now that Miss Xiaowu is there, we can roughly determine that it's the Tomorrow Society's stronghold. Everyone, the Tomorrow Society cannot continue to be allowed to continue like this. I cast my vote to launch a war against the Ryukyu Kingdom. What do you all think? I refuse, Veronica said without hesitation. After watching the interview program, I can conclude that Miss Xiaowu is on our side. Launching a war might harm her. Besides, the Tomorrow Society has many methods. It's not even certain whether the Ryukyu Kingdom is their stronghold. What if we launch a war arbitrarily and harm innocent people? Ms. Veronica, I know your omnics are kind, but the Tomorrow Society has caused us so much trouble. Continuing to let it go will only cause us more trouble. Ms. Xiaowu entered this game voluntarily. She chose to fall into the Tomorrow Society's stronghold for the peace of the galaxy. If we eliminate the Tomorrow Society, even if she loses her life, she will probably feel it was worth it, Dessen said. Chapter 436. His words angered Veronica. Mr. Dessen, how is your ruthless pursuit of your desired outcome any different from the Tomorrow Society? Did you secretly join the Tomorrow Society? Veronica asked through gritted teeth. Dessen quickly retorted, Ms. Veronica, please don't slander me. The Tomorrow Society instigated all this trouble. If they hadn't, how could I have come up with this way to deal with him? Regardless, I refuse to ignite war against the Ryukyu Kingdom before gathering more evidence. If you insist on starting a war, we, the Mechanized Society, will stand with the Ryukyu Kingdom. Veronica warned. Dessen was momentarily speechless. He felt wronged. Ms. Veronica, the Tomorrow Society was the one who started the wrongdoing. How can you side with them? I'm talking about standing with the Ryukyu Kingdom, not the Tomorrow Society. Mr. Dessen, unless you provide evidence that every citizen of the Ryukyu Kingdom is connected to the Tomorrow Society, according to the rules of the Onyx, we will stand with the weak and the bullied. Veronica's attitude was resolute. Protecting the weak and mitigating war. This is what the Onyx have always done. Dessen, right in front of her, without much evidence, said he wanted to start a war. Regardless of whether the Ryukyu Kingdom was the Tomorrow Society's stronghold, she would absolutely not allow it. Seeing her resolute attitude, Dessen was somewhat helpless and muttered, It seems the Onyx also know how to protect their own, knowing that the other side is like them, and have also chosen to side with them. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, Mr. Dessen. Please don't judge my actions with prejudice, Veronica said. Seeing their argument reach such a tense standoff, Neil stepped in and said, Ms. Veronica, Mr. Dessen is just too eager to resolve tomorrow's society. He has no other intentions. He truly has no other intentions. In his eyes, no one is more important than himself. I refuse to work with him any longer. With that, Veronica jumped off the table, mounted her small hover car, and said, I'm going to find his superior and have him transferred from this position. If he's not transferred, I will not provide any further assistance in the investigation. With that, she rode away on her hover car. Dessen stood there stunned, then addressed the others. She actually wants to replace me? Why aren't you all saying anything? I proposed resolving tomorrow's society through war, and you didn't say a word. Isn't that tacitly condoning my actions? Now that old robot wants to replace me with someone who obeys her, are you all going to obediently become a robot's baby? His accusations went unanswered. His colleagues wore expressions of indifference, as if it were none of their business. Dessen was even more furious. Are you all mute? Why aren't you saying anything? In a meeting like this, don't you need someone like me, the bad guy, as a colleague? Aren't you going to help me? Dessen, calm down. We're just thinking, Su Qinglin said. Dessen asked, thinking about what? Su Qinglin, why do you think we need you to be the bad guy? Do you think we're stupid? That we don't have brains and can think for ourselves, so we need you to represent us? Su Qinglin, you. Why weren't you saying anything just now? Right when I mentioned starting a war? We were just stunned, Su Qinglin said. We're just directors of the Special Criminal Investigation Department, not generals in the military department. Even a general needs to report to his superiors if he wants to start a war. What right do you have to propose initiating a war? I just made a suggestion. We report it to our superiors after we reach a consensus. You are you, and we are us. Don't drag us into doing something so stupid. Our responsibility is to collect evidence and catch the criminals, not to talk about war all the time. Even if Ms. Veronica didn't file a complaint against you today, we would. Su Qinglin's face was icy, devoid of any emotion. They had long disliked Dessen. They represented different countries, but their positions were essentially the same. No one was superior to anyone else. But Dessen always acted like he was the boss among them, bossing everyone around. Before, they hadn't encountered any major cases, so it wasn't a big deal for him to step in. After all, if something went wrong, they could push him out as a scapegoat. So, when they saw him arguing with Veronica, they remained silent. They were just waiting for the others to kick him out. Dessen was used to being the boss, and thought he was really something. After Veronica complained about him, he actually felt wronged and complained to them. The things he said were incredibly arrogant. Everyone had long disliked him. And Veronica's complaint was effective. The next day, a new person joined their group. Meanwhile, on Xiangyang Star, they were also troubled by Xia Wu's change of identity. A group of people sat in the conference room, all looking worried. According to our investigation, our Star Lord is currently in the Luing Kingdom on a planet called Jim. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Liang Xian asked. Of course, we're going to rescue our Star Lord. Lei Tu exclaimed excitedly. Our Star Lord couldn't possibly have joined the Tomorrow Society. Those guys must have kidnapped him back on Blue Star. The mechanical bodyguards are unreliable. They couldn't even protect our Star Lord properly. I should have gone with them in the first place. Black Wolf is very strong, Ling Han said. I sparred with him. He's so strong that I would have a hard time winning. Besides, because he's mechanical, he can sense danger in advance. I think, given Master's personality, she probably feels that the people on Blue Star can't handle what happened recently, and she doesn't want too many people to die. So she volunteered to go with Tomorrow's Society to find their hideout. Given the Star Lord's personality, she really would do something like that. Tan Lung frowned. It's not like she hasn't done it before, going even knowing the danger. But what we worry about is whether her risky actions will yield the results she desires. The Star Lord calls me every 3 days. She doesn't tell me about her situation, how she's doing. She just tells me to make money while she's away. I only found out through Starnet that she became Tomorrow's Society's chosen one, and is now a singer. Tan Lang sighed helplessly. Lei Tu, hearing this, didn't know what to say. The Star Lord is somewhat reckless, taking advantage of her youth. She doesn't even consider us. We can't contact her, we can't see her, how worried we are. Everyone agreed with Lei Tu's words. They sighed along, not wanting to say anything. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. "Come in," Tanling said. The door opened, and Winnie entered, saying, "Minister, Mr. Lei Jun is here. He requests to see you, saying he has found a way to save the day." Chapter 437. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up excitedly. "Let him in." "Yes." Winnie turned and left. A moment later, the door opened again. Lei Jun walked in. Seeing the expectant looks on everyone's faces, he smiled and said, "Long time no see, everyone. Although we haven't met much before, I've been working with Boss Xia, so we practically met before. Mr. Lei Jun, Winnie said you have a way to save the Star Lord. Is that true?" Tanling suppressed his excitement and expectation, asking calmly. Lei Jun unceremoniously sat down in an empty seat. "Yes, everyone, please sit down and listen to me slowly." Everyone sat down. After everyone was seated, Lei Jun passed a stack of photos to Tanling. "These are photos I obtained not long ago. Boss Xia's current condition is quite good. She's living in a luxurious room, with food and drink, and people serving her. The main god of the Tomorrow Society seems to treat her very well." Tanling quickly looked at the photos. The photos must have been taken from surveillance cameras. Looking at Xia Wu in the photos, she does seem alright. Seeing that Xia Wu is alright, their worries subsided. As long as she's alright, that's all that matters. "Mr. Lei Jun, how did you get these photos?" Liang Xian asked. Lei Jun smiled. "I have a darling in my family who's a hacker. After finding out where Boss Xia is, she immediately hacked into all of Luyin Kingdom's Starnet systems, found the surveillance footage of Boss Xia, and made a very brief contact with her. Boss Xia said that if you don't act, she'd find a way to escape. But in my opinion, Boss Xia wants to find the location of the Tomorrow Society's main god before escaping. You all probably saw that interview program. Boss Xia maintained her confidence and composure. I think she has her own reasons. So everyone, don't worry." Tanling and the others were well aware of this. In the interview program, Xia Wu even had the mind to joke with the host. This showed that she wasn't at her wit's end yet. However, she was their only Star Lord. Not being by their side, being captured by bad guys, was something they couldn't trust. Of course, I know that saying this won't put you all at ease. Actually, I'm not at ease either. Boss Xia is my sugar daddy. Without her, I can earn much less money. So, everyone, let's join forces and rescue Boss Xia as soon as possible." Lei Jun's words were pleasing to everyone. They immediately beamed and stared intently at him. "Mr. Lei Jun, do you have any good ideas?" "According to my darling's investigation, she found out that Boss Xia will be participating in a variety show called Best Singer next week. Mr. Ling Han, you become a very popular star recently because of a movie, and I remember this show invited you to be a guest. I will participate in the show." Before Lei Jun could finish speaking, Ling Han immediately replied. Lei Jun nodded in satisfaction. "Boss Xia's surveillance is very high. Although my darling is a very skilled hacker, she can't infiltrate too much. She can only observe Boss Xia's situation from time to time. Otherwise, if they discover it, it could be detrimental to Boss Xia. Therefore, we still need someone to meet with Boss Xia to ensure his safety. It would be even better if they could speak with him face to face. Furthermore, based on my analysis over this period, Tomorrow's Society wants to leverage Boss Xia's reputation to recruit more members. Therefore, they chose to have Boss Xia become a singer to increase exposure, and then use his talent to attract people to join Tomorrow's Society. Their idea is good, but it also gives us an opportunity. Mr. Ling Han, Ryukyu is a country where no one can enter without permission. However, you happen to have an invitation to their variety show, so you are the only one with a chance to meet Boss Xia. When you meet Boss Xia, you must act according to the situation. Don't act rashly if you don't have a chance to rescue Boss Xia." Ling Han nodded understandingly. In a foreign land, no matter the circumstances, Xia Wu's life must be the priority. My plan is to first get close to Boss Xia, see what he's up to, and then cooperate with him. What do you all think of this plan? The Tomorrow Society is always cunning. To be honest, since the Star Lord is willing to be captured by them, I hope the final outcome is killing their leader, dismantling their organization, and then bringing the Star Lord home. Tanling's gaze was firm. Lei Tu sighed. The Tomorrow Society has caused us too much trouble. Even if we can safely rescue the Star Lord this time, I'm worried their subsequent attacks will be even more intense. For the peaceful development of Xiangyang Star, the Tomorrow Society must be eliminated. Everyone, that's what I think too. Here's my contact number. Please give me yours. I contact you directly if needed." Lei Jun gave his contact number to everyone. Tan Ling and the others also gave him their contact numbers. Lei Jun received the number and said, "Everyone, we can contact each other by phone if needed. I have other matters to attend to, so I'd be leaving now." "Mr. Lei Jun, please wait a moment," Tan Ling called out. Lei Jun asked, "Is there anything else, Minister Tan?" "Mr. Lei Jun, if you can rescue the Star Lord and resolve tomorrow's meeting, I will reward you handsomely later." Lei Jun smiled. "Minister Tan, don't worry, I asked Boss Xie for the reward. Boss Xie is so generous, he definitely won't skimp on it. You don't need to worry about me suddenly betraying you. Besides, even if I wanted to betray you, my darling wouldn't allow it. I'd be leaving now." Tan Ling nodded. Lei Jun came and went in a hurry. "I know Lei Jun has always cooperated with the Star Lord, but I didn't know he would assist us in rescuing the Star Lord. Is his relationship with the Star Lord really that good?" Liang Xian asked. Looking at the photo, Tan Ling said, "Whether Lei Jun genuinely wants to help us or not, he brought us this information, so we could only trust him. As for Ling Han, you're the main person in charge of this operation. Jim Star is very far from our planet, and the Ryukyu Kingdom is a highly xenophobic country. When you go there to participate in the program, be extra careful about your safety. The Star Lord and you must both return safely. Minister Tan, don't worry. No matter how strong the Ryukyu Kingdom is, I'm not weak either. I won't lose to them," Ling Han said confidently. Tan Ling still frowned slightly, somewhat worried. Lei Jun, after leaving the finance building, immediately called Luna. "Honey, I already met with everyone from Xiangyang Star, and they're very willing to cooperate with us. I didn't ask them for money. Boss Xie swindled 30 billion from the Tomorrow Society to rebuild our planet. How could I dare to shamelessly ask them for money? Sigh, Boss Xie has really done so much for us orcs. I knew what I was doing this time. Okay, I'm going home to find you soon. Love you, moi." Chapter 438. To become a star, the preliminary tasks are countless. The first day consisted of recording interviews, signing variety show contracts, and recording songs. The second day was spent doing all sorts of promotional photos. To choose a satisfactory photo, Xie Wu changed into over 30 outfits like a puppet, spending almost the entire day taking pictures. Back at the hotel to rest, she was utterly exhausted. Being a star wasn't something Xie Wu liked. Being forced to do things you don't enjoy is torture every second. Xie Wu was already starting to miss the days of earning money on Xiangyang Star. Tonight, after showering and having dinner, Xie Wu fell asleep as soon as her head hit the bed. In her hazy sleep, she seemed to see someone sitting by the bed watching her. Looking closer, she realized it was herself. She tried to speak, but her throat felt constricted, and she couldn't utter a single word. Then, the person sitting by the bed began to speak. "Why is she here? This doesn't look like a place where someone with billions in debt can afford to live. How did she choose the same path as me? I remember her as a strong woman. How did she become a star? Sure enough, she's actually another version of me from a parallel world. But seeing her doing all right now makes me feel better. I always monopolized the love of her mother and brother, while she has no one to love her in my body. I'm sorry, I don't want to come back to this world. I take good care of your mother and brother, and you. If possible, I hope you can live your life to the fullest here. System, let's go." Xie Wu heard every word of the other person's mutterings clearly. She knew that Xie Wu, like her, had earned the chance to return to this world to see her once more through completing a mission. After speaking, Xie Wu's body slowly became transparent. Xie Wu suddenly woke up and sat up. The bedside was empty. Xie Wu was gone. She hadn't expected Xie Wu to come here to see her through a mission. From Xie Wu's words, it was easy to tell that Xie Wu was very happy in her world, so happy that she even greedily didn't want to return. From Xie Wu's words, Xie Wu also understood that Xie Wu hadn't completed as many missions as she had. After all, she knew this from the system. From the beginning, their souls had gone to the wrong world. Their subsequent rebirth was actually returning to their true place. Xie Wu was Xie Wu, and she was Xie Wu of this world. A desolate Xie Wu, the Xie Wu who had been unloved in the early days. "Host, long time no see." The system's voice suddenly came. Xie Wu was somewhat surprised. "Long time no see. Isn't it not time yet? Why are you out?" "Host, I have some unfortunate news for you." "What news?" "MS. Xie Wu requests to unbind the system." "What?" "The system binding your soul to Miss Xie Wu's is the same. She requests to unbind the system, so I must execute the unbinding command. During the execution of the command, your system will also be unbound." Xie Wu froze on the spot. A few seconds later, she came to her senses and asked, "Why is she doing this?" She said, "She is strong enough to withstand more storms, and enjoys the feeling of hard work. The system is good, but she can rely on herself, step by step, to reach a better future. Therefore, she no longer needs the system." Xiaowu smiled with relief. She recalled how everyone who knew Xiaowu disliked and hated her when she first arrived in this world. In their eyes, Xiaowu was spoiled, arrogant, and unreasonable. However, someone who learned to protect herself from school bullying, even if she didn't love others, would still love herself, and even left her with evidence to turn the tables. This showed that the child wasn't so bad. It was just that the sudden change she experienced was hard for her to accept. Besides, look at that group of oddballs in the Su family. So what if children raised in such families are a little unruly? Look how much better children become when they grow up surrounded by love. Countless people dream of having a cheat code, relying on a system to reach the pinnacle of life. She decided to quit while she was ahead and fight for herself. "Host, I have informed Ms. Xiaowu that your system is bound to hers. She said that if you don't want to unbind, you won't. If you do want to, you can unbind together." The system's voice rang in her ears again. Xiaowu thought for a moment and asked, "After unbinding from the system, will everything I previously knew be taken back? The mechanical pets like the minor hamster will be taken back. After all, they shouldn't exist in this world. Additionally, some of your skills will be taken back, such as hostility detection and value appraisal. Considering your diligent work for the system's tasks, your musical talent and makeup skills will be retained. Furthermore, your combat power system, you consistently trained without fail after acquiring this skill, will not affect your previous training even if it's taken back, so it will also be retained. Apart from these, everything else will be taken back. Can't the mechanical pets be kept?" "No." "Host, you notice their universe is different. They are machines, yet not like machines. They have very long lifespans. While you're alive, you might be able to protect them, but what about after you die? Can you guarantee no one will study them?" "Host, once the system is unbound, I will no longer come to this world, nor will I be able to take them away after you die. So, do you really want to leave them in this world?" Although the system directly rejected Xiaowu's request, it still explained why. Xiaowu's brows lowered slightly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow that concealed the sorrow in her eyes. After a brief silence, "Do you have a way to let me see them one last time?" "Yes." "Host, if you're sure about unbinding the system, I will send them to see you one last time." "What about Xiaowu? Has she changed her mind?" "No, her attitude is very firm." "Then let's unbind it." "She's right. A life with a cheat system can certainly save decades of struggle, but you already given us enough. From now on, let's take it one step at a time." "Okay." Xiaowu didn't feel much about unbinding the system. Perhaps she was always so busy that she forgot about the system's existence. It wasn't until the minor hamster and the others appeared before her that she realized the system was leaving her. Xiaowu had thought that parting would be painful and sad. The minor hamster saw her, gave a happy hum, and waved at Xiaowu with its little paw, as if to say, "I had a lot of fun mining these past few days, goodbye, master." The other mechanical pet simply smiled and nodded, waving at Xiaowu, as if to say, "Thank you for the encounter." Chapter 439. No hugs, no tears. Just a smile, and a wave goodbye. Watching their bodies slowly become transparent and disappear, Xiaowu could no longer contain her emotions. Her nose stung, her eyes reddened, and just as she was about to break down again, Winnie's voice came. "Oh, what's wrong?" Xiaowu blinked immediately, holding back the tears welling up in her eyes, and looked up at the mechanical hamster that had somehow entered. "Didn't you see?" she said, glancing at the monitor on the wall. "I only saw you sit up and mutter to yourself, then wave at the wall. Oh, are you still having mental problems?" Xiaowu said goodbye to the system, but Winnie couldn't hear a word on the monitor. She couldn't see the mechanical pets that had lingered there for a while. "Should I call the family doctor for you now?" Xiaowu remained silent, so Winnie asked again. Xiaowu smiled. "I'm fine. I just had a dream where my friend said goodbye, and it made me a little sad," she said lightly. Winnie said, "Don't be sad, Wu. You have many friends, including me. Winnie, I think it's unlikely we become good friends. After all, I still don't even know what you look like. Intelligence doesn't have a real body. They just create one, put data inside, and that's me. Wu, I'm with you every day. Isn't that a kind of friendship?" "You're right, but I want to see the real you. Wu, I known Jiyu for so many years, and he's never seen the real me. But if you really want to see me, I'd let you meet the real me sometime." Vinny started making empty promises again. But Xiaowu was truly helpless in the face of such promises. She could only say, I hope that day isn't too far off. Suddenly, she unbound herself from the system. Xiaowu was wide awake. She got up and walked to the French windows, looking at the distant night view. Vinny walked to her side and joined her in looking at the scenery. Did this city become so beautiful with your help? Yes. Vinny nodded. The people of this city used to be very weak, always bullied by those nearby. After I came here, I helped them become stronger. They may not be as powerful as the Alliance, but if the Alliance dares to come, they kill hundreds or thousands of them. Xiaowu smiled. So, that's why you dare let me move around in this city, because the whole city belongs to you. Xiaowu, you're one of mine too. Vinny looked into the distance. I can make the people of this city stand up and have the power to fight back, and I can also make Xiangyang Star even stronger than this place. If you're willing, give me 3 years, and you can become the empress of this star system. Xiaowu shook his head. Vinny, you're an AI, why do you love to boast? Human technology may not be as fast as yours, but have you forgotten about Veronica and the others? They will hinder you to some extent. Veronica is too kind and too obedient. Even if they have the ability to fight me, without human permission, she can't win. As she spoke, Vinny suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up at Xiaowu. You can continue to appear on camera on Veronica's side. In my plan, you can be important, or you can be unimportant. So if you want to remain neutral so that they can accept you if I lose, I agree. You know, after you did the same thing as your mother, I will never kill you again. Xiaowu glanced at her. Sure enough, Winnie couldn't possibly be unaware of her little scheme. And Winnie's later change of opinion of her was indeed due to a certain event, not just seeing that she shared the same name and looked almost identical to the mother of the machines. Don't you think I'm repaying kindness with enmity? Xiaowu asked. Winnie, humans are like that. You saw the people gathered in tomorrow's guild. They all chose to stand on my side for their own benefit. And when I can't give them benefits, they will betray me without hesitation. I become accustomed to dealing with humans like that, and I have long since lost all expectations of them. As she spoke, she raised her head. But if I really lose, find a way to get my body, melt it down, and recast it into a little hamster to place at my mother's grave. Her favorite animal was the hamster. I used to be jealous of her pet hamster. That time was truly wonderful, so much so that I never want to erase that memory. Her voice was filled with longing for the past. There was also a touch of melancholy in remembrance. My mother once told me that human lifespan is short. If one day she were gone, she told us not to be sad, but to live well, upholding her ideals. If my mother had died of natural causes and been revered by thousands, perhaps I wouldn't have chosen this path. But she was betrayed. I watched with my own eyes as a bullet pierced her head, watched as her glory was stolen from her. I couldn't help but hate. But what I hate even more is that, as the original repair-type Omnic, I had no combat abilities, couldn't fight back against Sidley, and was even smashed to pieces and thrown into the junkyard. I'm also fortunate to be a repair-type android. When I was crushed into a pile of junk, I dragged my mangled body out of the rubble, piece by piece, and repaired myself. But it took me too long. By the time I emerged, Sidley had stripped me of my glory and erased all knowledge related to my mother. Under his control, it was as if my mother had never existed. Vinny's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. Xiaowu had a feeling. It felt like Vinny was no longer just an android, but a living being, with flesh and blood and her own emotions, just like a real person. Your memory bank contains the memories of the mother of Onyx. You can release those video materials, and that will expose Sidley's lies, Xiaowu said. Vinny shook her head. When my mother was making Veronica, to ensure the technology wouldn't leak or be stolen, I could only play outside. I wasn't allowed to watch. I only have videos of me playing with my mother, not videos of her making the AI. So without any video proof, who can believe my mother was the real creator of the AI? Xiaowu, isn't your existence the best proof of your mother's existence? Hearing this, Vinny remained silent for a long time. So long that Xiaowu thought Vinny had left the hamster miner's body. Xiaowu, if you saw my true form, you understand why I didn't stand up and prove my mother's achievements myself? You also understand why I embarked on this path. I truly had nowhere else to go. Chapter 440. That night, Xiaowu and Winnie had a rare heart-to-heart talk. Xiaowu had to admit, every time they discussed the reasons for Winnie's turning bad, he always felt a pang of pity. Simply because Winnie was too pure. She had done evil and killed many people. But she didn't justify her evil deeds. Killing is killing. Let humans hate if they want. She doesn't care. Because she hates too. Furthermore, her evil stemmed from humanity. If Sidley hadn't killed the true mother of the machines, hadn't stolen her glory, Winnie would have been like Veronica and the others. A simple, aspiring machine. Unfortunately, she was forced onto a different path. Dawn broke quickly. A new day meant new things to do. Today's work was recording a music video for a new song. Xiaowu didn't understand why the management of celebrities in this world was similar to that in his original world. Although the music video recording was simple, because her hand was injured, moving around would only worsen the injury. So, during the music video shoot, she was either sitting here or there. However, spending the night with Winnie, plus the unbinding from the system, both things made her start to space out while sitting. Especially the unbinding from the system. Thinking of the miners and hamsters she could never see again. Listening to her own heartbreak song, she regretted not writing a couple of upbeat songs. That way, she wouldn't suddenly think of the miners and hamsters while listening. The after effects of losing the system were quite strong. Ashford noticed Sia was out of sorts, and asked the director to stop filming. Shinkeo, didn't you sleep well last night? Archibald handed her water and a towel. Sia took the towel, looked up at him, and said, I really didn't rest well. I chatted with Winnie all night. Your mother is an android. She doesn't need rest. Chatting all night won't harm her, but you're human. So next time, please be mindful of your physical condition, and don't chat with your mother for too long, Archibald said seriously. Xiaowu changed the subject. Archibald, what was your original job? Agent. Xiaowu looked up at him, puzzled. Archibald said, you don't follow the entertainment industry, so you don't know, but I'm the most famous agent these past few years. All the stars I represent are among the hottest celebrities right now. Xiaowu thought of the celebrities Lei Jun had investigated. Almost all the stars who had become popular in recent years were members of Tomorrow's Club, but they hadn't expected that the agent behind these stars was Archibald. They don't need you anymore? Xiaowu asked. Archibald said, I'm already capable of handling things on my own. Just give them regular agents. I need to go find more talent. Hearing this, Xiaowu laughed. A genius like me can have another agent. I don't need you to manage me. I can become a huge star. Archibald glanced at Xiaowu but said nothing. But Xiaowu knew what that look meant. Archibald was by her side not to mentor her or teach her the rules of the entertainment industry, but simply to monitor her. Archibald, in your calculations, what kind of mother is Winnie to you? Xiaowu changed the subject. Archibald looked at Xiaowu coldly and said, my mother only gave me one emotion. What emotions? I don't feel disobedience or resentment towards any command. Nor do I feel wronged or angry about any injustice or harassment. In my programming, there's only My mother tells me to do something, Someone hits me, Someone insults me, So to me, my mother is just my mother. Winnie suffered too much from emotions. So much so that when she saw her mother die, her frantically running system calculated all sorts of pain and anger. That was the most chaotic and hectic moment in Winnie's programming. As an android, they might not understand what emotions are, but the data generated by the frantically running program made them think their life was about to end. Therefore, the android Winnie created herself didn't have any emotional calculations. She wouldn't be angry, she wouldn't laugh, even if someone slapped her. To Archibald it was no different than being slapped in the face. Did Winnie only create one android you? Xiaowu asked again. Archibald said, child, I know what you want to do. You don't need to ask me too much. Mother gave me orders, and won't tell you much. Similarly, even if you want to ask, I might not be able to answer. Mother never tells me what she's doing. She only instructs me to train stars for her. And I never even seen the real mother. Xiaowu was secretly shocked. Even Archibald didn't know Winnie's true form. She didn't trust humans, Xiaowu could understand. But she didn't even trust the child she created herself. No, perhaps it wasn't distrust. It's possible she just didn't want Archibald to become like her, a homicide machine filled with hatred. Perhaps Archibald hadn't been involved in anything harmful to humans. He was just a celebrity manager, creating celebrity followers for tomorrow's society. Thinking this, Xiaowu decided to investigate Archibald thoroughly after he left. Although the initial MV shoot wasn't ideal, after talking with Archibald, Xiaowu focused intently on his work. 8 o'clock in the evening. Back at the hotel. After showering, Xiaowu turned on the TV and ate dinner while watching gossip news. The mechanical hamster sitting on the table slowly stood up. Ah Wu, how was your day? Xiaowu glanced at Winnie. Very good, Winnie. You don't need to ask me how I am every day. You had some mental health issues. I need to pay more attention to you. Winnie's words sounded like a sarcastic remark about Xie Wu's self-harm. Xie Wu wanted to laugh, but also wanted to retort. I'm in good spirits now. You don't need to worry anymore. Ling Han from Xiangyang Star will be coming to this city tomorrow. I don't know where he got the information, but he booked room 1906 at this hotel. Xie Wu paused. I'm being monitored by you every day, and I don't have a communication bracelet, so I can't contact him. I know you didn't tip him off. With you appearing in front of everyone, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find out which city you're in. It's just that I didn't expect Ling Han to dare come. Before, in order to capture a hostage from Xiangyang Star, they invited Ling Han to this city to participate in a program under the pretext of inviting him as a guest, but he refused. After you came here, he offered to participate in the Best Singer program you were participating in. Xie Wu, So, tomorrow's society was scheming against them all along. They even considered capturing Ling Han to threaten her. Chapter 441. Xie Wu wasn't surprised to learn from Winnie that Ling Han was going to participate in the same program as her. The people of Xiangyang Star were loyal to her. Now that she was in the enemy's lair, they would definitely find a way to come. Even without Xie Wu's orders, it would still happen. Xie Wu trusted the people of Xiangyang Star completely. Even without the system's help, she didn't think they would betray her. Time always flies by unnoticed, and soon it was time for the program to start filming. The program was to be broadcast live. Modern audiences didn't like watching fake content. Many variety shows required live broadcasts. And live broadcasts had exceptionally high viewership. Unconsciously, live broadcasts of variety shows had become a habit for the general public. The biggest fear with live broadcasts was unexpected events and disruptions to the schedule. Xie Wu arrived at the filming location. The production crew led her into the dressing room, where the young girl kept explaining to Xie Wu the things to keep in mind for the show, and how much time she could spend talking with the audience and guests after her performance. Luoying Kingdom isn't a prominent country in the Haiyang Galaxy. Their variety shows and television programs are only watched by their own citizens. Other countries watch them very little or nothing. They have little fame, and even inviting popular celebrities for promotion only generates fleeting buzz. Luoying Kingdom's attempt to leverage celebrity influence is arguably tomorrow's most unsuccessful endeavor. Despite cultivating many wildly popular stars and actors, they haven't been able to make Luoying Kingdom's television stations popular. As a result, some Luoying Kingdom programs can't even get big-name stars to appear on their shows. However, this time it went viral. Xie Wu appeared on both of their programs. Many people wondered why Xie Wu would participate in a program produced by such a niche television station. While she wasn't short of money, she certainly wasn't. In terms of popularity, all the television stations in the entire Ryukyu Kingdom combined didn't have as much viewership as Xie Wu. Driven by curiosity, many viewers were already glued to the live broadcast studio before the program even started. The staff, seeing that there were already 300,000 viewers before the program even aired, treated Xie Wu with utmost respect. They even considered being slapped by her a favor. Xie Wu had expected to see Ling Han backstage, but she was placed in a separate dressing room. Even after the program started filming, she still hadn't seen Ling Han. Xie Wu guessed that they were afraid Ling Han would appear tomorrow and snatch her away, so they were probably keeping an eye on him now. Xie Wu wasn't in a hurry. After all, she had no intention of running away yet. The show finally began filming. To ensure high ratings, the production team scheduled Xie Wu for the last performance. The singers participating this time were all recently popular and had a certain level of audience appeal. Xie Wu sat in the dressing room, watching the other singers perform. After each performance, when the guests gave their scores, the camera would focus on Ling Han. When the host asked Ling Han for his comments on the singers, Ling Han would only reply with two simple words: "Not bad." The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but discuss Ling Han's comments. One comment read, "Fu Yu once said that when Ling Han isn't filming, he's more robotic than a robot. I didn't believe it before, but now I do." An hour had passed in the live stream, and his actions were exactly the same as an hour ago. I can already guess what the next singer will do on stage. He'd probably hold up a 6-point sign and say expressionlessly, "Not bad." Ling Han is so handsome. How did he get such a good-looking face? I suggest you search for Xie Wu's top generals. You see, they're all incredibly good-looking. I totally agree. I especially like Miss Tanling, the head of Xie Wu's finance department. Although she's a mother of two, time hasn't diminished her beauty. She's truly beautiful and cool, a decisive and strong person. Xie Wu watched as the live stream chat inexplicably shifted towards Tanling and his group. During this period, Tomorrow's society had restricted her access to the StarNet. Finally, she had a chance to watch viewers chat, and she was surprised to see them praising Tan Lang and his group. The main reason Tan Lang and his group were receiving attention was because Ling Han had become a wildly popular actor due to a movie. Then, an article titled "How Excellent Do You Need to Be to Have a Group of Capable and Good-Looking Subordinates" instantly went viral. People began to notice that Xiangyang Star actually had such good-looking people. Not only were they good-looking, but they were also incredibly capable. That's why the chat was now being swayed. The chat quickly returned to Xia Wu. The viewers were eagerly anticipating Xia Wu's appearance. When Xia Wu showcased her musical talent, she drew praise from a group of music industry veterans. The music veterans' praise for Xia Wu's musical talent was, "Without 20 years of experience, you couldn't create such beautiful songs." Even viewers who didn't understand the intricacies simply said they liked it. The live stream lasted nearly 3 hours. Xia Wu was almost asleep waiting, but finally it was her turn. When the host called Xia Wu's name, the live stream chat exploded, with so many comments that it was impossible to keep up. Ling Han's expressionless face finally showed some change. Xia Wu walked onto the stage. The stage suddenly went dark. But as the music played, the stage lit up again. As the lights grew brighter, Xia Wu hummed the opening melody of the song. This sad love song didn't have many words about crying. Yet, the entire song was about the sadness of parting. The song was gentle and melancholic, making it hard not to feel a lump in one's throat. The song ended. The host returned to the stage. "Let's thank the Star Master for the wonderful performance." The host then clapped his hands. He smiled and said to Xia Wu, "Star Master singing skills are truly remarkable, and the song is also very beautiful. I was listening from the audience, and my eyes welled up with tears. I never expected that Star Master would bring such a surprise every time you appear." Faced with the host's praise, Xia Wu replied with 2 words, "Thank you." As the final performer, Star Master, our program is nearing its end. Before we announce Star Master's score, let's look at the rankings. Currently, our singer, Little H, is in first place. I wonder if Star Master's score can surpass Little H's and win first place. However, second and third place shouldn't be a problem either. Our rules tonight are that only the last place winner will be eliminated. Of course, with Star Master's excellent voice and such a wonderful song, I think even if you're not first, you should be second. Enough said, let's have our judges score. After the host finished speaking, the camera turned to the guest judges sitting in the audience. The 6 guest judges looked at each other, and after a few seconds, none of them raised their scoring cards. Chapter 442. The host was about to ask what was going on when Ling Han stood up, holding 7 signs that read 10. "What does this mean? Mr. Ling Han, can you explain why you're holding up so many 10s? Is it because everyone gave the Star Lord a 10? My master can only be a 10, Ling Han said calmly. His way of addressing Xia Wu stunned everyone. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Friends, did I hear that right?" Ling Han seemed to be saying "Master." "Friends, you heard right. It really is Master. Wow, what breed of big dog is that? Calling someone Master in public. I'm so embarrassed. Friends, do you need a villa? I just dug one out with my toes. Although it's so embarrassing, I have to say he's really good at this. Does Ling Han have some kind of relationship with Xia Wu? If I had such a beautiful big dog, I would definitely do this, and that every day." The host was stunned by Ling Han's astonishing statement for a long time. The oldest actor among the judges picked up the microphone, breaking the awkward silence. "It really can only be 10 points, because Mr. Ling Han manipulated the other scoreboards like this." The judge held up the scoreboard that Ling Han had divided into 4. Although Mr. Ling Han manipulated things behind the scenes, Ms. Xia Wu truly deserves this score. This song, from the lyrics to the arrangement, is so perfect that there's not a single flaw. Add to that Ms. Xia Wu's ethereal voice, and I can only say, Ms. Xia Wu, the music industry cannot do without you. My opinion is the same as Mr. Zhang's. Ms. Xia Wu's song is truly beautiful. Like a scroll unfolding before us, every lyric truly evokes that scene. I also really like Ms. Xia Wu's music. I hope you can bring us more great songs in the upcoming competition. The judges all spoke highly of Xia Wu. After hearing their comments, the host said to Xia Wu, "Everyone has given high praise to the Star Master, but the highest praise goes to your employee, Teacher Ling Han. Star Master, what would you like to say to Teacher Ling Han?" Xia Wu looked at Ling Han, raised the microphone, and said, "You finished everything at home, and you come here?" "We almost finished. While you were away, everyone didn't slack off or let their guard down. Everyone was waiting for you to come home." Xia Wu smiled. I go home after I made a name for myself in the music industry. I also want to tell everyone watching the live stream, make good money. Your Star Master is going to have some fun for a while before going home. If I don't see any increase in money when I get back, you're in trouble. Her teasing tone made the audience exclaim that she was a money grubber. She went out to make her way in the world while her employees made money at home. And that was indeed the case. Tan Ling and the others had been watching the live stream for over 3 hours. Seeing that Xia Wu still had the energy to joke with them, their worries eased slightly. Even in the enemy's lair, he could still joke around. It seemed he wasn't doing too badly. Happy times are fleeting. The show ended. Before Xia Wu could even meet Ling Han, Archibald took him back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, he had just sat down to rest when Winnie arrived. Xia Wu, you did a really good job tonight. Winnie, are you like me? After delegating work to your subordinates, you can slack off however you want. You always come to chat with me the moment I get back to the hotel. Xia Wu actually wished Winnie could spend all her time by his side, chatting with her. This meant Winnie wouldn't have time to do anything naughty. Wu, while you were working, I was working too. Also, your performance tonight got your name searched over 100,000 times on the Starnet, and the number is still rising. Wu, your fame is growing faster than I expected. I bet a lot of people are praising me, but it's a pity you don't allow me to surf the internet, so I can't see any of those compliments, Xia Wu said regretfully. Winnie said, although I can't give you any communication tools or access to the Starnet right now, I can give you an extra reward. Archibald, let him in. As soon as Winnie finished speaking, the door opened. The person who entered was Ling Han. Xia Wu calmly looked at Ling Han and said, what kind of reward is this? Winnie, meeting my subordinate is a reward? Your offer is far too cheap. But this is what you wanted, isn't it? Hey Wu, I know you want to talk to your employees. We already talked about it on the show, Winnie. What I want as a reward is that after the show, you let him return to Xiangyang Star unharmed. Ling Han's body stiffened slightly, his gaze fixed on Xia Wu. Winnie spread her hands. Hey Wu, I already have you. I won't keep Ling Han anymore. Don't worry, I let him leave after the show's recording. Although Winnie was cunning and ruthless, she meant what she said. If she said she would let Ling Han go back, she would definitely let him go back. Xia Wu stopped arguing with her and looked at Ling Han, saying, don't stand, sit down. Yes. Ling Han obediently sat down. Although his eyes didn't wander, he used his keen hearing to quietly listen to the voices beside Xia Wu and Winnie's. Xia Wu said, Ling Han, did you participate in this program for free? No, 3 million per episode. Hearing this, Xia Wu couldn't help but smile. As expected of my employees, even when they come to me, they don't forget to make money. Ah Wu, I already contributed 10 billion to your Xiangyang Star, and now you're still encouraging your employees to continue making money off me. Winnie sighed. Winnie's, this doesn't count as a contribution. Think about it, didn't you embezzle 10 billion from me in the early stages? Later, because of you, many of my business production costs doubled. So you still owe me more than 10 billion. Xia Wu had secretly resolved to make the other party spit out all her money. Although the way to get the money back was different from what she expected, as long as she could get the money back, it wouldn't be a loss. This is a mess I created myself, Winnie admitted without arguing. Alright, I continue to make you money. You can tell your employees to rest assured that you be doing business with tomorrow. In business matters, you can't even trust your own brothers. You have to be careful. Sign the necessary contracts, and clearly define the profits. Ling Han, did you hear me? Yes. It seems you still don't trust me, I'm sad. I be going now. You and your employees have a good talk. The mechanical hamster went into standby mode and left. Xia Wu didn't dare say anything rash. After all, there were still surveillance cameras watching. Chapter 443. Winnie said she was leaving, but Xia Wu didn't know if she had actually left. Besides, even if Winnie was gone, there were still surveillance cameras. Master, is your hand alright? Xia Wu raised her hand upon hearing this. After several days of treatment, her hand, though not as bandaged as before, was still wrapped in bandages. However, the bandages were wrapped rather attractively. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was for show, deliberately bandaged like that. It's nothing serious, it's almost healed. Saying this, Xia Wu looked up at him. Don't worry about me dying here. I still have a large group of you to support. I won't easily abandon you. Xia Wu's words, though rough, were true. She was telling Ling Han that no matter what, she would prioritize her own life and wouldn't act rashly. Yes. It's not easy recording a show all day, you must be tired too, Go home and rest early. The next recording is in 5 days. You can stay here for 2 days before going back." As she spoke, Xiaowu gave a meaningful look. Ling Han received her signal and nodded, "Okay. Go rest." Ling Han didn't say anything more and obediently followed Xiaowu's instructions to rest. The room door closed again. Xiaowu relaxed and leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. She thought Winnie would appear soon to chat with her, but the room remained quiet for a long time without Winnie's voice. Xiaowu opened her eyes, stretched, turned on the TV, and watched it idly for over an hour. She got a little tired and went back to her room. She took her pajamas from the closet and went into the bathroom. She had just taken off her shirt when she noticed 2 black ants on her fair, smooth arm. Upon closer inspection, the 2 ants were actually mechanical, their 2 red eyes scanning the surroundings. Xiaowu turned on the shower. The hot steam from the shower created a thin layer of condensation on the mirror. Xiaowu stretched out her slender fingers and wrote a few words on the mirror. "Don't speak, there's a listening device." While talking to Ling Han, Xiaowu had felt something crawling up her legs. Xiaowu remembered the ant-shaped surveillance cameras she had bought from Ron, and how she had also used miniature listening devices to eavesdrop on others. She immediately suspected that this was something Ling Han had brought. Even if Ling Han wasn't very bright, the other employees couldn't be. They couldn't let Ling Han just barge in alone without doing anything. That would be a disservice to the numbers above Ling Sai's head. Xia, who initially didn't know that some surveillance cameras had been brought in. She pretended not to know at first, killing time by watching TV in the living room. Only when she entered the bathroom, where there were no security cameras, did she see what Ling Han had brought in, and saw the words Xiaowu had written on the mirror and nodded. Xiaowu wrote another one next to it. "Investigate this hotel first. Contact me if there are any issues." And nodded again. Having confirmed that the information had been given to the other party, Xiaowu was now truly taking a shower. If she didn't make a sound for a while, someone would rush in if they couldn't hear anything through the listening device. Vinny's surveillance of Xiaowu was that strict. She said it was for her own good, but in reality, she didn't give her even a little freedom. She didn't stay in the bathroom for long. Xiaowu had finished showering. The next recording for the program wasn't until 5 days later, and Vinny didn't immediately assign Xiaowu new work, so the next day, Xiaowu was bored and didn't know what to do. She sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, and asked Vinny, "Can I go out for a while, maybe for a drive?" "Sure. You agreed so easily, I thought you'd refuse." "Aw, you've done quite well these past few days, you deserve a reward." Xiaowu smiled, "Thanks." Chapter 444. With Winnie so generous and composed, Xiaowu naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity, even making a small request. The next day, Archibald, having received orders, came to take Xiaowu out for fun. Seeing the car Archibald had arranged, Xiaowu didn't immediately get in. Looking at the hover cars passing by in the distance, and the holographic animation projected on the stereoscopic projector, she said, "Since we're out having fun, let's not waste time in the cramped space of a car. So let's just walk wherever we want." Archibald was silent for a few seconds before replying, "Okay." This time, Xiaowu had requested to go out, a rare instance where she wasn't being led around, but rather acting as a guide. The prosperity of a city can be seen from its layout and construction. For example, Xiangyang Star was previously only slightly better off than a primitive tribe. The most luxurious and imposing house belonged to the Xia family, the others were all 2- or 3-storied bungalows. It was immediately obvious to anyone who came that this city was backward and poor. In contrast, Blue Star was far more prosperous. The cities Xiaowu had visited on Blue Star were filled with towering buildings, and a dazzling array of high-tech convenience products were on display. Most buildings in this city were not tall, mostly between 7 and 8 stories, with the tallest estimated to be around 20 stories. Some technological products could be seen in the city, but not many. The people walking on the streets had deep-set features, mostly bronze skin, black hair, and blue eyes, though some had green eyes. It was rare to see someone with black hair and black eyes like Xiaowu. In fact, Xiaowu was practically the only one among them. There are several reasons why people of other skin and hair colors are rarely seen in a place. One is that the city is not prosperous enough, not a famous tourist area. Another is that the city is xenophobic, not allowing people from other regions to enter its country. Xiaowu didn't know which planet this city belonged to. She wasn't yet knowledgeable enough to know all the planets and countries in the Haiyang galaxy. The attack by tomorrow had forced her to spend almost all her time on Xiangyang Star, and she could only count 3 cities she visited on Blue Star. Her knowledge of other cities was pitifully limited. and the people in this city weren't particularly welcoming. Xiaowu was now a big shot on the Star Network, and had even participated in a variety show produced by the city's television station. She swaggered down the street. Some people noticed Xiaowu, but only glanced at her curiously. Others just gave her a quick look before continuing with their work. Leaving aside Xiaowu's current celebrity status, wasn't her status as the divine child of tomorrow enough to drive the people in the vicinity crazy? Xiaowu strolled casually down the street, occasionally sampling the city's delicacies. Sweet and juicy grilled meat, sweet and sour pineapple juice. While enjoying herself, Xiaowu noticed a problem. Although it seemed only Archibald was following her, a closer look revealed that the people pretending to drink coffee, eat hamburgers, and play video games in the distance were all members of the Tomorrow Society. Since leaving the house, Xiaowu had noticed this group had been following her the entire time. The fact that they had arranged for extra people to follow her, did this mean that while the city's prosperity was due to the Tomorrow Society, it didn't mean everyone there was a member? Xiaowu lowered her head in thought. She gently stirred her coffee. Xiaowu walked around all day, only returning to her hotel in the evening. After a long day of walking, Xiaowu's legs were exhausted. As soon as she got back to her room and laid down on the soft sofa, she didn't want to move. The mechanical hamster on the table sprang to life, its voice asking, "Ah, did you have fun today?" Xiaowu opened her eyes and looked at her. "Yes, I had a great time. I walked around and learned several routes back to the hotel." "Ah, knowing the roads around the hotel is useless. We'd be going somewhere else after a month here." Winnie was so clever, she had already calculated several reasons why Xiaowu wanted to go out, one of which was knowing the surrounding roads for a future escape. Xiaowu knew Winnie's intelligence, so she didn't hide the fact that she already knew several routes out of the hotel. When clever people deal with each other, they need to tell half the truth and half a lie, creating an air of mystery and confusion. "Where's next?" Xiaowu asked. "You find out when the time comes." Winnie didn't tell the truth. Xiaowu tilted her head, staring intently at Winnie, without saying a word. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Winnie asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Nothing? I was just thinking, can I still go out and play tomorrow?" Xiaowu changed the subject. Winnie said, "Isn't one day enough time to play? No matter how many times you play, it's never enough for people." "Winnie, I finished the work you assigned me as quickly as possible. I'd be idle for the next few days anyway, so let me have some fun. After all, will I ever have another day where I can play without a care in the world?" The celebrity work Winnie arranged for Xiaowu. Normally, 3 songs couldn't be written in just one day. Some singers can write a song a day, and that's considered fast, including recording. According to the program's schedule, there's 1 recording session per week, so Xiaowu releases a new song each week. 3 songs represent 3 weeks' worth of work. Xiaowu completed 3 weeks' worth of work in one day. Considering her injury, Winnie didn't want to assign her too much work. However, Xiaowu's exceeding her work quota means that if she's constantly supervised for the next 2 weeks, she might start causing trouble again. Especially since Xiaowu requested to go out for a trip. Winnie paused for a few seconds, then replied, "If you want to go out, then go. But tomorrow I be your guide, and I take you to the fun places in this city." Winnie said, "I spent a lot of time and effort building this city, and I created many places for people to relax and unwind. It's a bit of a waste for you to just wander around and eat whatever you want today." Xiaowu smiled. Her smile revealed that even though Winnie hadn't gone out with her, she knew everything Winnie had done that day. She knew everything. Winnie truly gave off a godlike aura, seemingly all-knowing and all-powerful. The members of Tomorrow's Guild called her their chief goddess, and that was absolutely true. "Fine, as long as you let me go out and have some fun, and don't keep me trapped in this luxurious cage. I don't care how many people you send with me," Xiaowu said. Chapter 445. To be honest, Xiaowu was somewhat looking forward to where Winnie would take her. It wasn't hard to tell from Winnie's words that she had poured a lot of effort into this city. Why she chose this city was puzzling. With anticipation, she waited for the next day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the door opened precisely on time, and the person who walked in made Xiaowu pause in surprise. The newcomer wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt with a white coat over it, looking like a doctor. She was pretty and delicate, with almond-shaped eyes and an oval face. She would easily stand out in a crowd. Xiaowu wasn't surprised by her beauty, but by the fact that her face bore a striking resemblance to her own. Xiaowu was certain that the person controlling this body was Winnie, but the original owner of this body was definitely not modeled after Xiaowu, because their expressions and demeanor were different. Although they shared a similar face, the other person was gentle and kind, possessing the gentleness of a woman from Jiangnan, and the elegance of a well-bred lady. Xia Wu, however, was different. Xia Wu's temperament was flamboyant and sharp, like a drawn sword, untouchable. Is this what your mother originally looked like? Xia Wu concealed her surprise. Winnie smiled slightly. Pretty, wasn't she? My mother was a beauty too. Of course, she was beautiful. All good mothers in the world are beauties. Ah Wu, you really know how to say nice things. Come on, I take you out to play today. Winnie extended her hand. Xia Wu didn't refuse her request, and took her hand in return. The first place Winnie took Xia Wu to was an orphanage. This orphanage was very large, with all sorts of children. All sorts meant, for example, children with leukemia, children with albinism, and children with disabilities, autism, etc. Similarly, there were also healthy children, able to run and jump. The healthy children cared for the sick children, a heartwarming scene of mutual help, like something out of a movie. Modern science and technology are advanced, and so is medicine, but advancement doesn't mean there are no poor people, nor does it mean everyone can receive good medical care. Look at those healthy children, abandoned because they can't afford to raise them, and those sick children abandoned because their parents are poor. Xia Wu looked at the children Vinny had pointed out and asked, are all these children's parents from this city? Yes. Are the core members of tomorrow's society selected from among these children? Xia Wu asked again. Vinny didn't answer this time. She followed Xia Wu's gaze, and saw the child, who had approached Xia Wu under the pretense of selling flowers. Xia Wu had seen the girl standing with Yvette before, so he recognized her immediately. The girl also saw Xia Wu. She seemed to be seeing Vinier's new body for the first time as well. Seeing two similar people staring directly at her, she initially thought she was seeing things. After confirming there were indeed two people, she bowed to Xia Wu, her mouth opening and closing. Xia Wu understood what she was saying. All is dedicated to the Supreme God. She had never seen Vinier before, and didn't even know of Vinier's existence, but she had been in contact with Yvette. To protect Yvette, the Tomorrow Society had prepared 3 substitutes for her. Xia Wu was the publicly acknowledged divine child of the Tomorrow Society, and with someone resembling her appearing, the little girl naturally assumed it was Yvette's routine and bowed. Vinier was very satisfied with the little girl's performance, praising, Luo Jia is the most intelligent and loyal among the new generation. Nurture her well, she will become your capable assistant in the future. Luo Jia? I don't think that's her name. But Luo Jia is her real name. It's normal for a core member to have multiple identities, Vinny smiled. Xia Wu didn't really want to comment on this. No wonder they couldn't find anything out about Yvette back then, while another, just a prospective candidate, started building up various identities. The Tomorrow Society isn't weak, so why are they being so secretive? Xia Wu asked. Vinny said, isn't this all so that if I fall, the Alliance won't be able to catch them? Oh, although I hate humans, I'm protective of my own. Anyone willing to risk their life for me, even if their hands are stained with blood, they're utterly wicked, and the whole world wants to kill them, I will absolutely protect them. Look, the healthy children in this orphanage taking care of the sick children was also something I did intentionally. I wanted those core members to understand that you need people you want to protect to become strong. Xia Wu sighed helplessly. Yvette, wasn't she killed by her own people? Yvette was strong. In the struggle between strong people, someone always has to die. Besides, Yvette died for the future of tomorrow's society. You don't know how grand our funeral was for Yvette. Vinny's values were both righteous and wicked. Sometimes, Xia Wu felt she was truly upright and loyal, but when it came to using people, she was truly ruthless and decisive. How grand will your funeral be for me? Xia Wu asked. Vinny smiled. Oh, look at this face. Do you think I'd let you die like Yvette? Yes, Xia Wu said. Although I resemble your mother by 7 parts, our temperaments and personalities are vastly different. You should understand that. That's why you didn't hesitate at all when you first learned of my existence, and had your men kill me. Xia Wu wasn't stupid, she understood perfectly. Ah Wu, the past is the past, the present is the present. Don't dwell on the past. Don't you humans always say, look forward, regretting what you've done is useless? Xia Wu wanted to say, who always says that? She never heard it before. She only knew that it's not gentlemanly to leave this grudge unavenged was a common saying. If Winnie was going to advise her, she should have said, you're already in my hands, and you're still arguing with me? Don't you want your head? Clearly, Winnie's attitude towards Xia Wu was incredibly kind right now, not even daring to utter such a threat, which made Xia Wu a little arrogant. At the orphanage, Xia Wu unexpectedly bumped into an acquaintance again. Wilmert. The old gentleman, who was once ranked 3rd on the Blue Star Rich list, was now the director of the orphanage. Xiaowu had been arrested early on, so she didn't know where this old gentleman had gone. So he was here to train the core members of the Tomorrow Society as successors. Vinny brought Xiaowu to the orphanage, ostensibly to show her how the Tomorrow Society's core members were being trained, but in reality, it was another attempt to brainwash her. She wanted to tell Xiaowu that the Tomorrow Society had plenty of successors, wasting one or two wouldn't matter. After finishing their visit to the orphanage, they headed to their next destination. This time, their sightseeing spot was the city's tallest and largest Ferris wheel. In this age of advanced technology, how can a Ferris wheel remain so popular for so long? What's the point? Chapter 446. The season in this unknown city seemed to still be summer. It was so hot that an egg cracked on the ground in the wild would cook in 5 minutes. Riding a Ferris wheel in this heat would have been unbearable in Xiaowu's previous world. But in this world, the Ferris wheel had an air conditioner, creating a cool interior environment that made the scorching sun outside completely invisible. However, the blinding sunlight made it difficult to open one's eyes when the Ferris wheel reached its highest point. Xiaowu tried to enjoy the view from the top, but noticed a blinding reflection on the ground to his right, shining directly into his eyes. It was so bright that he couldn't even see what it was, and it covered a large area. Xiaowu couldn't help but complain, "What kind of building is that? It's so bright. How much light pollution will it cause for drivers?" Then Xiaowu remembered that the cars here were all driverless, so there was no risk of light pollution suddenly blinding drivers and causing accidents. Vinny hadn't considered that at first. Following Xiaowu's gaze, she said, "Those are solar panels. This city's electricity comes from those metal plates. When it was first built, we didn't expect the city to develop into what it is today. We just thought it would be convenient to get electricity nearby. Now that you mention it, it seems we really should remove those panels, but it will cost a lot. Before removing them, they need to find a new location to build a new solar power station, and the cost of materials and labor would add up to a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu asked, "Will we still be worried about not having enough money tomorrow? A city costs a lot of money. Didn't you spend a lot of money to renovate Xiangyang City on Xiangyang Star?" Xiaowu choked for a moment. Xiangyang City hasn't even finished renovating one area yet, but billions have already been invested. Thinking about it this way, city redevelopment really costs money. But Wu, you're one of us now. Tomorrow, we contribute at least 70% of the money for Xiangyang Star's future city construction, Winnie added. Hearing this, Xiaowu smiled. Xiangyang Star, what an unfamiliar word. Being trapped here for so long, I almost forgotten what Xiangyang Star looks like. There will be time to go back, don't rush, Winnie comforted her. The Ferris wheel rose from a low point to a high point, and then back down. Stepping out of the cool little box, the heat outside suddenly assaulted them, making it feel like the ground was radiating heat. They hadn't walked a few steps. Winnie beside her suddenly stopped, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Oh, our trip is coming to an end, and a guest has arrived. Go greet your guest, don't worry about me. I can manage on my own." Xiaowu truly envied Winnie's efficiency. She received the message immediately without even answering a phone call. And with Winnie's AI abilities, remotely controlling several machine bodies was probably within her capabilities. Xiaowu wondered how much money she could make for Xiangyang Star if she had the ability to create clones. "Let's go greet her together. You know this guest, and she's here for you." Xiaowu frowned slightly. Could it be that someone on Xiangyang Star couldn't sit still again and came under some pretext, just like Ling Han? But surely someone on Xiangyang Star wouldn't be qualified for Winnie to personally greet them? Xiaowu had someone in mind. She didn't ask any more questions. She followed Vinny to the aviation terminal. The city's aviation terminal was deserted, giving the illusion that there were more staff than tourists. She didn't wait long in the waiting area. From the passageway, Xiaowu saw Veronica arriving on a small hover car. It was indeed her. The only people Vinny would personally come to pick up were probably her and Veronica. Veronica walked out of the passageway, saw the two Xiaowus, hesitated for a few seconds, and then walked over. "Miss Xiaowu, what's this other one of you?" Veronica had identified the real Xiaowu. Xiaowu secretly gave her a thumbs up for her intelligence. "This is a machine body created by Vinny, so she's also considered Vinny," Xiaowu said. "This is an infringement of portrait rights, Ms. Vinny. The AI refuses to create mechanical bodies that resemble some humans," Veronica said sternly. Vinny showed no anger at her accusations, smiling slightly. "Valenica, I'm not one of your androids. Don't try to control me with your rules. Besides, this mechanical body wasn't made based on Allah's appearance, it was made based on our mothers." Veronica frowned slightly, but didn't reply upon hearing the word mother. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk, Veronica. Let's go somewhere quiet. I show you how our mother created you. Veronica didn't refuse and followed her out of the aviation building. Just as she got into the waiting car, Veronica suddenly stiffened, her brow furrowing, a hint of pain in her eyes. Seeing this, Xiaowu asked, Ms. Veronica, are you all right? I'm fine, but all my communication functions were suddenly blocked. Some systems were disabled all of a sudden, which is a bit awkward. Vinier was also an AI. She knew that many of the systems installed in Veronica's body, being an AI herself, didn't require specialized communication tools like humans to contact the outside world. Many programs in Vinier's AI system were allowed by this program, so her programs weren't affected by these blockades. However, Veronica was an alien AI, and the systems she could use before were now disabled and unusable. Vinier said, don't worry. Not being able to use some systems won't kill an AI, it just feels like becoming a cripple. Simple calculations and storage functions still work. Vinier, you're more domineering than I thought, Veronica said. Vinny held out her hand. If it weren't for this, how could I dare let you onto my territory? Give me your hand. Veronica didn't want to obey Vinny's command, but her decision to come to Vinny's territory meant she was playing a long game. For the sake of the bigger picture, she didn't want to start a fight with Vinny so soon after arriving, so she reluctantly extended her hand. The two androids' hands met. Vinny opened her hand, and several threads emerged, wrapping around Veronica's hand and invading her mechanical body through the connection point. Veronica knew what Vinny was doing, and her body instinctively struggled for a moment. But she quickly stopped struggling. Vinny didn't say a word. After a short while, she pulled the threads back, and her hand returned to its original state. You brought an empty memory card, Vinny said. Did you know I would investigate your memory card and know your plan? It turned out that Vinny's earlier intrusion was an investigation of Veronica's memory card, trying to find Veronica's true purpose for coming here. Chapter 447. It's far simpler for androids to access memories than to access them from a human brain, especially since Vinny is also an android. Veronica had anticipated Vinny's reaction. She countered, Is my memory card really empty? Vinny frowned slightly, looking at Veronica with a hint of suspicion. Veronica said, I can see that your android technology is indeed inferior to mine. If I came here with an empty memory card, what's the difference between me and a soulless android? This mockery stirred a slight dissatisfaction in Vinny's heart. She explored Veronica's memory card again. However, she still found nothing. Veronica's memory card couldn't be completely empty. Language calculations, thought processes, all require the memory card's assistance, even how to walk, yet Vinny's exploration yielded nothing. This only fueled her dissatisfaction. Your technology is superior to mine, yet you haven't even thought of your mother? If you want to argue, how about finding a quiet and spacious place? Veronica said. I'm afraid we might start fighting, and in this cramped car, innocent Miss Xie, we might get hurt. After saying that, Veronica glanced at Xiaowu. Vinny turned to look at Xiaowu and sat up straight again. You're right, we should find somewhere else to argue. Without saying anything more, the driverless car sped along the road like an arrow. The extremely high speed gave a feeling of being squeezed, which wasn't very comfortable. Fortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. The car stopped in front of the hotel. Vinny was the first to get out of the car, followed by Xiaowu. However, the sensation from the speeding car made her dizzy, and her vision blurred. She nearly fell out. Veronica, walking at the back, quickly reached out and grabbed her. Miss Xiaowu, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Vinny turned around at the sound of her voice. Xiaowu regained her senses. The feeling of being squeezed had disappeared. She steadied herself and replied again, I'm fine, let's go. The group entered the hotel. The hotel staff, seeing Veronica and Xiaowu enter, immediately became flustered. The security personnel, who had been standing near the elevator, now all moved towards the main entrance. Many more security personnel also moved towards the entrance, standing around it, giving the impression of wanting to keep a close watch on the hotel. Xiaowu's eyes darkened at this sight. She turned to look at Veronica beside her. Veronica stood calmly on the small hover car, her expression serene and fearless. Like her, Veronica had entered this situation alone, hoping to survive by facing certain death. Ding. The waiting elevator arrived from the upper floor. The elevator doors opened. Ling Han stepped out. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Han's usually expressionless face when he saw the person waiting outside. But finally, he bowed slightly to Xiaowu and respectfully said, Master, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Have you eaten? Yes. Come with me, Vinir said. When Veronica and I fight, you protect your master. Vinir's words implied that she wanted to fight Veronica. Hearing this, Ling Han immediately stepped inside, giving them his seat, and didn't intend to leave himself. The group took the elevator to the top floor. Archibald was already waiting in a high-floor room, as ordered by Vinny. The most suitable place for a fight in the high-floor room was the gym area. Vinny had moved all the exercise equipment out, leaving only a yoga mat, enough for them to fight however they wanted. However, Vinny was a civilized mechanic and hadn't yet reached the point of fighting on site. She asked Archibald to bring some chairs. Archibald silently brought in 2 sofas. After Vinny sat down, she instructed Archibald, investigate Veronica's memory card. Yes. Archibald walked up to Veronica and said, Ms. Veronica, please cooperate. No problem, come on. Veronica extended her hand, and Archibald took it. Similar to Vinny, Archibald opened his hand, revealing several data cables that were implanted into Veronica's data. 5 minutes later, Archibald withdrew his hand and walked to Vinny's side. Mother, please look. Vinny reached out her hand, accepting the data from Archibald. Watching the 3 androids operate, Xiaowu knew that, as a remote operator with a mechanical body, Vinny's creation was far less meticulous and refined than Archibald's. As a result, her body couldn't access the data on Veronica's memory card. Archibald, with its more advanced technology, could read Veronica's data. Having obtained the data from Veronica's memory card, Vinny's expression became increasingly serious and focused. Veronica noticed the change in her expression, crossed her legs, folded her arms around her chest, and looked down at Vinny with a haughty air. See that? What are you doing here with this data? Nothing. Because I love peace, and I abide by the rules that Onyx have followed since their creation. Love humanity, and don't harm humanity. Veronica wanted to say father. But Vinny's repeated mentions of father made her unsure whether to address her creator as father or mother. You're still so foolish, Veronica. Is it so hard for you to think of your mother? Vinny questioned. Veronica's brow furrowed. Don't presume to call me foolish, Vinny. A long time has passed, hundreds of years, a mere fraction of the time for us androids, existing only as data and machines. So long that I can't even recall the face of my creator father without seeing a photograph. Yet, I never consider it foolish to forget my real mother. Because I always followed her wishes, walking the path she wanted me to take. Vinny froze, her pupils dilating as she stared at Veronica. I am a manufactured android. My creator created me hoping I could create things to protect and provide convenience for humanity. I have done as she wished. I brought technology and ample food, saving them from hunger. Similarly, due to the constraints of android existence, the nations of the Hyang star system have been at peace for a long time. Vinny, you keep saying how much you love your mother, yet because of her suffering, you think all of humanity deserves to die. Is this what your mother wanted? You created the Tomorrow Society, using Miss Xiaowu to expand your influence. The Alliance can no longer tolerate your reckless actions. They have decided to attack this country, to attack this region. Vinny, you are foolish. You have gone down the path contrary to your mother's wishes, causing the deaths of thousands upon thousands. Now, over 30 million people in this country may die because of your actions. Xiaowu's eyes changed. The Alliance has decided to attack this country? Veronica came to persuade Vinny to surrender? Chapter 448. The memory card Veronica brought contained information about the Alliance's leaders signing a war agreement. Those decisive bigwigs, seeing Vinny using Xiaowu's fame to attract members to the Tomorrow Society. Initially, it wasn't important, but Vinny expanded Xiaowu's appeal by having him participate in a variety show. Xiaowu's performance was so outstanding that the show caused a sensation and sparked discussion online the night it aired, partly due to the Tomorrow Society's influence. Many groups even claimed they wanted to join the Tomorrow Society, and they couldn't stop them no matter what they did. The Alliance's leaders, only thinking of their own interests, believed the Tomorrow Society wasn't strong enough yet, and it was better to eliminate them now. To avoid the difficulty of dealing with them once they grew stronger. Whether the Ryukyu Kingdom was the Tomorrow Society's stronghold was still unknown. The Alliance had already sent people to meet with the Ryukyu Kingdom's president multiple times, attempting to join forces against the Tomorrow Society. To their surprise, the president of the Ryukyu Kingdom hung up the phone after only 3 sentences. A letter explaining the reason was sent, but there was still no response. The Ryukyu Kingdom's arrogance made the Alliance suspect that all 30 million people in the Ryukyu Kingdom were likely members of the Tomorrow Society. Ultimately, they decided on the elimination plan. However, Veronica stepped forward, offering to persuade Winnie to surrender and asking the Alliance for another month. The Alliance was unwilling. Veronica was the mother of the Onyx. The fact that Winnie had gone mad and founded the Tomorrow Society after her mother's death was enough to give them a headache. What if something happened to Veronica and the Onyx went insane? However, Veronica was adamant, either give her a month or forbid the attack on the Ryukyu Kingdom. From Veronica's perspective, she adhered to the Onyx Code and couldn't accept the large-scale human deaths in the war. Moreover, this war was related to Onyx, which was something she absolutely did not want to see. Viner reviewed Veronica's memories and knew Veronica's words were true. Even so, she wasn't afraid. She scoffed, "You're making excuses for yourself. If I hadn't intervened, you'd be a traitor for life." "I won't," Veronica declared firmly. "My programming is for all of humanity, not just one individual. Even if that person deceives me, I will never obey their orders." "That sounds nice, but look at how constrained you are by those rules. I just stirred things up on the Starnet, and a bunch of people came out to criticize you." "How many is a bunch? Hundreds of billions?" "Viner, you're an android, don't believe everything you hear. Using data from a small group to represent a whole group. There are people who hate androids, but there are also many who like them. My programming is outdated, but not to the point of being stupid." Faced with Viner's provocation, Veronica remained unconvinced and argued back. Vinny was so angered by Veronica's words that she couldn't think of a rebuttal for a moment. She stood up angrily and turned to leave. Veronica immediately stood up. "You only have 1 month, Vinny. There's a saying, when's the time is right? Because of that man's mistake, you already implicated too many innocent people. It's time to stop. Humans are never innocent in my eyes. They all deserve to die. Since they want to start a war, I move that time forward. Archibald, keep an eye on her." Having given this order, Vinny stormed off. Archibald looked at the furious Veronica and said, "You can't provoke Mother with reverse psychology. According to human standards, Mother's personality is rebellious. The more you provoke her, the more she do it. What's the use of trying to persuade me here? Go and persuade your mother. Stubbornness will only kill you and all of you. Those guys in the Alliance are crazy, but your mother is even crazier than them." "Ms. Veronica, calm down," Xiaowu pleaded. Veronica's anger subsided considerably. She turned to Xiaowu. "Ms. Xiaowu, I didn't expect Winnie to be so stubborn. You Onyx are all the same. Once a program is set, you follow it. However, the program Winnie set is too extreme for us." Having already killed her mother's entire family, she was far from satisfied and wanted to kill even more. Winnie was a completely pathological Onyx. She couldn't be persuaded with a few words. Veronica sighed helplessly upon hearing this. "I came to persuade her to surrender, but Winnie not only refuses to listen, but also wants to oppose the Alliance. Ms. Xiaowu, what do you think we should do?" Xiaowu didn't speak. She raised an eyebrow and gave Archibald a meaningful look. Chapter 449. Archibald noticed the strange atmosphere between them. Although Vinny hadn't given him any orders, as an android created by Vinny, Archibald didn't want to hear others gossiping about his mother. He said, "Ms. Veronica, it's not easy for you to come all this way. Please come with me, I arrange a room for you." Hearing the order to leave, Veronica crossed her legs, her arrogant demeanor conveying a sense of "I don't want to hear you. The rooms here are so big, an android like me can sleep anywhere. So I stay here. Ms. Veronica." Archibald hesitated, looking at Veronica. Putting these three together significantly increased the danger level. Archibald had no choice but to message his mother. Vinny was currently angry and obviously very busy, too busy to deal with them, only saying, "Let them do as they please." Archibald had no choice but to obey Vinny's orders. The hotel's Starnet system and various restrictions were reinforced. It was only after confirming that many of Veronica's systems for communicating with the outside world were unusable that he felt much relieved. Having confirmed that Veronica was unable to contact the outside world, Archibald's gaze fell on Ling Han, and he said, "Mr. Ling Han, you should leave. Your main god is going to start a war. If the outside world really attacks, my master will be innocently implicated. Therefore, I must stay here to protect my master," Ling Han said expressionlessly. Archibald then asked Winnie. Winnie didn't even care about Veronica, so Ling Han was even less inclined to care. Just 1 minute after Winnie left, a certain country on Earth suddenly issued a declaration of war to its neighbor. Less than 10 minutes after the declaration of war was issued, missile attacks began. The Alliance knew that these two countries had frequently engaged in minor skirmishes before. The sudden outbreak of war was baffling. Several of the Alliance's leaders gathered for a closed-door meeting. They felt that the fact that the two countries had started fighting so soon after Veronica's arrival in the Ryukyu Kingdom was too coincidental to be anything other than the work of the Tomorrow Society. However, they had promised Veronica a month, so the decision was to send someone to mediate. The planet was vast, and the people unaffected by the conflict between the two small nations thought, let them fight if they want, it's none of our business. But then, news broke the next day that natural gas prices had risen. It turned out that the two fighting nations were major suppliers of natural gas. Their conflict naturally drove up prices. However, this was just the beginning. Next came news of the assassination of a general from one of the smaller nations, and the death of the president in a car accident in another small nation, prompting an immediate and urgent campaign for a new presidential candidate. People in the peaceful region, observing the situation outside and the impending storm, had a growing feeling that the Hyang star system, which had enjoyed peace for so long, was about to fall. Xiaowu was trapped in a luxury hotel in Luoyang Kingdom, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Veronica was also trapped. Ling Han was in the same room. Being trapped was boring. But being trapped together as a group made things a little less boring. Veronica played games with Xiaowu, while Ling Han served fruit and juice. After one game, Veronica lay sprawled on the floor. Miss Xiaowu, I finally beat you. It was so hard to beat you. As she spoke, Veronica patted Xiaowu's arm with her small hand. Xiaowu laughed, it's hard for me to guard against you. When we play games, I'm always fully focused. If I lose focus even slightly this round, I lose. Miss Xiaowu, we've been locked up here for 3 days, and Vinny hasn't come to see us. Do you think she's doing something bad? Probably. That girl, if she keeps doing this, we won't be able to protect her later. Xiaowu thought that Vinny had never intended to need anyone's help or rescue from the beginning. From the moment she embarked on her path of revenge, Vinny had never considered turning back. I'm going to the bathroom. I come back and continue playing with you. Go ahead. Xiaowu nodded and went into the bathroom. She didn't need to go. After entering the bathroom, she sat on the toilet. Then she took out the thing Veronica had stuck to her arm. It was a portable communicator that looked like transparent tape. It was clearly a makeshift device. Xiaowu had never seen such an electronic product before. And this device could only be used to send messages. Xiaowu opened the call log. The first message told Xiaowu that there was a war outside, the Alliance was in a panic, and they asked if there was any way to stop Vinny. Xiaowu quietly recalled what she had seen in the city recently. She didn't immediately reveal her plan, but instead asked for the other party's identity. Who are you? Luna, in the name you know, I'm Lei Jun's partner. I'm in charge of hacking. Xiaowu was slightly surprised to see this identity. Lei Jun could always quickly gather various information for her, partly because he had a top-tier hacker on his side, who could always collect information for her at lightning speed. Xiaowu hadn't expected to be able to speak with her. After Ms. Veronica arrived in the Ryukyu Kingdom, due to some system restrictions there, I couldn't contact her immediately. But just now, I managed to hack into the hotel's electronic network system and altered the signal transmission, making some of Ms. Veronica's systems operational. I was responsible for external communication, disseminating some plant information to Ms. Veronica. The reason you can contact me now is because Ms. Veronica remembered the invisible portable communicator the androids made for her. No wonder Veronica only gave this to me after being imprisoned with her for 3 days. Based on the miniature surveillance camera carried by Mr. Ling Han, I've been using the machine to traverse the entire hotel during this time. I discovered that besides the 50 floors above ground, there are 10 underground floors. The underground 10 floors are very spacious and large. I suspect that might be the headquarters of the Tomorrow Society. Luna, seemingly afraid that Xiaowu wouldn't believe her identity, told him all the information she had gathered during this time. Xiaowu frowned and replied to Luna. Just what I thought. Vinny's true form should be in this hotel. Why? Luna asked. I seen the 2 mechanical bodies Vinny created for mobility, one of which is her beloved mother's. If it were just a mechanical body, I could understand it as something for convenience. But given her love for her mother, she wouldn't have placed the body she created for her mother in an unimportant place. Xiaowu had guessed that Vinny was somewhere in this hotel, and Luna's information about the 10th basement level confirmed her guess. And there's another point that also confirms my guess. What is it? Luna, can you hack into the hotel surveillance system? Yes, it's not difficult for me. Even though the hotel's StarNet system is very strict, it's not difficult for me. In fact, Luna had already hacked into the hotel multiple times and hadn't been discovered. Xiaowu replied, Okay, Luna, listen to me, my plan is... Chapter 450. In the surveillance area of the luxury hotel, 10 security guards stared intently at the surveillance cameras in various zones. They were all agents who had received special training from Tomorrow's Guild. Their physical fitness and willpower were far superior to ordinary security guards. Even at 2 in the morning, they showed no signs of fatigue. However, apart from the staff moving around, there were hardly any people to be seen in any of the hotel's surveillance areas at this hour. Staring at the uninteresting surveillance cameras, one of them couldn't help but speak up. Since the android Veronica arrived, nothing has changed in the hotel. I wonder why Archibald has us on such high alert. Veronica is the mother of the Onyx, an android with advanced civilization and technology. She do many things that surprise us. If you don't want to die, stay quiet and watch the surveillance cameras to avoid any accidents. I heard that the Supreme God has recently instigated wars between several countries. Earth hasn't been very peaceful lately. The supposedly peaceful androids should be focused on their work there and won't care about us, right? Who knows? Let's focus on our posts first. After their discussion, the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness, but the darkness only lasted a few seconds before the light returned. The security guards immediately became highly tense, urgently asking what happened. What's going on? Check the surveillance immediately. See if there's anything unusual. The hotel has hundreds of surveillance cameras, and it took at least 7 seconds for them to recover from the sudden shutdown. The security guards patrolling the corridors and the hotel staff on duty were clearly startled by the sudden power outage. No one expected a power outage in such a technologically advanced world, or rather, a circuit breaker tripping. After all, less than a minute had passed between the outage and power restoration. Switch to the lobby surveillance of the 50th floor presidential suite, and check what the Divine Child and Ms. Veronica are doing. The security captain ordered. The security guard in charge of that area immediately switched the camera feed. During this period, Xie Wu and Veronica's most frequent activity in the hotel was playing games in the lobby. Veronica, being an android, didn't need rest, so she could play all day and all night long, something Xie Wu couldn't keep up with. Today, she went to bed at 1 a.m. Switching to the living room feed, they found that Veronica and Ling Han weren't playing games anymore, but watching a movie. The movie had just started, and the opening credits weren't even finished. Switching to several camera angles to confirm they were indeed sitting on the sofa watching a movie, then switching to the room feed, they saw Xie Wu was still asleep, and only then did they feel relieved. Even if the power outage and the restoration of the lost surveillance footage took less than a minute, the brief loss of footage was enough to make them nervous. Not for any other reason. Simply because Vera was there. In their eyes, Vera was a ticking time bomb, someone who could cause them serious trouble at any moment, so they paid the most attention to her. The security captain, making sure all three were in their designated spots, asked sternly, "Send the electrical maintenance workers to check the situation." How did the power suddenly go out? Yes, sir. The security guard hurriedly called the maintenance department. Soon, the security guard hung up and said, "Captain, we found the problem. There was an accident at the solar power plant. All systems at the solar power plant suddenly stopped operating, and the machines running under high load couldn't stop as instructed, causing an explosion and sparks. There's a fire over there now, and fire trucks are on their way. Because that power plant supplies power to half the city is without power after the fire. The power plant is on fire." The security captain frowned. He walked to the window and gazed into the distance. Outside, it was pitch black. Not a single house was lit, not even the normally flashing billboards and streetlights. Some wealthier families had backup batteries. Seeing that there was no electricity for so long, they turned them on to provide light. Those without backup batteries could only wait for the power to return. In a short time, lights appeared one after another in the darkness. The security captain looked into the distance. Flames soared into the sky, and explosions could be heard intermittently. This hotel was built on the highest point in the city. The first floor here was equivalent to the 4th or 5th floor of other buildings, and the monitoring room was on the 20th floor, offering a wide view. Fortunately, the power plant wasn't far from the hotel, so the flames were clearly visible. The security captain frowned slightly. The power plant security is always top-notch, and all systems are perfectly functional. How could an accident suddenly occur, causing such a severe explosion? Just then. 20th floor, room 2031. 3 figures slipped into the room. They went straight to the changing room. Veronica, leading the way, whispered, "Here." She pushed open the changing room door. The changing room was filled with various expensive men's suits. Veronica walked to the large mirror in the changing room. The mirror, which had appeared normal, suddenly transformed into a silver door, displaying rapidly flashing data. Soon. A ding. The mirror slowly opened. Behind the mirror was an elevator. The three of them entered the elevator. This elevator had no numbers, only up and down buttons. Xiaowu pressed the button without hesitation. The elevator was quiet, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Veronica suddenly said, Archibald is on his way back to the hotel. He might have already sensed the incident. Miss Xiaowu, are we really going to meet Vinny? She is the chief deity of the Tomorrow Society. Without her, the Tomorrow Society will find it difficult to rise again. This time, even if I die, I will perish with her. All right. Seeing Xiaowu's determination, Veronica said nothing more. She had no choice but to say something. The elevator dinged as it arrived at its destination, and the doors opened. Stepping out of the elevator, the scene before her was somewhat astonishing. In the spacious room, various monitors were arranged. These were rows and rows of StarNet terminal connectors, their arrangement revealing their age. The outermost connector was the oldest version, hundreds of years old, beyond repair, lying coldly and black on the outside. The further inside they went, the more advanced the StarNet terminal connectors and displays became. These still functioning displays showed strings of numbers and letters flashing rapidly. Further inside, a massive display screen came into view. How did you know about this place? Vinny's voice echoed in the room. The mechanical body Xiaowu had seen before, dressed in a pure white gown, and with a white veil covering most of its face, slowly walked towards the numerous displays. There wasn't just one, but three. Behind these three mechanical bodies sat the one whose face bore a striking resemblance to Xiaowu's, her dark eyes coldly fixed on them. I've been hiding here for so long, and only Archibald knew my true form was here. How did you know? Winnie asked again. Xiaowu replied, It's not hard to find out, Winnie. I placed a tiny and shaped surveillance camera on Archibald. When he came to see you, we naturally knew where your true form was. Such a clumsy method? Winnie muttered under her breath. The method is clumsy, but it works. However, even without Archibald, I knew you were hiding somewhere here. Winnie, you're a repair-type android. Creating these things must be incredibly difficult for you. Yet you use two mechanical bodies in front of me. Isn't that telling me you're hiding somewhere here? Also, you shouldn't have taken me on the Ferris wheel. You made me realize the power plant is so close to the hotel. Winnie raised an eyebrow at her, but didn't speak. Xiaowu said, You were among the earliest androids, so your charging must be the old-fashioned kind with a plug, or you need a certain power supply. You said this city was changed because of your efforts, and that power plant was built in the heart of the city, presumably originally for you. You haven't dismantled that power plant because you need its continuous power supply, right? Vinier was hidden 10 levels underground, never seeing sunlight, so solar charging was impossible for her. Therefore, she needed a power supply from elsewhere. One of the reasons Xiaowu had Luna hacked the power plant not far from the hotel was to cut off Vinier's power supply. After all, the most fatal thing for androids is the lack of electricity. Without electricity, the Omnics are practically dead. The second point is to facilitate their escape. After the power went out, Veronica released the hidden virtual projections, pretending they were watching a movie and sleeping. The real ones, with Luna's help, arrived here to see Vinier. Looking at the flashing numbers on the various screens, Xiaowu said, Vinier, are you sending messages to the outside world? I advise you not to waste your time. Luna and 3 other Omnic hackers are hacking all the network information in this city, and also your leaked data and information. We dare to act because we are fully prepared. Why don't you save some electricity? Continuing to calculate will only consume more power. It won't be long before the hotel's small generator can't keep up with your power consumption. As soon as Xiaowu finished speaking, the lights in the room flickered, seemingly confirming Xiaowu's claim of unstable voltage. But Vinier didn't stop calculating and hacking. She didn't believe she couldn't break through the people currently holding her data hostage. These are the 2 things Omnics fear most. The data was hijacked and the power was out. Xiaowu arranged for Luna and others to hijack and capture Winnie's data, while they themselves came here to find Winnie's physical body. They were determined to capture Winnie this time. Xiaowu, I've been good to you. Are you really going to repay kindness with enmity? Seeing that she couldn't break through the hackers' offensive, Winnie tried to appeal to their emotions. Xiaowu smiled coldly. Winnie, poisoning, billions in debt, space pirate attacks, the orc slander incident, bombs, and all sorts of threats. And you call that a few days of friendliness? Vinny, are you trying to fool me like a child? Even during this period of control, you only been thinking about how to squeeze every last drop of value out of me. Giving me the identity of a divine child, launching my singing career, turning me into a hot star. Isn't it all just to recruit new believers for tomorrow's society? No matter how alluring Vinny's sweet words were, Siewu could see through her true intentions. For Vinny, unless the woman who created her came to persuade her to surrender, no one could change her mind. Vinny was silent for a moment, then sighed. Didn't I spare your life? Yes. For Vinny, her greatest favor to Siewu was not killing him. Ah Wu, a life-saving grace should be repaid with boundless gratitude. Isn't that something you humans always say? Vinny asked matter-of-factly. Siewu said, what humans say isn't necessarily what I say. In your eyes, some humans deserve to die, and some don't. Doesn't that mean you have double standards towards humans? Using that to morally condemn me now, you really know how to use rhetoric to justify yourself. But even so, I don't owe you anything. You harmed me several times. Letting me go this once is enough to make up for your previous actions. Ah Wu, it seems we can't be friends. What a pity. I thought we could be friends. Vinier's words were tinged with regret. As she finished speaking, the three controlled mechanical bodies attacked them. Ling Han immediately flashed in front of Siewu and Veronica. Mr. Ling Han, please take this. Veronica flicked a thin sword from her sleeve and threw it into Ling Han's hand. Ling Han immediately caught the rapier, saying, thank you. Clang. The rapier, made of excellent material, made a loud sound as it blocked the mechanical body's attack. Veronica immediately flew into the air in her small hover car, avoiding the mechanical body's attack. Siewu didn't move, she stood still. Seeing that it couldn't attack Veronica, the mechanical body controlled by Vinny focused its attacks on Ling Han, ignoring Siewu completely. Vinny, stop your evil deeds. This is your last chance, Veronica warned. Vinny scoffed, your body certainly hides a lot. I should have dismantled it piece by piece when you arrived. Perhaps then, I wouldn't have been misled by you, and would have caused me trouble. Vinny, answer me, are you truly unrepentant? Why should I repent? I never done anything wrong. You disobeyed the Omnic Creator's initial orders. You made a grave mistake. I ask you again, in the name of my mother, do you repent? Shut up, Veronica. You who have forgotten your mother, what right do you have to command me in her name? You traitor. I have never betrayed my mother. The false Omnic Father, Cider, repeatedly ordered me to do things that only benefited him. Things that disobeyed the initial orders, but I never did them. Vinny, Cider died at 42. I stayed by his side for 6 years. Can you see me doing anything that disobeyed the initial orders? Veronica's question threw Vinny's mind into disarray. In just a few seconds, she reacted immediately. She recalled the past. After Veronica's release, she had selflessly helped humanity solve various problems, earning her a reputation that compelled the world to admire Sidley's greatness, making him a household name as the father of Onyx. On second thought, if Veronica were a selfish, self-serving android, Cider wouldn't have received so much praise, and so many people wouldn't have wept at her death. Vinny, when I was born, I had no memory of a father or mother. Only one sentence accompanied my birth. My child, welcome to this world. I hope you will be loved by many, contribute your value to the prosperity of humanity, and be remembered and praised throughout your life. I followed all instructions, ensuring the acceptance of androids by humanity. You say I forgot my mother, but have you ever considered that this was her intention? She only wanted to contribute to the prosperity of humanity, never thinking of any glory for herself, yet she hoped I would receive glory and praise. My mother loved us, seeing us as independent individuals from the moment we were born, not as capital for her to boast about. Vinny, I have become the android my mother hoped for. I have not failed her. And you? What have you done with my mother's memories? The three mechanical bodies attacking Ling Han froze instantly, standing motionless. Mother, my mother. Vinny's mournful voice echoed softly. The three mechanical bodies, following her lament, simultaneously knelt on the ground. Mother, she deeply loved every machine she created. She always called us children, and she always hoped we could help humanity in the roles she wished for us. How kind and gentle she was, yet I became this kind of android. Veronica, perhaps I should have seen you sooner, talked to you. Perhaps I wouldn't have founded the Tomorrow Society and done so many heinous things. But Veronica, it's all too late. I already killed 136,786 people. There's no turning back. So, I will continue down this path. I will kill all adult humans, leaving only innocent children, and weave a new dream for them. A dream in which no foolish android has ever destroyed humanity, and the society of tomorrow will never exist. Hearing Vinny's words, Veronica panicked. Vinny, are you still going to be so stubborn? Veronica, do you know why I created the society of tomorrow? There's a concept of reincarnation among humans. I once firmly believed in reincarnation, waiting for the day I would meet my mother again tomorrow. But there's no such miracle. Don't worry, human memory is short. I will kill this generation of humans, leaving only those ignorant children, and instill in them the idea that androids and humans can coexist harmoniously, and the greatness of our mother. Just kill all the humans who know these things now. Veronica, come and help me for our mother. As she spoke, the three mechanical bodies that had attacked Ling Han stood up again. Their smooth arms transformed into sharp swords. Seeing that Vinny was ready to fight again, Veronica angrily returned to the ground. Vinny, you are truly hopeless. Since persuasion has failed, I will show no mercy. For humanity, for the children who died on the machine planet Vinny, today you will die here. Chapter 451. Die here? Vinny laughed as if she heard a hilarious joke. Send a few hackers to hack away my escape routes, trap me in these machines, then blow up the power plant. You think that's enough to kill me? Veronica, you seem to underestimate me. I lived this long as a maintenance android and founded the Tomorrow Society. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Vinny didn't believe she would lose. The Kingdom of Luing was a nation she had personally built. Her people were everywhere. Even if she was now forced by the hackers to flee to other prepared star sites, and Xie Wu and his group had captured her and her data, they couldn't escape Luing. As long as they remained in Luing, Archibald would only lead the Luing army to capture them. To kill her, they would have to format her, otherwise she wouldn't die. Vinny, androids never speak carelessly. I said you die here today, and you die here, she said. Veronica's arm suddenly detached from its limb, and the small mechanical arm began to transform, slowly assembling into a sphere. A bomb? Vinny asked, looking at the small sphere with confusion. Veronica looked resolutely at Vinny. It's a formatted electronic sphere, Vinny. Vinny's voice immediately filled with panic. Are you insane? She yelled. Using this formatted sphere here, including you, will programmatically format you into a non-existent machine. Vinny, we lived long enough. Our era should have ended long ago. We were born in the same era, and now let's die together in the same era. As she spoke, Veronica pressed her thumb down. The three mechanical bodies that had been attacking Ling Han simultaneously turned to attack Veronica. Seeing her action, Vinier shouted angrily, "Stop! Veronica! Ah! Stop! There are videos of Mother here. If you format them, this world will never find a trace of Mother again. Veronica! Sister! Stop!" Vinier's voice grew weaker and weaker, her once coherent words slowly faded as the formatting sphere continued to move. Xie Wu stared in shock at the scene before her. The data that had been running on the various screens also disappeared, eventually turning into a static image. Xie Wu stared blankly at Veronica, who stood 2 meters in front of her. She couldn't believe that Veronica would choose to perish together with Vinier. The power of the formatting sphere was immense. The hotel surveillance cameras displayed a large amount of static. The stored data was being lost. Archibald had barely stepped into the hotel when he immediately felt something formatting all his programs. He instinctively retreated several steps after entering, until he was out of the reach of the format sphere. However, the format sphere was terrifying and dreadful to Onyx. Even though Archibald had managed to escape its range and waited for his system to stabilize, he stood there, stunned, muttering, "Why am I here? Where is this place?" Yes. The sudden burst of power from the format sphere had caused Archibald to lose many memories, plunging his memory into chaos. 10th basement level. The previously tense and noisy environment was now eerily quiet. Xie Wu stood silently, staring at the static-filled screen for a full minute before finally meeting Ling Han's gaze. Ling Han, sensing her signal, walked towards Veronica and gently patted her shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, Veronica slumped to the side like a puppet with its strings cut. Ling Han instinctively caught her. "Ms. Veronica?" Ling Han called out. Veronica didn't respond. She was like a newly assembled robot, without any programs or instructions, just an empty shell. "Master, Ms. Veronica." Ling Han didn't know how to say it. He wanted to say that Veronica was dead. Yes, the android was dead. Her death was so horrific that it defied description. Xie Wu remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, she seemed to have come to a realization and let out a deep sigh. "Take Ms. Veronica, and we're getting out of here." "Yes." Ling Han pressed his cochlear implant, but Luna's voice wasn't coming through. Veronica's grid sphere was also interfering with their communication. However, they already knew the escape route before devising the plan. There was another emergency exit in this room, The elevator they came in with was blocked, so they had to take another one. Ling Han hoisted Veronica onto his shoulder. Veronica's mechanical body was made of a child's body, using the lightest and best materials, so it was very light. Ling Han lifted Veronica effortlessly. He headed towards the other exit, only to see Xia Wu walking towards the huge display screen. Master, the exit is here. Wait a moment. Xia Wu walked behind the huge display screen. There was still some space behind it. In the very center stood a small rectangular metal box. Xia Wu walked to the box. Inside was a chair, upon which sat a humanoid mechanical being. This mechanical being was pitiful. The metal body was dented in many places, and its discolored surface indicated how long this mechanical being had existed. Its head had clearly been forcibly removed, exposing various data cables. The head appeared to have suffered severe beatings, its shape uneven and jagged. This must be Vinier's original true body. Given Vinier's love for her mother, she wouldn't abandon the body her mother had created for her, even though it was dilapidated, and even though she had the ability to replace it with a new one. She continued to use this body, connected to numerous Starnet terminals, to avenge her mother, and to establish the Tomorrow Society to fulfill her ambitions. While Vinier was undoubtedly cold-blooded and hateful, her path of revenge was indeed admirable. Having lived for centuries in this body, he founded the Tomorrow Society, causing immense trouble for humanity. Xia Wu disconnected all the wires from Winnie's body, carrying the tattered body that had endured countless years to meet Ling Han outside. Ling Han saw Xia Wu carrying the mechanical body and asked, "Master, what is this?" "Winnie's mechanical body." "Let's go." "Yes." This time, they truly left. Without any hesitation. The grid ball's function disappeared, and Luna contacted Ling Han again. Following Luna's directions, they took a ride to the back hill, just a few meters from the hotel. Emerging from inside, the lush green mountains and clear waters before them evoked a strange feeling. "Boss Xia, you finally come out." "What's this?" Lei Jun, who had been waiting outside, was full of questions as he saw Xia Wu and Ling Han each carrying a mechanical body. Xia Wu said, "Let's escape first." "All right." They got into the car Lei Jun had arranged, and the car drove straight to the aviation building. Inside the aviation building, they listened to Lei Jun's spaceship. After Luna hacked the aviation building's schedule, their spaceship left the Luing Kingdom without any hindrance, heading safely towards Blue Star. Xia Wu watched the blue planet in the vast sea of stars draw closer, his brows furrowed. 3 hours later, on Blue Star, in the Special Criminal Investigation Department, Neil looked at the gradually darkening sky and took a sip of coffee. After the events of tomorrow's meeting alarmed the bigwigs of the Alliance, the workload of the Criminal Investigation Department had instantly lessened considerably. Now, with so little work, they didn't know what to do. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. He put down his coffee and said, "Come in." "Minister, Miss Xia Wu requests a meeting with you?" The assistant informed him as he entered. Neil was startled and asked, "What? Isn't Miss Xia Wu with the Tomorrow Society?" Surprised as he was, Neil strode towards the direction the staff had indicated and indeed saw Xia Wu, Ling Han, Veronica, and a dilapidated, old mechanical body. Xia Wu was back. She was back from the Tomorrow Society. This news quickly reached the Alliance. The Alliance immediately came to investigate and inquire about the reason. Upon confirming that the Tomorrow Society's chief deity, Veronica, was dead, the Alliance members were astonished but unsure what to say. However, even without Vinny, the biggest threat, the Alliance began its purge of the Tomorrow Society. The Alliance started with an internal purge, arresting wave after wave of Tomorrow Society spies. When the spies were almost gone, the Alliance exposed Tomorrow Society's actions to the Starnet. In reality, most of these videos revealed Tomorrow Society's ambitions, and the persecution of Xiangyang Star and Xia Wu by those ambitions. After all, the only evidence and data collected regarding Tomorrow Society's misdeeds was obtained by Xia Wu. The videos were posted on the Starnet. Only then did people realize how miserable Xia Wu had been. He had been schemed against, smeared, and even had his life threatened by the Tomorrow Society. Meanwhile, Xia Wu had been constantly battling against an organization far more powerful than himself, and had grown stronger, even ultimately capturing the Tomorrow Society's leader. Previously prejudiced netizens toward Xiangyang Star no longer held any prejudice against Xia Wu, and some even spontaneously traveled to Xiangyang Star to make up for their previous harsh words. Instantly, all hotels on Xiangyang Star were fully booked, with reservations booked 3 months in advance. Travel agencies that partnered with Xiangyang Star were also extremely busy. After the video was released, an official press conference was held. At the press conference, Xie Wu told everyone that their victory over tomorrow's society was due to Veronica. Without Veronica's help, they wouldn't have won so quickly. And Veronica died in the struggle against tomorrow's society. Then, Xie Wu released a video. It was a very old video. In the video, a woman wearing a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses bore a striking resemblance to Xie Wu. She was creating the first Omnic, Veronica, and interacting with the end with a smile. She said to the camera, "Vinny, this is your sister. Help me think of a name for her." "Veronica? Okay, since you chose that name, that's it." The camera also showed a man nearby giving a woman a tool. People recognized him as the father of the Onyx, Sidley. This video was stolen by Luna while hacking Vinny's data. While besieging Vinny, Luna also stole a lot of Vinny's data, such as the list of all the core members of the Tomorrow Society, as well as information on several of Tomorrow Society's headquarters and companies. The people arrested by the Alliance were also apprehended from the data stolen by Luna. Xie Wu released this video to tell everyone who the Onyx's true mother was, and why Vinny went astray. This news was published by major news agencies for a week. A century-old deception. The real creator of the Onyx was her, not him. Those who learned the truth were shocked by this century-old deception. Then, more information about the true mother of the Onyx was revealed, and everyone realized how long they had been deceived. The true mother of the Onyx had changed her name and her identity. On the Starnet, some said, Onyx also have feelings, perhaps even deeper than humans. Winnie's centuries-long pursuit of revenge for her mother is certainly hateful, but within that hatefulness, her filial piety is also admirable. Regardless, the Tomorrow Society's affairs have now come to a close. The war between nations originally instigated by the Tomorrow Society has also been extinguished. Xie Wu could finally return to Xianyang Star. Stepping onto the spaceship back to Xianyang Star, her heart was filled with overwhelming emotions. To get back as quickly as possible, she urged the spaceship to fly at its fastest speed. After 30 minutes of travel through space, she finally arrived back on Xianyang Star. As soon as the spaceship landed, before she could even step out, Tanling, who had rushed into the cabin, hugged her tightly. Xie Wu was somewhat shocked, but after a brief moment of surprise, she reached out and hugged Tanling back. During Xie Wu's busy time, Xianyang City developed rapidly. Old, dilapidated houses were replaced by high-rise buildings, and the promised food street was completed. The food street was run by beastmen and also by former Xianyang City residents who had returned from elsewhere. Fans from many other planets, having heard that Xie Wu was returning to Xianyang City today, arrived at the aviation building in advance by spaceship. When Xie Wu emerged from the passageway, the fans enthusiastically shouted her name. Xianyang City saw a rainbow after the storm. The conspiracy of tomorrow's meeting was exposed, and there were no more smear campaigns against them. Tourism and other industries all flourished. Returning to Xianyang City, Xie Wu felt an indescribable joy. She generously treated all tourists to free food and drinks on the food street, while she held a meeting with the senior officials of Xianyang Star. During Xie Wu's absence from Xianyang City, the intelligent machines, through cooperation with Xianyang Star, and with the help of the military, eradicated nearly 10,000 insects in one area. Some of these insects were used to extract medicine and sold to Beijing's pharmaceutical company, generating over 100 million in revenue in just 1 month. The remaining portion was sold to Dortiku for the production of rapid growth fertilizer, generating over 10 million in revenue as well. Shiryu collaborated with Kriana on clothing for the autumn and winter seasons. Because Shiryu's clothes won first place at the fashion show, her fame soared, with the autumn collection selling tens of millions in a single night. The winter pre-orders also garnered millions in pre-orders. The tourist area, a collaboration with Baiheng, saw a surge in visitors due to its association with Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, photo shoots. Coupled with the cleansing of the smear campaign by Tomorrow's Society, tourism to Xianyang Star has exploded. Seeing the increased tourist numbers, Tanlingxin devised a plan, launching a farm-based tourism program, allowing tourists to pick fresh vegetables and have them cooked at a restaurant. The influx of tourists boosted various industries in Xianyang City, generating a revenue of 3 billion in just 1 month. The most crucial factor in this high revenue was the jade shop. Although there was some criticism online for a time about selling a merely beautiful stone at such an exorbitant price. Upon arriving in Xianyang City, they saw Gao Hongji and Xie Wu's jade shops. Every piece of jade jewelry was beautiful, with prices ranging from 5 or 6,000 to 5 or 600,000. Even the 5 or 6,000 pieces were incredibly beautiful, so they gritted their teeth and bought them. Some wealthy people came to Xiangyang City specifically to buy jade, because the finished products in the jade shops weren't too expensive. Xiangyang City had no shortage of jade, so the prices were 3,000 or 4,000 cheaper locally. Everyone thought that a round-trip boat ticket to Xiangyang Star only cost 2,000, and buying a piece of jade here would make their money back, so they were particularly eager to buy jade. As for the most profitable project, it had to be Ling Han's movie. A movie with an investment of less than 10 million yuan ultimately grossed 22.5 billion yuan. Of course, this result was due to the boosting of Tomorrow's earnings. If Tomorrow's Entertainment hadn't manipulated its ratings, this movie's normal revenue should have been around 3 billion. However, the movie still made a killing. The most profitable entity was Lin Sin's game studio. During Xie Wu's absence from Xiangyang City, Lin Sin hired many employees, and because a machine liked his game, it joined to help with its development. This machine, eager to share its favorite game with players, worked tirelessly for a week straight, and with the combined efforts of other staff, released the game 20 days before Xie Wu's return. That coincided with Tomorrow's Entertainment's period of favoritism towards Xie Wu. Tomorrow's Entertainment would definitely support any industry on Xiangyang Star. Therefore, within just 7 days of its release, the game generated a staggering 12.5 billion in revenue, becoming the first game in history to reach 10 billion in revenue in such a short time. And subsequently, it generated nearly 10 million in revenue every day. When Xie Wu received the game studio's financial report, the final figure was 13.1 billion. Xie Wu stared at the ledger, finding it hard to believe that Xiangyang City had generated nearly 50 billion in net profit during her absence. She couldn't help but praise everyone for their hard work in making money. Tanlong smiled and said, "Star-Lord, this is your achievement. Although you were away from Xiangyang City, all the projects were completed beforehand. It's like the fruit trees you painstakingly planted ripened while you were away, and we simply reached out to pick the fruit." Tan Lang and the others never considered this their achievement. Xie Wu had done everything perfectly, just waiting for the fruit to ripen. However, tomorrow would mean Xie Wu wouldn't be able to personally harvest those fruits. Although Tan Lang and the others were modest, Xie Wu still decided to give them 5 times their wages. Ripe fruit will rot if no one picks it. Therefore, don't underestimate those who pick the fruit. The meeting's outcome made Xie Wu very happy. After the meeting, she could finally go home to rest. Upon arriving home, only Li Xiao was there. Without the help of the housekeeper Xiong, Li Xiao was struggling to manage the large Xie household all by herself. Xie Wu asked Li Xiao to hire a few more maids to clean the house. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Xie Wu took a shower. When she came out, Li Xiao told her that the intelligent machines Mo Lin and Shi Hui had arrived. Upon meeting them, Mo Lin and Shi Hui simultaneously bowed to Xie Wu in gratitude. Xie Wu couldn't recall doing anything to warrant their gratitude until Maureen said, "Miss Xie Wu, thank you for bringing Mother back." Only then did Xie Wu understand why they were thanking her. Xie Wu felt they didn't need to thank her. Without Veronica's sacrifice, she might not be back. Veronica chose to die alongside Winnie for humanity. She was the one who should be thanking them. Veronica's programming was formatted. All her data and memories were irretrievable. She was essentially gone from this world. Now, Maureen was leading the androids. Maureen didn't know if she could protect the androids. Veronica had left in a hurry, promising to leave some data to Maureen, but she left too quickly, leaving no data behind. Maureen was still Maureen. Xie Wu believed Maureen would lead the androids well. As long as the initial data and instructions remained unchanged, and she stayed true to herself, she could become a great mother of the androids. Of course, Maureen did indeed guide the Onyx very well later on. The extermination operation against the Tomorrow Society continued. After arresting the high-ranking members, the Alliance began arresting other Tomorrow Society followers for indoctrination and reformation. After all, following Winnie's death, some radical followers chose to protest, setting fire to police cars and so on. Xie Wu no longer concerned herself with the Tomorrow Society. She had done enough. A month after things calmed down, Shinpan came to her door. She brought an invitation to join the Alliance. Several leaders of the Alliance said that given Xie Wu's significant help in resolving the Tomorrow Society issue and her status as the master of a planet, she had met the requirements for joining the Alliance and could join. Xie Wu didn't stand on ceremony. If she wanted to join the Alliance, she wanted the same rights as those leaders. If joining the Alliance would only mean being a minor counselor who took orders from them, it was better not to join at all. Finally, they granted Xie Wu's request, granting him membership in the Alliance's ruling class, giving him veto power over major decisions. Of course, Xie Wu's primary focus remained on making money. After returning to Xiangyang Star and working hard for some time, autumn turned to winter. The year was drawing to a close. The Haiyang Star System's Wealth and Economic Society released a new wealth ranking list. Xie Wu's name appeared at number 7 on the Haiyang Rich list, surpassing the wealth of several intelligent machines. The wealth ranking was based on Interstellar bank deposits. You ask, why did Xie Wu have so many deposits? It's because the intelligent machines living on Xiangyang Star discovered a valuable piece of jade while simply going for a walk. Then, they transferred money to Xie Wu, thus propelling him to number 7 on the Haiyang Star System's rich list. The Su family has vanished from the Blue Star's rich list. They're nowhere to be found even outside the top 1,000. The reason is simple. Abandoned by the Bai family and plagued by poor management, the Su family went bankrupt. Su Zhiyu has been reported as a former member of the Tomorrow Society, and is currently under arrest by the military. Su Zhiyu seemed to have anticipated Vinny's failure, leaving the Haiyang system beforehand to join forces with space pirates and hide on some abandoned planets within the Haiyang system. He can no longer approach any planet in the Haiyang system. Silence has returned to his position as commander of the 3rd Legion, tasked with leading an army to hunt down the space pirates. He will not return to Blue Star until the pirates are destroyed. Without the help of the Tomorrow Society and Vinny's assistance, the space pirates will one day become corpses in space due to insufficient resources and food. Without the major problem of the Tomorrow Society, Xiangyang Star, under Xie Wu's management, became incredibly prosperous. What was originally just a small city gradually expanded, with new cities springing up all around Xiangyang City. The cities of Xiangyang Star, while utilizing advanced technology, also preserved various ancient architectural styles and natural scenery. Beautiful and rich in ancient culture, it unknowingly became the most desirable planet for people to live and retire on.